Ama yana bu seriq ranglik kiyimler bo'lgan, kiyilgan seriq ranglik kiyim bo'lgan vaqtida men ovozni anglayolmay qoldim, ovoz chiqmadi. Baxtiyor so'ranga ovoz uzilib qoldi. Men ishonamanki, yo'ldoshim cho'ng bir beden tekshirish nimasidan o'tgan, tekshirishidan yani qon tekshirish, sudik tekshirish ve ultra elektronlik tekshirish degandek tekshirishlar berilgan. yıları 2009 yılı jinoyatchilarni qo'yib bergan vaqtida uyga qaytarganligidan xabarimiz bor bo'ldi. Siz nima uchun qo'yib etilgan, keyin qaytib ketganligi haqida bilamsiz? Men uni aniq uqmayman. Nima uchun qo'yib berilgan, qayta nima uchun tutib ketdi? Bu jinoyatchilarni nima uchun qo'yib berganligi haqida hech qanday xabarim yo'q. Bu turmadikilarni shu bir mezgilda shundoq bir qo'yib bergan, hammasini uyga qaytishiga yo'l qo'ygan, ammo keyindan yana qaytadan tutib ketgan. Undan keyin ularni har qaysi zavodlarda, fabrikalarda ishlashga avatilgan, haftada bir qatim qaytish mumkinchiligi bo'lganlarmi bo'lgan. Nima uchun undaq bo'lganligi to'g'risida albatta men bilmayman. Siz o'zingiz qancha qatim Urumchigimi berib kelgan 2016dan keyin siz şu berip kelish jarayoningizda siz hech qanday bir avarchilik uchirmagan, shundaqmi? Albatta men berip kelish jarayonimda boshqa so'roq savollarga uchirmagandim. Ehtimal mening boshqa xizmatdoshlarimning savollari bo'lishi mumkin. Jeffrey efendim, rahmat. Men davomlashsam bo'lamdi? Bo'ldi, albatta. Sizningki bergan guvohligingizga ko'p rahmat. Meningki savolim, sizning yo'ldoshingiz, mening so'raydigan bir savolim bor. Oldi bilan so'raydiganim, sizning yo'ldoshingiz tunji qatim nima uchun Turkiyaga borgan? Tunji qatim Turkiyaga borgan vaqtida u sayohatga, dam olishga borgan. Turkiyaga Malayziyada oldi bilan Malayziyada ishga turgan. Malayziyada ishga turib bo'lgandan keyin Turkiyaga borg'isi kelib, Turkiyaga berish bir sayohat vizasi iltimos qilib, Turkiyaga bir sayohat uchun, dam olish uchun borgan. Siz Avstraliyalik, siz yo'ldoshingiz bilan nerda uchrashgan? Men aslida internet orqali tanishgan yo'ldoshim bilan. Bizim atanımız bizden özara tanıştırgandı. Rahmet. Siz bu yolbas orunduk hakkında sözlediniz. Sizin yoldaşınız bu yolbas orunduk hakkında birer sizge uçurup bergen mi? Bu yolbas orunduk qandak orundukken? O bu xil orundukniki yani qandaqligi to'g'risida bekki inchiklab so'zlab bermadi, ammo u har qatim savol so'rashga olib chiqib ketgan vaqtida har qatimda shu o'rindiqda o'tirg'izilganligi haqida degan. Sizniki mening bilishimcha cho'qim uniki qo'l putlarda kishanlar bo'lgan bo'lish kerak. Uniki badan yoki fiziologik bir qiynash, urush urganlik mındaq bir ifadeler barmı, köygen nesler barmı? Bu neslerini ben uqmadım, ama putga pul koycular bilan, püşenler bilan o'ttirilgan. Siz yo'ldoshingizningki doktorlar tarafidan tekshirilganligi haqida so'zladingiz. Bu haqida tushuntirish bergan bo'lsangiz. Doktorxona mening yo'ldoshim ep berilgan doktorxona Ürümçideki hammadan bildigan cho'ng bir doktorxona. Bu doktorxonada Ürümçideki cho'ng bir doktorxona. Buningda bütün tekshirish uskunalari nihoyatda ilg'or. Bular ham normal doktorni sestralar tekshirish olib borgan, ammo har qatim tekshirish olib borganda endi saqchilar bo'lgan endi. Hech qachon ayrim tekshirish olmagan, cho'qim saqchilar endi bo'lgan. Yani siz yo'ldoshingizni tekshirgan saqchilarniki Xitoy ham Uyg'urligini deb aytdingiz. Yani Xitoylar Uyg'ur saqchilarga qanday qilish to'g'risida yo'l ko'rsatdi ekan. Shundaq, albatta bular yani qechib ketmasligi meni yo'ldoshimniki qechib ketmasligi haqida ularningki kuzatchi bo'lishini talab qilgan bo'lishi mumkin. Bu tutib turish o'rnidagi vaqtida kiyimlarini ham pullarni iqtisodlarini ev olgan, ammo bu pulni keyin qaytarib berilmagan. O pul nima puldi? O pul tamoq qilish uchun, yeyish uchun, boshqa narsalar uchunmi yoki qanday nimishga berilgandi, avatilgandi bu pul? Saqchilar turmadagilarga kichik bir turmada bir do'konning borlig'i, agar pul bo'lsa, shu yoqdan paypoq ham ushaq-tushak bir narsalarni sotib olish mumkinchiligi borlig'i setib olsa bo'lganligini aytgan. Biz shuning uchun bu pulni avatga, agar nima kerak bo'lsa, shuni setib olsa. Siz avatilgan pulni keyin beribdimi yoki tutib qoldik debdimi? Shundaq, biz pulni yo'ldoshim topshirib olibdi ichida. Siz yo'ldoshingizdan ham bir rasm, ham bir xatni topshirib olibsiz. Siz buni saqchilar tarafdan yetkazilib berildimi sizga yoki boshqa yo'llar bilanmi desa? Shu tutib turish o'rnidagi saqchilar tarafidan yetkazib berildi. Bu xatni qanday qilib, qaysi yo'l bilan sizga yetkazib beraladi? Men bir rasm, men bir xatni topshirib oldim. Bu topshirib oldim deganim amaliyotda bu WeChat orqali yetkazib berilgan. Men Avstraliyada emasdim o vaqtida, ammo men Urumchida edim. Sizning yo'ldoshingiz bir qancha qatim qo'yib berilib, qayta tutib ekitilgan, ham bu har qatim tutilgan, o'xshamagan shaharlarda tutilgan. Bu o'xshamagan shaharlardagi saqchilarning o'tirchilik munosabat qandaq, bularga qandaq, kimlar tarafidan qandaq buyruqlar berilib, qo'lga ilinganligi haqida bilalamsiz. Bu masalalarni men aniq bilmayman. Men Urumchilik vaqtimda o yo'ldoshimning oilasida nima uchun qaysi yo'llar bilan qaysi saqchilar tarafidan tutilganligi ham tutilganligi to'g'risida uchur egallamoqchi bo'ldi, lekin buni topolmadik. Ham biz agar topolgan bo'lsak, yo'lini qilib buningki yo'lni mangmoqchi edik, ammo biz u to'g'risida hech qanday uchur topolmadik. Kimning buyruq berganligi, kimning tutganligini bilmaymiz, ammo saqchilar. Yani bu qo'lga ilinganlarningki hammasiga bir buyruq yoki berilgan bir so'z, yani berilgan bir buyruq bilan yuqoridan tushgan bir narsa bilan tutiladi deyilgan. Siz mushu berilgan tutish buyruqlariningki qanday kimlar tarafidan berilganligini bilalamisiz? Men aniq bilmayman, ammo bu tutish buyruqlarini, ya'ni shu rayonlik Сақчы идарасы, районлық сақчы идарасыдан мәлі сақчы идараларға беріліп, шу мәлі сақчылар тарапынан tutib ketiladi. Rahmat sizga. Sizning yo'ldoshingiz nihoyat ko'p psixologik bir qiynashlarga uchragan. Sizcha u yo'ldoshingizniki, ya'ni nervusda qandaq o'zgarishlar bo'ldi? Bu to'g'risida so'zlab bera olamsiz? Nihoyat qiyin bir savol so'radim. Sizdan kechirim so'rayman albatta savolim uchun. Mening bilishimcha u nihoyat yo'ldoshim nim bo'lib ketdi. Şok. Qo'rqib ketgan. Gerçi o vaqt qo'yib berilgan vaqtimi, menga degan bizga men maktab bitib chiqdim deganlar dalida uning ichida nima bo'lganligini demadam qo'rqib ketganligi uchun o'zini ham bexatar his qilmaydi. O hech qachon o'zini erkin ham o'zini bir sirtidagidek his qilolmaydi. U doim o'zini yani avtomat yani o'zi tabiiy holda o'zini bir qo'rqinish ichida birsiniki ko'zi ostida nazorat ostida turayotgandek his qiladi. Doim qo'rqib turadi. U doim o'ziniki dolosiga qarab, ikki tarafiga qaraydi doim. U kech uxlagan vaqtida uxlayalamdi yoki kechda uxlayolmamdi. Xel uzun vaqtlargacha kechalari yaxshi yotolmaydi. Yani yaxshi uxlayolmaydi. Yani keçilerde ehtimal düşe yoki o'ziniki qo'rqib ketganligi uchun uyqusim yaxshi emas. Bu savollarni so'raganimda sizga kechirim so'rayman. Hamda siz Avstraliyada 20 yani siz Avstraliyaga kelgandan keyin yo'ldashingizning 25 yil turmuga ilinganligi to'g'risida xabar olibsiz. Siz bu xabarni qanday qabul angladingiz? Meniki bir munosabatlarim orqali bu uchurni olgandim. Men bu uchurni olgandan keyin qayta menga uchur berayotgan bu odam bilan munosabatim uzilib qoldi. Bu 25 yillik turma jazosini sudda qaror qildimi yoki qilmaganligini aniq bilmayman. Ammo mencha u yerda sud bo'lgan, ham sodiya bo'lgan, ham uningga 25 yillik berganki hukumat tomonidan bir yo'l bilan berilgan 25 yillik turma jazosimi yoki başka bir qarorlarmi men bu to'g'risida uqmayman. Ko'p rahmat sizga. Rais apandiga qaytarib beraman mikrofonni. Hozir biz boshlagandan boshlab qancha minut bo'ldi? Qanchalik vaqt qoldi? Yana 25 minut vaqt bor. Sizin guvallıqınız üçün köp rəhmət. Sizdinki bəgən guvallıqınızda keselligini davalaş toğrusida sözlü aytdınız. Yani bu vaqtda, yani şu tekşürüşke hep çıqqan vaqtda yani o'ziniki shu doktorga chiqishi to'g'risidagi bir bergan uchurda o'ziniki bir naqsha orqali yoki uyg'urcha so'z orqali ma'lum bir saqchiga yetkazilganligi ham uniki shu sabablik qandaq bo'lganligi haqidagi uchurni mening bilishimcha, mening yo'ldoshim yoki turmadikilar cho'qim Xitoy tili bilan o'zining maqsadini yetkazish kerak. Meningcha turmadagi nihoyatda ko'p Uyg'ur jinoyatchilar Xitoycha, mandarincha so'zlab ya'ni o'zining maqsadlariga yetkazadigan bo'lishini atayin deb o'ylayman. Rahmat sizga. Siz xeli uzun bo'lib ketdi. Siz yo'ldoshingiz bilan aloqa qilishamag'ini ham u to'g'risida uchra olmaganligi to'g'risida men bu yil 4-oydan boshlab yo'ldoshim to'g'risida kelishni talab qildim. Ham shu talab ustida nima qilib keldim. Bugun 4-oydan bugungacha men hech kim tarafdan yoki hukumat tarafdan, soqchi tarafdan yoki ambiziya tarafdan hech qanday bir uchur olmadim. Ya'ni Xitoy konsuli bu to'g'risida menga hech qanday uchurni bermadi. Rahmat sizga. Siz to'g'risida nihoyatda ko'p rahmat. Siz ya'ni sizniki Avstraliyada bo'lganligingizdan bek xush bo'ldim. Ya'ni siz yana ya'ni Xitoyningki sirtidagi vaqtingizda siz Xitoyning ichida tuqqanlar bilan qandaq ko'risha oladingiz? Men shu yo'ldan ayrilib moyoqqa yenib kelgandan keyin Xitoy bilan hech qanday munosabat qilolmadim, ham hech qanday bir uchurlarni ololmadim. Guvohligingiz uchun sizga ko'p rahmat. Sizning yo'ldoshingiz 3 qatim qaytlab qo'lga olingan. Eng oxirgi qatimliq 3-qatimliq sudda bölgünçilik sababi bilan jazo hukm qilgan. Nima uchun 3 qatimda bu bölgünçilik jazosi berildi? Uningki oldingi 2 qatimliq tutilishda nima uchun jazo berilmagandi? Mening tushuncham bo'yicha vaqtda men aytganimdek, har qatim mening yo'ldoshim vaqt o'xshagan rayon soqchilar tarafidan qilinganligi uchun har xil sabablar bilan qilib ektiladi. Ya'ni qumulda, ya'ni qami deb ketgan. Nima uchun bu qumul tutilgan vaqtida yoki 3-qatim bu sotida nima uchun bu bölgünçilik jazosi berilganligini men aniq bilaman. Ehtimol Xitoylarningki gumoni ham shuningki shundaq faoliyatlarga qatnashganligi to'g'risidagi gumonini nihoyatda qiyin qistoqlar orqali iqror qildigan bo'lishi mumkin. Agar sen o'zing iqror qilsang, seni qo'yib birmiz degan bo'lgan bo'lsa, u nima qilgan iqror qilgan bo'lishi mumkin. Shunga uyga qaytib berilganligi mumkin. Ehtimol oldingi 2 qatimki tutishda u soqchilar bilan 3-qatimliq tutilgan vaqtdagi olgan qarorlarniki, ya'ni bir-birisi bilan ancha jiq munosabat bo'lmasligi mumkin, aniq bilmayman. Siz haliqi jismoniy tarafdan ko'p qiynalmaganligi, ammo psixologik tarafdan nihoyatda ko'p qiyin qistoq uchirganligi haqida ko'proq so'zladingiz. Siz bu to'g'risida ozroq yana ko'proq ishonch olgan bo'lsangiz. Mening yo'ldoshimning dastlabki vaqtlarda qayerda qandaq turumlarda bo'lganligini men uqmayman. Uning ichida qandaq jazolarga uchragan yoki qandaq urug' tayash, qiynashlarga uchraganligi to'g'risida mening aniq ma'lumotim yo'q. Rahmat. Guvohligingiz uchun ko'p rahmat sizga. Sizning yo'ldoshingizningki tunji qatim tutilishi Yo'ldashimninki tunji qatim tutulib kelishidagi sabablarning birisi yo'ldashimga Avstraliyaninki vizasi berilgan edi. Ham biz birga yashalaydik. Agar shunday qila olgan bo'lsa, ehtimol birinchi qatimliq tutilgan vaqtida shu davlatdan chiqib ketish mumkinchiligi yoki bo'lmasa shu Avstraliya vizasiniki og'irligi sabab bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin deb o'ylayman. Ammo yani tunji qatim tutilishi Avstraliya vizasi olgandan keyin yuz berdi. Onunki bölgünçilik cinayeti bilen qo'lga ilinishi keyin oxirgi qatimda shunday jazo berilgan. Siz nima uchun dastlabki va ikkinchi qatimki qo'lga ilingan vaqtida u qo'yib berilgan, ya'ni oxirgi 3-qatim shu qarorni olg'ich bo'lgan arliqcha sen ikkinchi qatim qo'yib berilganligidan nima uchun qo'yib berilganligi to'g'risida bizga uchur bera olamsan? Meningcha ular yo'ldashimdan nimani talab qilgan, nimani so'ragan bo'lsa, shu bo'yicha javob bergan, ham shu bo'yicha qilgan bo'lishi kerak. Chunki u 6 oy so'roq savollarda bo'lgan. Hem hükümet yoki saqchilar shu 6 oy jarayonida har xil savollar va har xil uchurlarni to'plagan bo'lishi mumkin. Chunki mening yo'ldashim hech qanday faoliyatlarga qatnashgan emas. Ular mening yo'ldashimniki gunohsiz ekanligini bildi. Bilsimi, uni qo'yib bergan emas. Gerçi bu tekshirish tugagan bo'lsa-mu, yana uniki gunohsizligini bilib turib qo'yib bermedi. Ham ma'lum bir sabablar, ya'ni men bilmaydigan bir sabablar bilan qayta tarbiyalash maktabiga olib ketilgan bo'lishi kerak. Albatta, ya'ni bularninki ishlash prinsipi va ularning qaror berish yo'llarinkini biz bilmayman, ammo bularning maqsadi bizni sarang qilish yoki bizni qiynashni asos qilgan bo'lish kerak deb o'ylayman. Bu yerda cho'qim yoshirilgan bir suiqasd bo'lish kerak. Nima uchun bu hech qanday bir gunohsiz odamni ustiga berilgan bu jazoninki nima uchun berilganligini men tushunmayman. Oxirgi bir savolim, yo'ldashingizniki Turkiyaga kelgan vaqtida ma'lum bir ishlar yuz bergan bo'lsa, ehtimol shu nima deymiz, shu bölgünçilikka munosabatlik biror ishlarga aralashib qolgan biror ish bormidi? Mencha undaq bir ish bo'lgan emas. Hech qanday yo'ldashimni Istanbuldagi vaqtida hech qanday bir faoliyatlar bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin, ammo yo'ldashim bilishimcha Istanbul bilan Urumchi o'rtasida 5-6 qatim berib kelish bo'lgan. Har qatim Turkiyaga kelgan vaqtida Turkiyada degan vaqtda sayohatchilarning tarjimonlarninki Xitoy sayohatchilarininki tarjimonligini qilgan yo'ldashim ishlagan vaqtidami, meningcha yo'ldashimninki Turkiyadagi vaqtida hech qanday bir bölgünçilik ishlariga qatnashganligini hech qanday men ishonmayman. Undaq ishim bo'lgan emas. Yo'ldashimni aytdi, yosh bundaq bölgünçilik ishlarni bilishi ham uning qiziqishim natayinti. U qanday qilib shu hayotini qamdash ham pul tepib shu yoqda yaxshi yashash yo'lini o'ylaydi. Mencha u hech qachon bundaq bir bölgünçilik ishlarga aralashgan emas. Rahmat sizga. Men sizdan bir savol so'ramoqchi. Sizning yo'ldashingizningki oilasi to'g'risida so'ramoqchi. Mencha yo'ldashingizningki oilasi meningcha hozir Shinjonda. Yo'ldashingizningki ota-onalari bilan aloqa o'rnatgandan keyin ularga ma'lum bir jazolar keldimi. Men xeyli vaqt o'tib qoldi, ular bilan aloqa qilolmadim. Ya'ni bultuningizı men taxa bir aloqa qilish, ular bilan aloqa qilish baxmadim. Men boshqa munosabatlarim orqali ularningki hozir yaxshiligini yaxshi turayotganligini bilaman. Ama ularningki saqchilar tarafidan men to'g'risida jiq savol so'rganligi haqida uchurlarni egalladim. Sizlar nima uchun u kelininglar bilan so'zlashmaysizlar deganga o'xshash savollarni so'rgan bo'lishi mumkin. Mening bilishimcha, yo'ldoshimning ota-onalari hozir Urumchida ulardan men bilan nima uchun munosabat o'rnatganligi to'g'risida savol so'raganligidan xabarim bor. Savolim, siz yo'ldoshingizningki jazoga uchrashida hukumatningki hech qanday bir sabablarni ko'rsatib bera olmaganligini aytdingiz. Sizce bu yo'ldoshingizga berilgan jazolar ham mush qayt tutilishlar yerlik hukumatlar yoki mahalliy hukumatlar tarafidanmi yoki markaziy hukumatlar Beijingga o'xshash yuqori yerlardanmi? Albatta yuqori o'rinninki bo'lishi kerak deb o'ylayman. Bu yolg'iz bütün Uyg'urlarga berilgan bir jazo. Uyg'ur qo'lg'ilindi. Xitoy ba'zi mamlakatlar
because they had traveled overseas, they had been to a different country, they had seen kind of how life was over there and how things were over there. So they, like, he made it seem like, he said that the police officers made it seem like they were brainwashed, you know, by going to these countries. So they needed to be re-educated, they needed to have their thoughts changed. So I don't think it was a local thing, it was definitely, I feel like it's a central thing, like it's
shu davlatdagi avatib yoki shularningki qo'llari orqali tutgan bo'lishim mumkin, ammo eng cho'ng sabablarningki biri mening yo'ldoshimningki Uyg'ur bo'lganlik bo'lish kerak, chunki bir Uyg'ur etnik sifatida shundaq bir jazolarga uchrashyapti. Menimcha bular bu Uyg'urlarningki har qanday bir Uyg'urningki chet elga chiqsa, ma'lum bir uchurlarni berib qo'yishi ham ma'lum bir tashkilot, ma'lum bir ishlarga aralashib kelishidan gumonlanib uchun, shundashqa chet elga chiqib kirayotgan har qanday bir Uyg'urdan gumonlanib, ularni qo'lga olish yuz berdi. Ularni ya'ni ichida bir qo'rqinish bor, yana chet elga chiqib kirayotgan Uyg'urlardan. Vaqtimiz bormi yana? 10 minut vaqtimiz bor efendim yana. Qaysinglarni sizga ma'tariz qaradim. Men udliq men sizga qarab kelmoqchi. Bizning yo'lchi qilingan vaqtida siz boshqa uyning bir tuqqanlarini qo'lga olganlar bilan yani boshqalar bo'lsangiz bu qo'lga olishlardanki qandaqligi to'g'risida his qilalig'ingiz bo'ldimi? Albatta men boshqa odamlar o'xshash yo'llar bilan qilinganlar bilan men so'zlashgan, shunga o'xshash qo'l qilinganlar bilan paranglashgan. Mening yo'ldoshimning bir ularning ularning maqsadi bizning bu xalqimizni Uyg'ur bo'lishdan ko'ra Xitoyga o'xshaydigan, Xitoydek bo'lishga talab qildiganligi uchun ular o'zining madaniyati, diniga xiyonat qilishi, Xudoga Allohga ishonmaslik kerakligi, kommunistlik partiyaga qarshi hech qanday ishni qilmaslik kerak. Hayotida Xitoyga o'xshash yoki Xanzularga o'xshash örf odatlar, madaniyat bilan yashashni talab qiladi. Men paranglashgan hamma odamlarningki o'xshamagan hikoyalar bo'lsa-mu, sabablarningki hammasi o'xshash. Maqsadi ularningki kallasini yub, o'zining kimligini yo'qotib, burunqi kimligini unutish va o'zining xohishi bo'yicha ma'lum bir narsaga aylantirib o'tishni maqsad qilgan. Siz kallayush degan bir so'zni qo'llandingiz. Men so'ramoqchi bo'lganim, sizning yo'ldoshingiz bir qatim qo'yib ber degan vaqtida sizcha yo'ldoshingiz mushundaq kalla yuyilgan yoki qo'qab ketganlik yoki ideya o'zgartganlik to'g'risida bir narsa his qildingizmi? Men undaq narsani oldi ko'p his qilmagan. Mening bilimcha men his qilmadim. Yo'ldoshim nayt kuchlik edi. Men uningdan bu narsalarni his qilmagandim. U hamma narsadan mumkin qadar shu qo'rqinchli ahvoldan baturlik bilan kuchliklar o'tib ketishni talab o'ziga maqsad qiladi. U burun qandaq bo'lgan bo'lsa, keyinmi shundoq bo'lishni maqsad qiladi. Chunki men kechirim so'rayman. Chunki sizningki savolingiz bizning qaror olishimizga nihoyat ko'p yordam bo'ldi. Sizningki ingliz tilingiz nihoyat yaxshi bo'lganligi uchun siz bilan nurg'un masalalarni suhbatlashishga nihoyat foydali, shunglashqa siz bilan yana tafsilli kerak bo'ldi. Sizcha bu ya'ni kalla yuyish bek muhim deb qarayli. Agarda sizcha sizningki mushu jamoatingiz yoki millatingiz ichida Xitoylar yoki hukumat g'alabalik holda kalla yuyish maqsadiga yetganligini siz ko'ra oldingizmi? Mencha bir bundaq vaqtida bir millatningki kimligini butunlay yo'qotib o'tish deganlik bo'lgan, o'zining millatidan tanlagan, madaniyatidan tanlagan mumkinchilik undaq o'ng'ay bo'lmaydi. Meningki yo'ldoshim 25 yoshda, shunglashqa bundaq bir kichik bola bo'lgan bo'lsa, uning o'zgarib ketish mumkinchiligi bor. Ammo u undaq aldirab, meningcha undaq chiqila adil ularningki kallasini yub, kimligini bilgan tarbiyalash yo'li bilan ularningki o'zining kimligidan tandigan odamlarga aylantirib o'talishiga ishonmayman. Bunda hukumatningki mushu kalla yuyish tarafda to'g'risida bek ishonadi. Chunki ular kalla yuyib o'zgargan odamlarni qaytadan jamiyatga chiqarib o'tishlari bor. Sencha bularningki qilayotgan mushu kalla yuyish maqsadlariga yetayotgan ahvollari qanday deb qaraysan? ehtimal ba'zi taraflardan ular o'zining maqsadiga yetdi lekin bo'ldi. Chunki mening yo'ldoshimniki bir ish qatim qo'yib berilishimdagi sabablarning birisi hukumatning yaqsoqchilarninki nima talab qilsa, nimani so'rasa shuni deb berganligi ham shunga ixro qilganligi sabab bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin. Mening o'zining deganlarini ham ixro qo'yib berilganligi kengchilik kutilganligi uchun nihoyatda ko'plar ehtimol shu vaqtda e'tirof qilgan ham shularning degani bo'yicha bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin. Yana bir so'zlar qancha vaqt qoldi? Sizcha yo'ldoshingiz qandaq bir turmada yoki turish o'rnida qo'lga olingan vaqtida ya'ni qo'l turish ep ketilgan mening yo'ldoshimni dastlabki ep ketgan vaqtida bizga uningki bir qayta tarbiyalash o'rinda ekanligini aytgan, ammo bizga yolg'on so'zlagan. Keyin u vaqtida bundaq qayta tarbiyalash maktablari yo'qdi, lekin u yerda keyin singan sizga o'zi yotgan shu turma uyininki qandaqligi to'g'risida, shu kamerning qandaqligi to'g'risida sizga so'zlab berdimmi? Uning ichidagi xoli joy yoki toiletlarning qandaqligi to'g'risida biror uchurlarni berganmi sizga? Mening yo'ldoshim bir qancha qatim qo'lga olinganligi uchun u o'xshamagan yerlarda tutib turilgan. Yangi turmalarda, yangi sog'an bu tarbiyalash markazlarida xoli joylarninki shu turmaninki ichida ekanligi, ya'ni turma uyining ichida ekanligi, kamerning ichida bir yerda 7-8 odamning borligi to'g'risida degan. Ammo bu yengillangan boshqa vaqtki bundan burungi vaqtlarda kona bir Alloh haqida aytgan edi. Mushu yasagan binoning ichidami, shu turmalarning ichidami hukumat yana bir insoniyatningki qabul qilaligidek darajada yoki insonlarningki bu bir xoli joyga ketish, toiletga ketishdek bir mumkinchilikni to'g'ri yo'l bilan hal qilinmaganmi yoki sanmaganmi? Mening yo'ldoshimning menga aytgani, ya'ni bu odam yotadigan turdigan yer bilan bu xoli joyninki yoki o'birninki ayirib o'tilmaganligini aytgan. Boshqa koni binodagi vaqtida, boshqa yerdagi vaqtida turmanki u turmalarda o'birning ayrimligini degan. Ammo keyingi eng oxirgi yotgan turmasida tamoq yeydigan, uxlaydigan ham shu xoli joyga borgan, ya'ni bir kamera ichida ekanligini aytgan. Mening oxirgi yana bir savolim bizning yo'limiz Jo'g'idin eksportga aytadiganlik to'g'risida degan. Shundaq. Chunki ninki yoki turum xodimlarining burun uchtam hukumatga soqchilarga aytib turib tandan keyin tamoq berdi. sizning vaqtingizni chiqarib bizning so'zimizga guvoh sizga vaqtimizga hozirdan boshlab ya'ni erkin har qanday vaqt bizning bu so'zimizni ko'rishingizni albatta bilamiz. Rahmat.
With the National Security Bureau official, can you confirm whether Japanese media verified the authenticity or identity of the official you have identified in the video, or whether that video underwent any verification process?
Benim birinci sualım, siz bayanatınızda Xitay saqçılar bilen, yani devlet security gobaninki saqçılar bilen video suhbat koptu. Bunu Yaponiyanınki media buna haber tuttu. Bular şu devlet saqçılarının haqiqiy shular yoki shular emasligini buni aniqladimi, aniqlagan bir ahvol bo'ldimi?
Şimdi benim videonun mesajlar tamam videoda Başkanın ortadaki videonu mevzudan takar. Ayrıca 6. ayın 7. milyonda mevzular yakınlarının dağılıp televizyon stansiyonu endişki bir takar. Müşahede bir tercih kılır.
So there are two videos. First one, which I recorded in May, on the 10th of May, and the second one was actually reported by the media That was in June the 7th. There's a very big media company recorded it.
And the show media Endişkide tapınçakta 20 motor vardı. Tam biz altı bile bu memleket kuruşa konuşulduğunda tasmin alakalı olacağın çoğun adımını anlatma bakıyor. Başka şunu soruyor. Orada şu yaşadığın bölümü
Yes, during the second time that when we had the video call, when I asked
their ID and they have shown their proper state security police ID on the screen. I'm having a bit difficulty because of the viber, the echo. I don't know whether it is better if I have the headphone.
Ondan önce yani şüpheyden aklımı aldığımda benim şube çıkıyor. Aslında. Bak bu cahil kendini adamları yapacak.
Also, my brother have confirmed that they were the state security.
You stated that the Chinese national security agents initiated the video calls with you through your family. Are you able to tell us why you might have been targeted?
Can you just repeat?
Yes. You stated that the Chinese national security officials initiated the video calls with you through your family in Xinjiang. Are you able to tell us why you might have been targeted?
Sizin şu hükümet masakçıları yani devlet sakçısı sizge telefon kıldı yani aileniz arkalık. Sizce ne için ular sizni asaslık közledi yani asas?
Bu 18. yılının 18 yıl terkilinde tattı, çıkımın kontopulun gelip 13 güzelce. Benim ailemle Allah'tan korkarak öldürülgen telefonu işte bu bizimle kalanca Allah'ta. Şu Allah müşerifçimi terkilmez mi?
Yeah, from 2018 to the end of 2019, I lost contact completely with my family.
Anneki şu aslında anne 19 yılda 13 gün değil mi? Amerika'da uygulanan toplum kanun çıktı. Şunun aklını tutarsa benden yoktur. Ayağım hakkında, ayağımın telefon hakkında adaklaştırılış başlandı.
Then suddenly on the 3rd of December 2019, they contacted my wife asking to speak to me.
Bu anlarda ben aşışımın 18. yılın tattı aslında yıllar kuvvetten bu kırıcılık ne? Yaptığın hükümlüğe, yaptığın medyalıkla anlatışlar en fazla
So from the 2018, I was one of the very active members in Japan to expose what is happening to the genocidal policies.
Aslında bunun başka yaptığı uygun cemiyetinden daimi azarlık var, şu topluluğu kırgan.
So I became the executive member of the Japan Uyghur Association in 2019.
Bununla dolayı asaslık detalarını diğerleştirmenin kulübünde oynayın.
In my opinion, that they might the reason they targeted me because I am their executive member, so they can obtain information from me.
you've stated that after the second call with your relatives, you ignored your older brother's calls. Was the reason for that your political activities in Japan?
Siz ikkinchi qitimliq ko'rish bo'lgandan keyin akangizninki sizga telefon qilgan vaqtida siz pisand qilmadingiz, ya'ni telefonni olmabsiz. Buningki asosliq sababi shu Yaponiyadagi sizning faoliyatingizni sababini olmadingizmi?
Şimdi matsuvanın yanlış tarafına kaçak telefon olmasını aldı almasını aldı.
İkinci qitimliq telefon paranglashib bo'lgandan keyin bayonotingizda siz keyin bir qancha qitim siz bilan paranglashman degan vaqtda siz bu telefonni olmabsiz yo qaytarmabsiz. Buning sababi shu sizning o'zingizning Yaponiyadagi qilayotgan faoliyatlaringizning sababidimi?
Dolayısıyla akranlar diyorsunuzlarla alakalı diye atanımda, hayalımda, kızlarımda görüştürdüm diyor ama görüştürüp olup akıda akran ayrım hemine söyleşiminde mecliste talep edildi. Şu çağda ben bu ilakta katılıkta aşağıdaki akıllarında yalnız kurulmuştu. Bizim sanatçılar bu başka akıl olmalı.
Well, when I had a phone call and when I spoke to my brother, and I knew that he was under pressure, and I also heard that there were widespread situation among the Uyghurs in Japan that the security police or the family members were put under pressure to communicate with them and provide information. And I knew the purpose of their call, that's why I ignored the call.
Thank you. Subsequent to that episode, of course, Mr. Osman, you spoke to the Japanese media and your story has been prominently covered there. Is there any, I guess there are two questions here. First, what was the reason for that? And second, has there been any indication of retaliation against your family?
Siz bu mevzularni bilib turib, siz Yaponiyadagi mediani qo'llanibsiz va sizningki naq maydon video so'zlashganingizni Yaponiya xabarda yeyilibdi. Buning sababi birinchisi, buning sababi nima? Ikkinchisi, bu xabar berilgandan keyin boshqa yana texmo ig'ir besimlar bo'ldimi sizga?
Birinchi qitim so'zlashganda bunun rasm ko'rilganmi? Akamning chiroyi. Akamning chiroyi bo'lsa, xuddi oxirgi yuzi ishib ketgan birinchi qitimda. Bir akom bo'ldi. Chiroyi ishib ketgan birinchi qitimda. To'ppat o'rtacha yangi o'tirib suvoq qo'ydi. Birinchi qitimda videolar. Şunun bilan ben bu dağıtı demiş olduğunda çırak tutan bu akam o yürüman sonu kötülerine çapta bir onun kaybı aldım da özlü çantanın için. Bir şey çok tercih kıldım.
Well, on the first video call, you can see from this photograph that my brother's neck was swollen. And so when I asked him, it was because of the incident with water. Tamam. Su töküp aldım dediniz mi?
Yok, yüzünün sonunda kötülerine çapta bilimden kaybı aldım dedi çok.
Okay. So, yeah. When I was carrying water, I had an incident and I hurt my back. That's what he said, what he told me.
Ben çıkartmaya kalan dedi. Şununla özellikle kalkmasına maddelerinde Aksa yeni sayılarımızı matahçı hızlı mevzumda çıkıyor bir yerde.
Bu video...
Şunu da verirsen.
I think I need
Arrange for headphones, please.
apparently there's a difficulty in getting them before the break of the trials.
Okay. I'm happy to go back to there if it is easier.
Sure, that's fine. If that's,
Let me do it from here.
Şunundan benim aklım bu birinci kısımda
kechirsiz men quloqlikni ishlatmasam ovoz bek qaytib yaxshi anglayolmayapman.
yes. I only have 2 questions. If it assists, perhaps I can just remind the witness of the question. So my question was why you decided to take your story to the Japanese media, and whether there's been, as a result of that, any indication of retaliation against your family.
Bayan bu sualını yana kaybedin sizce farkındaydım. Birincisi için siz Japonya'nın medyada bunu aşkarlaş karar verdiniz. İkincisi bu aşkarlamandan keyin qanday yana başqa zorluklar, besimler oldu.
Aydın dinlediğimde birinci şu akal şundan kıymangan halatlar münasip yüzlerce cemaat. Kulakla anında aklında Kıtay'tan videonun içinde çıkılımında. Manide, tam çıkılır. Tam çıkıp akanın yaptığı bir barışlar var, anlatlar yok. Sözleşmek. Onlar bu Kıtay'ın aydın sözleşken çağda bunda katılılık bile şunda var. Dönüşüyor.
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, when I spoke to my brother first time on the video, I could see it's visible that he was abused, and then I also caught the police with him, and later then the policeman or the official. When he spoke to me, he was very rude, intimidated me.
Peki bu videonun başta saklanacağı da mutlaka avazını hatırlayan şu başta hem bir Bakı kalkan aklanı çalışında kıymangan çalışan bir tatlıları da tatlan mutlaka bir şey alır. Nasıl bu video olan bir şey alır.
Initially, my plan was to just record the audio, the conversation. However, seeing my brother, the state of my brother, I decided to take video, which lasted about 40 minutes.
Endi o'sha ko'rganlikka men o'zimni qalbimda bir xil jang bo'lgan, bu aqamni qadaqladilar, qildilar.
After seeing the state of my brother, I had a fight in my head. I've been thinking, what can I do? What can I do to help my brother?
Bunlar anda aqam tutuş için ya şpiyonluk qilmay, şpiyonlukdan bular şart kunniga qilishadi. Men bunu javob qaytaraman. Onun aksi bu aqamni kesin bir yilni saçaq turibsan, chiqilsamda yolg'onda fikrini sundiribdi degan bir o'yni tushirdi.
Then thinking about how to rescue and save my brother's life, I had to make some decision. Either I work for them and spying for my people, spying and help them and provide information. But I also know that situation, the demand from them might become even more. It will increase. So also I'm worried about my brother, whether they will torture him, break his neck or his leg, and that was an extremely difficult decision for me.
Bundan anti bulganda oyunun yanında kalktı, bu dünyanın eksi vardı. Onun bir akıllıdan kış vardı. Ve bu kitapçı, şunu başka bir şu medya gücünü kalbinde başka bir dünya aşkası baktan, bu kitap iş olmazsa akamların başını topluda doğandı, dünya bir siyah kızının ilgili geldi.
Then I thought there must be justice in the world. If I can expose exactly what is happening and the suffering of my brother, then the Chinese government might stop and there might be some kind of justice.
Şunlar bunu dediğinde bir yerde, İspanya'da bu kuvvetleri, bu aklını bölme var, terörist kuvvetleri, Mamayla teröristler, sen, kurtarıcısan, Mağlu alem ayaklarının üzerinde bu aklını böyle alıp, şişkiyon kılmışsan, sen ölçülerinden ölçülü denetliği, bu dünyanın sapısı olan, dünyanın ölçülüsü olan, dünyanın şekle, tahsillerinde sünnetten dünyanın tahsilde şu medyadan elinde. Bundan kışasında akıllarını ölçülerinde kutulduğu medyalar.
Well, in my opinion, what the Chinese government is doing isn't the state terror against me. It's like taking hostage, the terrorists taking hostage of people and demand the money. And this is exactly what is happening. They are taking hostage of my brother and putting pressure and forcing me to do things against my will. And that's why I thought it is important for me to expose this to the world through media.
Thank you, Mr. Mazhar. I'm going to hand over the questions to the panel, who may have some further questions of you.
Endi yana boshqalar sizdan savol so'rashi mumkin. Mening savolim hozircha o'sha.
Agar savolni ishlaysiz, shuningdek keyin ta'rifgacha men oilam bilan bir telefon, bir telefon yozilsa, bir ko'rishish haqidagi yo'q. O'zgalarga atalım ayaklı qanday hozircha bilmaydi.
Regarding your question about if there is any retaliation after what happened, and my answer is that I lost contact completely. I have no information regarding my family, my siblings.
Thank you.
Well, good morning and thank you for joining us this morning. Can I go back a bit? I think by my calculations you've been away from Xinjiang for about 20 years now. Can you just tell us how easy was it for you to leave, to obtain a passport and to go to Japan when you left?
Endi bayanatımız qaraganda siz Şinjandan ayrılgani 20 yıldan eşitdi. Şinjandan ayrılış üçün pasport eriş qolaymı deyil, qandaq mümkün to'g'riliq hozir bir tushundirish bergan bo'lsangiz.
Men 2005 yılı yapım geldim, şu 16 yıl oldu bugün. Uçaklarda bunlar siyaset mandatçı olmadan için paspортlarını kontaktisek ağırlıklı, paspортlarda şurada köpekli gelip yapıkta çıkıyor.
I left my country in 2005. It has been 16 years now. At that time, the situation wasn't so severe like now. And also, if we pay extra money when we apply a passport, we could get it.
And
the purpose of my visit to Japan was to study, to do postgraduate degree.
Right, if one looks at the period between the time you went to Japan up until the first of the two phone calls in the summer of 2018, what communications did you have with your family during that time? Was it relatively easy to contact your family back home in Xinjiang at that stage, after the two phone calls?
Siz 2018 yıl en arka 2018 yıllarçılık paramlaşattım dersiz ailemiz bilen. O vakitte ailemiz bilen alaklaşış ve sözleşiş kolay mı değil?
Ben orunlarda bu siyasetlerden yıkılmak soğuduklarken düzenli şekilde uçağlarda ama yaptığımdaki bizden köpeğine okumucu bulak erişte fikirlerine müziğde görüşeceksin. Şu çatı alt görüşeceksin. Olakmışımın altının ki bir ayda görüşeceksin ya şirketin görüşeceksin. Bunun tercihsi değil.
Well, I had my own business, my own company, and I didn't involve in any political movements. And therefore, my situation was slightly better. Contact my family about once a month or twice a month using WeChat app. Mm-hmm.
And during this period, the period up to that first phone call with your brother in May 2018, had you ever been contacted in Japan by anybody who you thought was or might have been a state government Chinese Communist Party official?
Bu 2018 yılı en ahırkı ettim aklınız bilen paramlaşkandan keyin başkalar siz bilen sizni bizde baktımı şu birinci telefondan keyin yani hükümetin, Xitay hükümetinin xadimleri yoki Xitay hükümetiga ishlaydiganlar siz bilan aloqa qilib baktımı?
Bu 18 yıl etkili yerler aşırı kısa. Adı rahmetli ülkede, Murat Kutsu'nun ülkede, 13 yerler. Bu bilen sözleşken, Afrika Avrupa başlar, Kokmayı Mumut Çekti, uçalarını hakamlarına sözleşken. Bunun akıbı, aşkımın olsa 13 yerler, iş gününe sözleştirir, hem telefonunda bildiğinden adalet sohbetlerine geçirir.
Well, up until August 2018, I was able to speak to my younger brother as he had a cancer at that time, so he was brave enough to contact me. And that was the last contact at the time that I spoke to him was in August 2018. And then between 2018 to December 2019, I lost contact. didn't have any direct contact with anyone. Also, because of the situation, I was aware of the deteriorating situation. I deleted a WeChat app from my phone, so I didn't have any communication in between.
You said in your statement that the security officials clearly knew a considerable amount about you. Can you give us some indication of the depth of knowledge they had about you and your activities in Japan?
Siz bayanatımızda şu saqçılarınki, sizin Yaponiyadaki faaliyetlerimizden özümüzdeki nurgun işlerimizden haberimiz bağlılığını depsiz. Sizce bu qanchalik ular xabarlarni bilgan, ya'ni mushu to'g'riliq biroz tushuncha bera olasiz?
Birinchi qatimliq videoda ancha xabarlarni yaxshi bilmagan edi. Ikkinchi qatimliq videoda ularni shu to'plagan xabarlarni aytgan. Shundan hatta bizning shu jamiyatning kishiligi daim a'zolarning tizimlaridaymiz, o'tgan ba'zi faoliyatlarni deymiz, hamma biladi.
Well, during the first video call, it didn't come across that they knew anything. But during the second video call, when the media recorded that conversation, I realized that they knew so much about the association, the Uyghur Association in Japan, including the names of the executive members and also some of the activities that we have carried out there.
And
So what surprised me most was that we planned a meeting on the 24th of June that was only discussed among the 7 executive members. However, they already knew about it, and that was kind of missed, in my opinion.
No, it's clear from your statement that the security officials had a considerable amount of information about the Japanese Association, and I just wanted to ask, what extra did they expect you to give? Were you another source from inside the association? Because they seem to be very well informed already.
Benim demekçi boğunum, bula siz ular işlemişsiniz mi? Ular şu Yaponiya Uyghur Cemiyeti'ndeki asaslık uçurlarını kolunu düşürüp oldu. Onda bulgandan keyin nima uchun yana sizni, siz ularga chiqsangiz sizni nima kutmoqchi?
Ishni anlamakni televizor qurishi 6dan 7 televizor faoliyatida 6dan 4 darajada ya enerji darajasida buni ta'limda va boshqalarga ishni xabar qilmoqda. Buni ishlanchilik bilan bir uchta odamning qo'lidan chiqdi. Artık bu haftada televizyonda toplantı koyulmuş. Ben dışarıda kim bu şu ben işte elhamdülillah ben bugün iş koparla başta namı taşımak olur, başta hemen aşılan da kadın kendi çoğunlukta işimizi memanlık çıkan ben işler yaptım. Bunlarını sürüştürüştüm ben bunu bir kere böyle.
Well, the video when it was released, I believe it was around the 24th of June, and we didn't inform all 7 members of the executive committee. Instead, we only shared this information amongst 4 of us. because we did have some suspicion. And I wondered whether because they couldn't get any more information, and therefore they expected to target me.
Because when you look at the transcripts of the call and the offer that the security services made as an inducement to help you with Japanese residency or citizenship, which I think from the transcript was one of your ambitions, there didn't appear to be pressure on you to return to China, but rather to stay in Japan, presumably, and to help the security officials with information about the association. Is that right?
Yani birisi, siz bayanatınızı depsiz, eğer de siz ular bilen hemkarlarsanız, sizin Yaponiyadaki Yapon vatandaşlık erişimine olay yardım berdiğini depti. Bunun karşılığında sizni yolga qaytib ketishga hech qanday bir besim bo'lmagandek turdi. Sizce bularning maqsadi sizni shu Yaponiyada vatandaşlık qilib o'ziga ishlab berish shunday maqsadmi? Ya'ni Xitoy hukumatiga ishlash shu maqsad qilganmi?
Endi bu maqsadni harakatni qilmaydi. Endi bular rasmiy bo'lmaydi. Biroq o'zimga pedagogik tegine hozir Xitoy pasportiga o'zimizning birazdan muammolar shunaqa albattalaymiz har musharga yaqinda turishlik yaqinda aslida sonra biraz albattalaymiz tandan qarashdan onun tarafını anlayan kılmıyor andın onun taktiğini aşağı ailemle amalın akabinde çıkıyor.
Well, I don't really know what is their purpose. I have to be truthful. I only revealed exactly what they said. And they said, we knew that you don't have a residency, a permanent residency in Japan. And if you collaborate with us, we can provide that. In addition, we can help you with many other things to make your life easy, and most importantly, we can guarantee the safety of your family members.
Because later on in the second call, I think your brother asked you not only to cooperate with the security officials, but also to contribute to China, not to believe anti-Chinese stories, and to return to Xinjiang. Was that, do you think, him talking for family reasons, or do you think that security officials were asking him to say to you that you should return? Because that was slightly different, obviously, from working on a residency for you in Japan.
Halkımız bilen sözleşken diğer bayanatımızı depsiz, halkımızdaki sizce Xi Jinping'in siyasetini yaşlığını emcette yaxşı bir rahat yaşayotganligini sizningki Yaponiyada ularga qarshi hech qanday bir so'zlamasligingizni va qaytib kelishingizni degandek shu talablarni qo'yibdi sizga. Sizningcha bu o'zining ichidan chiqib degan so'zmi yoki soqchilarningki hukumat xodimlarining Xitoy hukumatiningki besimi bilan degan so'zlarni siz shuni tushuntirasiz?
Bu videosunu ilk gördükçe besimde cezalısını kokak böyle kararını çıkırdım atrafasanın bakta bildiğime geldik. Çok afişlikleri bakın kazanıldığını bu da kokmuş var atamda. Anlıkın adligen yeri de hem giden birlikten bu da koyucu ama kovuşansan olduğu önce. Mesela kaptır bu başka bu çok maşır. Besim attılar. And it is a lot of
I firmly believe that he said all that under pressure, because on the video, if you look at it, you can see that he was looking around and as if he was seeking answer what he should say next. And also the hints that he said, you should understand he used language like, you know it, you should understand. So that is all indicate that he didn't speak freely. He was speaking under pressure.
అందుకే మెత్తం వీడియోను ప్రకటించడంలో hatta akamdan işleri çıkartıyor ki şundan tutuyor.
And if you really watch the video carefully, you can see there is one incident there that they kind of pushed my brother very rudely.
Thank you. Just one last question, which at the end of your statement, you refer to a Uyghur woman returning from Japan to see her father, and then her body being returned home. Could you say a bit more about what happened in this incident?
Siz bayonotіңizda bir Uyghur yosh xonimninki Yaponiyadan vatanga qaytgandan keyin o'lib ketganligi va o'ligini oilasiga qaytarganligi to'g'risida so'zlabsiz. Shu to'g'rida biroz tushuncha berasiz.
Benim nima deganda Yekayda bir vaqtda bu Yaponiyada Tokyo universiteti tarafından magistrlik bu 2019 ekstremlerle yurt kayıt bunun karşısını çıkarılıp gelmeli. Şunun bilen bu kurbanlar neymiş zaten burada da kaydedilmiştir.
The person that I mentioned, the young lady, her name is Nitar, she was studying in Tokyo University, and in August 2019, she returned home after learning that her father was detained.
Bu bıçaktan dönüşünde anneler konuşuyor, yakın etken, o kurbanlar kayıttı. Aşağı yukarı yıllar, bu 2013 yılında bu kurban ölmen kaydında bir tavsiye aldık. Bunun bunu derhal biz aşağı alakışlar, medyalar alakışı, hem arkadaşlarımın kaydını bunu verdik. Bu kez 30 yaşındaki kurbanı şundan yaxşı olmalı.
We had a very close relationship with Mika, know her very well. And then after she returned home, 1 year later, December 2020, we learned that she died in detention. And so we contacted the Japanese media to report what happened to her. And also Radio Free Asia reported this, what happened to her as well.
Bütün erken hareketler bunu lazlıklı eklemiştir, lazlıklı öldüğünü topluluk hareketler.
So the Radio Free Asia reported that she was detained in a camp where she died.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You talk about the officials being from the National Security Bureau. Is this the same as the Xinjiang Public Security Bureau, or is it another branch based in Beijing?
Siz ko'p rahmat bayonotimizga va hozirgilikdagi javoblarimizga. Bayonotimizda shu soqchi deb olsiz, bu Xitoy soqchisi Beijingdagi soqchimi yoki shu o'zimizga turayotgan yerlik soqchilarmi?
Bu bayonotki bu soqchiligimiz shu bo'ja anchagini uchun bo'ja anchagini. Bu başta bo'ldi maqsadlar. Bu o'zimizdagi bo'ja anchagini. Bu bevosita dunyo qarshi tartibchi ma'lumotga.
As I have stated in my statement, the person who spoke to me, this is from the state security or national security, that is, they are directly operated or controlled by the central government. government, not the local government or provincial government.
And do you know who is in charge of the XPSB, this bureau, this security bureau?
Pardon?
Do you know who is in charge of the National Security Bureau mentioned in the report?
Thank you. Şu yani devlet bexatarlik saqçılarını kim başqırdı?
Endi bunu özünü ipotlarında boğdayla doğruluğuna bizim aşı cumhuriyet başkanı deyildi. Cumhuriyet başkanı da her karşı devletli elçihanının başlıklarında privatlı telefon kılalarımız yaklaşık özünü dertlenen ipotlarmış.
Well, based on what he said, this state security policeman, he said we are directly controlled by the central government, and we can call any embassies around the world and have direct communication with them.
Mr. Beck, please.
Could you please let us know whether any of your colleagues in the Uyghur Association in Japan have had similar approaches to seek information from them from Chinese authorities? Thank you.
Endi şu Yaponiyadagi Uyg'ur jamiyatidagi siz bilan o'xshash o'rindagi do'stlarimiz ularni o'xshash siz o'sha Xitoy hukumatiniki besimama Xitoy hukumati tarafidan ular bilan aloqa qilib ulardan kuchli egallaydigan o'sha besimlar bo'ldimi bilamisiz?
Benim bizim burun, bunu artık mağdur reisimiz Ahmetcan Yetikafendi'nin tartısını aşırı göz alınıp, aşkın sözlük şartını sizge bilmem kıtlarda giden videosu bunu hakkında çıktı. Aşırı yapmayan çoğun videolarında da hakkında.
Well, yes, the typical example was the Vice President Ahmed Latif, and he also experienced the similar situation. They pressured him after holding his father. The police holding his father became his father, and pressurizing him to provide information.
Andaki vakıfta reisimiz artık gelip belirtişimiz bu. Aşağı atanımına alınıp bölge var. Aşağı ben faaliyetlerini toplat birinde kesinlikle var.
Also, there is ongoing pressure against Abdul Karim, who is the president now of the Japan Uyghur Association. They are continuing pressurizing him to stop his activities, so that there are similar situations that other people are facing.
Mr. Sabi, we are out of time, but Professor Kuman, I'd like to ask one question. Can we permit her? We'll make it very short. Okay. Any questions from Council? Thank you very much for coming to the tribunal, attending the tribunal to give your evidence, which is now concluded.
Sizge şu Uyghur sultana çıkıp bayanat belgeleriniz için size teşekkür ederiz. Köp rahmet. Hazır sizinki bayanat hemen verişimiz ayarlaştı, akıllaştı.
Ben böyle yapıyorum.
Can I say a few words?
If it will start, and I may stop you. What do you want to say?
Buldu, eğer bu kopyası siz doğru koymayın.
Allah. Anne, bu sofradan özen çıkışarsınız. Orada benim aşık olup tukarlarında yeni çıkışın ya. Bizim Uygurlarının bizim vatan, ahvalını, dünya bilse, ileride güzel sonuçlarla, orada tukarlar, birisi zatenler,
Sorry, I will stop you now.
Yeah, I just would like to say that, through giving this evidence, and I would like the world to learn what is happening, and so more pressure to the Chinese communist government, and to relieve my people from the atrocities that they are facing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stubby, how long do we have for a break? 20 minutes. Before we break, ladies and gentlemen,
Hazır 20 minut demelişimiz var.
I received notification there's some problems with being heard here. Is just say please by raising your hand if you can't hear the proceedings down there. Are there any problems in the hall? Thank you very much. 20 minutes.
Mesele görülgen bütün bu resmiyatı kısmı biraz ağır bir ilişkimiz oldu.
Men sizning gaplaringizni anglayolmay ekanman. Jumon? Shundoq bo'lsa, meniki ovozim yaxshiroq chiqishi mumkin.
Mr. Chairman. Yes. Next witness.
Our expert witness is the Senior Program Officer for the Research and Advocacy at the Uyghur Human Rights Project. A report on the significance of the Kayak list, a database detailing personal information about 211 detainees in a subject group of Kayak County, Hotan, explores this spreadsheet and also the links between this spreadsheet and other leaked documents such as the AXU list. The Kayak list contains detailed information in Mandarin about the family, social and religious ties of a subset of camp detainees from throughout the Kayak County. An analysis of that list suggests evidence that the PRC effectively criminalized everyday activities of Uyghur society. The list sheds light on the policies being implemented across the region, which utilize sophisticated surveillance technologies alongside clumsier human surveillance to gather and store massive amounts of data on Uyghur society. This allows Chinese authorities to record normal, everyday cultural and religious activities as being suspicious and even criminal. Dr. Anderson, could I now invite you to briefly present your report to the members? However, I could remind you that members and council have already received and read a copy of your report. So could I please ask you to be brief and no longer than 10 minutes? And permit me to interject and to stop you if you do go over that time. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. Yes, so thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. In my oral remarks, I'm going to share a brief overview. In addition to
you may need to be closer to the microphone, I think. And I'm just going to check all around the hall. Hands up, anybody who couldn't hear the witness when she started speaking. It's okay, but please stay close to the microphone.
All right. Is this better?
Yeah,
yes,
that's fine.
Thank you. Okay. So some parts of what I'm presenting will repeat information from the short submission that I sent to you, but I'm also going to highlight some other details that weren't in there that might be of potential interest to this panel. So slide. The Qaraqosh list, shown here in a redacted version prepared by UHRP, where I work, is a spreadsheet containing 677 detailed information about 311 detainees under the management of the Istan sub-district in the county seat of Qaraqosh County, Khotan Prefecture. The purpose of the document, which is titled Internees Related to Unreported Persons, appears to have been to track the social and religious relations, as well as the re-education progress of
highlighted in yellow here, and a total of 28 references to community-level cadres more generally as the people who conducted this work. Slide. We also calculated some limited demographic statistics, so we found that 94% of the main detainees of the 311 were men and 6% of them were women. Slide. We found and calculated the detention by facility. I will go over these numbers later if they are of particular interest to people. Dr. Adrian Zenz calculated an even broader range of statistics than we did in his own report on the Potomac list. He found that the main age range of interned individuals for all 2,802 adult persons was 25 to 49 years old. Half of all people were interned from April to June of 2017. 2/3 of the people were interned in 2017, and then another third in 2018. Evidence suggesting links to forced labor also appears on the list, though I do not have time to go into that right now, but I'm happy to answer questions about it. Slide. So these are some aerial images taken in screenshot form from Google Earth in February 2020 showing the locations, and in the case of Camp No. 2, suspected location of the 4 camp facilities or centers mentioned in this list. Slide. And we checked these against work done by Sean Jong, a PRC national based in Canada, who has done extensive work documenting centers around the Woodward region. Slide. Potentially also of interest is the information describing reasons for detention, so I won't read the entire list here, just to note that of the 311 detainees mentioned in this list, 115 of them were interned for family planning violations. Then the next largest number was 91 who were classified as unsafe or untrustworthy post-1980s, 1990s, or 2000s persons. And then the next highest category was violations involving religious practice in some form or another. Slide. These are just images of an appendix from the UHRP report that details an even more granular detail those different reasons for detention. Slide. Also of interest is the final judgments of the subdistrict and community officials who appear to have compiled this document. So final judgments by officials showed us that many detainees were remaining in detention or under some form of close monitoring and control even when they were let out. So, for example, 98 of the 311 were released into community management and control. 77 were marked finished or safe. 43 were noted as needing to continue training and finish after 1 full year. 41 were noted as working in the industrial park, and more. Right, and so to wrap up, I want to mention some of the implications. Slide. At the time that this document was published by UHRP, by Dr. Adrian Zenz, and by representatives in the international press, it was the 3rd high-profile leak of Chinese government documents related to the campaign in the Uyghur region. And it was significant for the way it provided a granular look into the system of repression as it operates on the local level. And the document has several important implications. As you've already heard a bit in the description of my testimony, evidence for linkages between the IJOP and information gathered and stored on individual Uyghurs at the local level of geopolitical administration in the region, linkages between this information and other government policies and tools, including programs such as Becoming Family and the Program of Forced Labor. It raises implications about the scope and intent of the data gathering and the relationships between that data and repression. It also has important implications for the role of guilt by association in the repression of Uyghurs. And finally, evidence that the party state has effectively criminalized everyday life as it restructures Uyghur society from the ground up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Dr. Anderson. The presentation focused on the camps, and I'm sure members will have several questions about the Caracas list and the actions in the camps. However, my few questions are going to relate to surveillance outside the camps, which you also cover in your report. For instance, in your report you describe a system of intense, intrusive, expensive and high-tech surveillance comprised of high-tech systems such as the iJob, which you referred to, together with human surveillance. And in fact, you referred towards the end of the presentation to the Becoming Family program, where more than 1 million individuals, mainly Han Chinese, are paired off with Uyghurs in order to spy on them and report on Uyghur families. And my question, therefore, relating to this kind of surveillance outside the camps is, for those Uyghurs who are free, supposedly, for those Uyghurs who are outside the camps, how closely are they monitored by Chinese authorities? Or put another way, to what extent are those Uyghurs who are free, who are outside the camps, placed under almost total and continual surveillance by Chinese authorities?
Thank you. Given what we know about the surveillance and monitoring system, even Uyghurs who are free, as in outside some form of detention or other state custody,
are constantly subjected to monitoring and checks at checkpoints located
throughout the different
jurisdictions where they might live, right? Where they have to, in some cases, plug their phones into tools that typically they're used to scan phones. They go through facial recognition systems, body scanners, and other forms of scanning and checking, right, at these checkpoints. In addition to that, it is the free Uyghurs, in fact, who are visited
by representatives of the state in, for example, the Becoming Family program. Right? It's not people who are already inside form of detention who are visited by those people. And so accounts in the secondary literature, right, that mention this Becoming Family program have detailed the ways that Uyghurs reportedly do not feel free to speak any local language, for example, or to perhaps cook the food that they want to cook, or in instances where they might be cooking with the Becoming Family member who has joined them, they can't ask, for instance, what kind of meat is in that food you are preparing, because that might be a sign of religious extremism. The family members are reportedly tasked with coming in and documenting, what happens inside the family home, asking children about their parents, asking about daily life, daily habits, daily practices. So that technological surveillance, and then through checkpoints, through facial recognition cameras, through scanners that people go through, and then also what I characterize as this more clumsy human element where there's a little more room for error, right? Those two things combine to mean that effectively, in my opinion, Uyghurs are not free, even when they are, quote, free.
Thank you for that. And to the extent of your knowledge, to what extent is the same kind of intrusive, extensive surveillance accorded for Uyghurs and Chinese people?
To the best of my knowledge, this same kind of surveillance is not used on Chinese people in the region. Now, I was last in the region in 2018. And when I was there, I saw that, for instance, at checkpoints, there are separate lines. Or there at least were, in 2018, separate lines that Uyghurs and other non-Han peoples had to go through than for Han people. So there was very different treatment, even though Han people had to go through those lines as well.
olmaydı.
Checkpoints as well, they did not have to go through the same lines. And all evidence that I have reviewed in secondary literature suggests that the Common Family Program, the program of cadres entering local people's homes, is only targeted at Uyghurs, at Kazakhs, and at other non-Han peoples.
My final question, hand over to the members, but my question now relates to what activities are considered criminal as emerges, for example, from the Caracas list. Because we often hear Chinese authorities state that individuals who are technically imprisoned this is done because they are engaging in criminal activities. However, you state that activities that can be flagged as suspicious or criminal include things such as following Uyghur customs or practicing Uyghur religion. Is that correct? Is following Uyghur customs or practicing Uyghur religion potentially criminal or suspicious activities?
Şundak boldu düşünsek elbette şundak. Ben
if not all expressions of distinct religious and cultural identity are at the very suspicious, if not outright criminalized. So, for instance, in the excerpt I read in English translation from Three Circles, entry for right? The note that he performed dua, which is a kind of
Belgen cinayetinin sonuçta tamak yegenden keyin bu dua qilgan tamakdan keyin dua qilgan yerlarsa qurbanlik va ro'za tutda bizninki için qurbanlik ro'za tutni ham bu bizninki diniy va madaniy urf bo'lganligi uchun o'tkazgan degan sebep bilen bu qo'llanilgan hem bu kanunsuz faaliyet hesaplangan. Qo'llanishda 19'da o'qishgan sebep bilen bununda bizning tushunchimiz bo'yicha ma'lum bir kimlik bilan tug'ilganlik sababli yoki o'zidagi kimligi sababli tug'ilishtirilgan ro'mallanish sabab bo'ladi. Hem eğerde hükümet bu kimligi sebepli ro'mallansa bularga hech qachon pasport berilmaydi, hem tekshiruv chiqish, boshqa yerga chiqish mumkinchiligi bo'lmaydi. Rahmat. Siz ve sizdeki hizmetleştiriniz muşu ücretlerge erişken vaqtingizda siz bunu qandaq ispatlab to'g'ri emasligini ispatlab qo'ldinglar. Albatta biz buni hem o'zimizningki tushunchamiz hem o'zimizningki tajribamizga asosan biz buniki to'g'ri xatoligi haqida haqiqat emasligida qaror berdik. Ben bizningki yozib sizga bergan uchurimizda guvohligimizda tafsiliy so'zlangan. Albatta men uni o'qib ko'rdim. Sizlarninki bu to'plagan uchurlarninki yani isbotlanishi haqida sizlarning tadqiqotinglar to'g'risida ozroq isbot bera olamsiz?
It appeared that some ID numbers had been recorded incorrectly. They didn't have the, proper length.
Masalan, bizningki tadqiqotimizga ko'ra, ba'zilarninki kimlik nomeri orqali
obviously to be male recorded as female and
hem bundaq kimlikte adamniki er ayallığı ve şununla oxşadıgan nurgulagan ispatlar yazılgan hem insanlarınki bu adamlarınki her bir şəxsninki uçurlarını toplavatqanlığı hükümetninki bir uçur üstüde biz ispatlap çıktık.
Is it possible to say how many different people may have contributed to the entries, or would it have been a single scribe?
Sizler şu ispatlarını kararlaştırışta qandaq asas kıldınlar. Biz bu doğrusunda qançalik adamligi tutturmay aniq qancha adamninki materiallar qanchalik adamlarninki kimligi tizimlanganligi haqida, ammo shunday tizimlangan. Cumhuriyet Komünist Partiyasininki bu xalqninki kimligini birdan tizimlab mengatganligi to'g'risidagi yana boshqa guvohliklarni bera olamsiz? Bizningki masalanga odamlarninki ismlariga asosan biz buning qarorlarini chiqarib desak bo'ldi, chunki bu rayondagi odamlarninki ismi o'xshamaydi. Shu ismlar asosida bularninki to'plagan ismlarninki yani yerlik xalqlar ekanligini isbotligini bo'ladi. Bu bir, ikkinchi birisi yani bek sizga qilib ketdi, erishmay qoldim. Bizningki yana bir to'plagan uchurimizdan ko'ra Xitoylarningki kimlik nishki numeri asosida biz oniki kimlik haqida kimlik xanjumu yoki yerlik xalqlarmi deganni tepish uchun doktor Andrezeningki tadqiqotidan ko'ra ham shuniki asosida biz nurg'un qarorlarni olgan bo'ldik desak bo'ldi. Ham shuniki tadqiqotidan ko'ra bizning isbotlarimiz o'tirib qo'yilgan.
I already touched on it to an extent, but the final point I'll make is that in discussion with other experts,
sözbek tizib ketdimi, erishemedimmi?
Other people, right, that we reached out to and talked to in the process of doing this research, we all determined that the document appeared authentic. It appeared genuine.
Was there some incident involving a bit of a giveaway by an individual in the People's Republic of China?
Yes. Thank you for asking that. So in the days that followed the publication of our report, Dr. Zenz's report, and media reports, including by CNN,
bizningki ham Dr. yoki CNN'dagi xabarlarga asos bizni bergandan keyin Xitoylarningki kundalik xabarlar gazetida biz bergan uchurlarningki kimlik haqida berilgan uchurlarda
this particular individual's information had not been made public in the redacted document that we made public when our reports went live. So on February 23rd, China Daily produced a video featuring a woman named Bultaji Barat, who is featured in rows 298 and 590 of the Holocaust list. And in this video, Ms. Bultaji claims that she was never interned. She notes her age, which is the same as the age that is given in the Holocaust list in the rows concerning her. And then, just as a note, the final entry for her, the second entry, number 590, notes that it was recommended that she could continue her release. So she had been released by the time of that entry. It noted that she could continue her release from detention on account of good behavior or good cooperation with local authorities. So that would explain why she was able to be in the video, perhaps more easily than other people might have been. And the video appears to have been filmed at her home, which might also be a relevant detail.
So So there's a video trying to show that the document was false, proving that it was genuine.
Yes, that is what the video is attempting to show.
Yani bir video yani görünüş berilgen, o görünüşke asanlığa vaqtida yani bizningki toplagan uçurluğumuzningki haqliq ekanligini isbotlab berdi. Chunki biz o'tirib qo'ygan shu odam videoga chiqib yoki Xitoy xabariga chiqib, meningki shaxsiy hayotimga aralashmanglar, mening hayotim yaxshi degandek guvohliklarda bo'lgan. Ya'ni demakchi o'g'ini bizningki topgan
academic opinion that is critical of the assessment of this document being genuine.
I have not seen any of this particular document. No.
Does your answer suggest that there is some non-Chinese academic opinion that is critical of the other leaked documents being genuine?
Yes.
Which document?
I have not in any published source as of yet, but I have heard from some people who are doing work with primary sources related to the Shanghai list that was leaked earlier this year, that there are some doubts as to the authenticity of that list.
And if necessary, you can point us later, if we need it, to the academics who have doubts about that document.
Yes.
Sticking with this document, has the PRC published any criticisms of detail about the list, or have they only just simply said it is a forgery?
They have published between China Daily and Global Times. There have been several other reports bringing out people who are mentioned on the list to do similar things as Ms. Bulgaji, whose video I was just describing to you. So I believe I have a name here. A February 24th article in the China Daily, for instance, brought out someone named Khabar Mahsoud, and who was mentioned in a family circle for a detainee in row 346 of the document, right? And they quote him as saying that this is untrue, right? And he doesn't understand why he is in this document. But it's the attempts at refutation and questioning of the document have mainly been in this form.
And has the refutation always been out of the mouth or in the words of the person, rather than by reference to inaccuracy of the statistical or other details?
Correct. I have not seen, I am unaware of any references to inaccuracy of statistics or other details.
And your evidence suggests already that in the PRC, people may say things that are not accurate at the behest of the government in some form.
Yes.
If anything is known about the person who leaked this document that would expose anyone to risk, don't answer this question, but is anything known about the person or possible category of person who would have leaked this document?
So we do describe in our report the chain by which it came to us, because several individuals were willing to be public about that. So we received the document from linguist and activist Abdulali Ayub, who currently lives in Norway, and he received it from Asya Abdullahed, who is
biz bu qo'limizga tushgan uchurlarni Abdulali Ayub va Asiya xonim orqali biz erishgan bu uchurlarga biz bizning bilishimizcha Asiya xonim bu materiallarni Qarqash tarafdan o'zininki yo'li orqali buningga erishgan, ham bu erishgan vaqtida buni xalqarodagi cho'ng axborot vositalarida e'lon qilishni o'zi ham qaror qilgan.
Non-Chinese criticism, academic or otherwise, which you're aware?
Not that I am aware of.
The likely source then is an official in the department that either constructed this document or had access to it.
Yes, correct.
And given your broader evidence of the state of affairs in the area concerned, this is of course indicative of at least one person not being persuaded by the
Şunu to'liq tarjima qilaman.
Philosophy that lies behind the control of the Uyghurs.
Correct. There has been at least one other instance of that's been reported on of a relative.
Philosophy that lies behind the control of the Uyghurs.
Correct. There has been at least one other instance of that's been reported on of a relative.
Philosophy that lies behind the control of the Uyghurs.
Correct. There has been at least one other instance of that's been reported on of a relative.
philosophy that lies behind the control of the Uyghurs.
Correct. There has been at least one other instance of that's been reported on of a relative.
Philosophy that lies behind the control of the Uyghurs.
Correct.
Philosophy that lies behind the control of the Uyghurs.
Correct. There has been at least one other instance of that's been reported on of a
said anything. The Uyghur culture, the Uyghur religion.
Thank you. These are very important, somewhat complicated questions. So to eliminate a language is to cut off education in that language, which is what we see happening, right? That in the course of a generation really begins to impact.
Forgive me for cutting you short, but I'm running out of time, and we've got evidence of that from elsewhere. The question is whether it has done that which it might have done if it had any genuine intentions to maintain the identity. In the way that, for example, in our rather small country, it would now be uncomfortable for any politician not to say she or he wished to see the Scottish identity and the Welsh identity maintained. Whether they meant it or not, they'd certainly have to say it. Does the PRC even say it wants to maintain the Uyghur identity, language, history, culture?
It does not say it wants to maintain them. So the PRC will pay lip service to the distinctness of, for example, Uyghur culture by saying, look, we love this music. Look, we love Uyghur dance. Many state representatives have tweeted out things on Twitter showing examples of that. And so they don't come out and say, we want to maintain this, but they'll bring up music and dances as only two examples to say the support that we do give.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's all been very interesting. Can I just, following my chairman's lead, ask a sort of reflective question? And that is, why are they worried about letting people go abroad when clearly they're doing encouraging the Chinese to go abroad and get knowledge or whatever they want?
Right. Thank you for the question. The way I understand the evidence, right, for everything that is happening is that the authorities are worried about letting people go abroad because they're less monitorable and less controllable in that way, right? And so a number of policies over the past decade or so, including the People's Convenience Card policy that I mentioned in my written testimony, were really about bringing people back to the places that they were born, right, back to their home locales, so they could be more easily monitored, surveilled, controlled. And I think that sort of motivation, as I read it, extends outward and upward to all parts of this system. There is a desire to control, and that's what's happening.
You
don't think it's because they might bring Western ideas back and therefore change the culture within China or Xinjiang?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I couldn't quite hear.
I just wondered whether it might be because going abroad would bring back Western ideas of liberation or whatever, freedom, and that would actually unsettle
that is potentially another element of it as well, right? Many, if I may, in the period when I lived in the region, some Uyghurs would say things to me like, we want to go abroad, but we have trouble getting passports. And we want to go abroad because we want to expand our minds. We want to see the world. But the authorities here, they don't want our minds opened.
Mr. Another question. Again, our chairman asked about the reaction of PRC to the report. What was the reaction of the Uyghur population on the data presented? Were these data a surprise?
Xitoy hukumatining yoki Jungo hukumatininki mushu hujjatga bo'lgan qarqash hujjatga bo'lgan ko'z qarashi bo'ldi. Mening savolim, Uyg'urlar buningga qanday bir ifoda bildiryapti ham qanday qiziqishli bo'lyapti. Mening tushuncham bo'yicha aytgan vaqtida Uyg'urlar shuncha vaqirab, jaqirab o'zining dardini anglansimi, dunyo yoki nurg'uniyalar anglamadi, ammo hamda bu hujjatning o'ttirib chiqishi bilan yetarli isbotlar o'ttirib chiqdi. Bu ya'ni yerlik hukumatning qo'ldan o'ttirib chiqdi. Ham shu hujjatni CNN'ning xabarga asoslangan vaqtida mushunga asosida bir qo'lga ilingan odamning kishiningki singlisini İstanbul'daki bir singlisini ziyorat qilish mumkinchiligi erishgan, ya'ni mush hujjat asosida keyingi chunki bu arada bu singlisi Turkiyadagi singlisi uzun vaqt o'zining munosabatini uzib qolganligi ham mush hujjat orqali ba'zi nimalarga uchurlarga erishganligi haqida xabar berilgan. Yani bu qo'lga ilishdan qo'yib berilganlar haqida so'ralgan savolim. Yani bu yerda qo'yib berilganlarga ishinib qo'yib berish bilan yani muşundaq Uyg'urlarni tutib ekirib ham qo'yib berish degandek mushu hadislar Uyg'urlarning ichida ko'rsatayotgan ahvolini so'radi. Bu rayondagi bo'layotgan mushu voqealardan biz shuni ko'ra olamizki, bu yoqdagi siyosat ham bo'layotgan amaliyotdan biz shuni ko'ra olamizki, hukumat bilan Uyg'urlar o'rtasidagi bir-biriga ishonish bek çoğun bir mesele. Meselenge tuqqan bir aylıklar buluş degandek siyasetlerden şunu ko'ra olaymiz ki bu hükümet bilan yerlik xalqlarningki o'rtasidagi ishonchsizliklar to'g'risida. Yana bir tadqiqotchininki 2018-yildagi şu vaqalarga asosan o'zining tadqiqotidan ko'ra Uyg'urlar bu to'g'risida uchur berishni rad qilgan. Chunki Uyg'urlar bir-biriga ishonadigan bir mumkinchilikni o'tib ketgan. Uyg'urlar hukumat bilan Uyg'urlar o'rtasida emas, Uyg'urlar bilan Uyg'urlar o'rtasida ishonch tugagan. Meni yana bir savolim, doktor Zenninki Qarqash list haqida ishlagan xizmati haqida so'zlab o'tdingiz. Sizlarningki shu qilayotgan sizlarningki tashkilotlar yoki idoralarda doktor Zenninki xizmatlari yani mushu hujjatlar asosida bo'layotdi. Chunki bu hujjatlarning hammasi hukumat hujjatlari. Hem şu hükümet hüccetleri asasında özü nurgun tədqiqatlarını yapgan. Onun tədqiqatlarda hükümet dercilik, yerlik dercilik, hem xalq amma dercilik asasında hep berilgan tədqiqatları hem özününki toplagan materyalları asasında oldu deb qarayman. Bizim şunun qayğışmadı. Siz Qarqash tizimli hakkındaki bu hüccet to'g'risida qanchalik odamningki tutilganligi haqidagi aniq bir uchurni bera olamsiz? Qarqash listininki yani yerlik hukumat xodimlarininki belirgan bir uchur bulup, eğer ben xatırlaşmasam bu hükümetninki içki bir xil hüccetleri hem şu Ürümçideki saqçılar o'ttirisida tarqilayotgan hüccetler asas bulungan hem şunun asaslangan vaqtida üzülüp kaldım, qaldımı? Yani bu turmalarınki Şinjan'daki turmalar hakkında sözüldük ama bizdenki düşüncemizden göre Şinjan'ınki özü bir turma
deb tushundik. Seninki tushunchangda buni sen shunday deb qaramsan, shunday butun Şinjan bir turmush shaklida tutsimi, hozirgidek bundaq tarbiyalash o'rinlari ham yig'ilish o'rinlarininki turmalarininki bo'lishi qandaq bir masala. Savolingizni qayta so'ragan bo'lsangiz tushunmay qoldim. Masalan, odamlarni turmalarning ichiga yoki shu tomninki ichiga kirib turib o'zgartish bilan Şinjanni umuman bir turma deb qarasak, umuman Şinjandagi hamma xalqni ham shundaq bir nazorat ostida tutayotgan turg'uliq nima uchun yana bir turkum odamlarni yani fizikal bir jismoniy turmalarga elishninki muhim kerakligini qanday tushunsan desa, albatta mening deganimdek Şinjan umuman qilib aytgan vaqtida bir ochiq turma bu 2016-yildan keyin mushundaq bir resmiy turmaga aylandi deb tushunsak bo'ladi. Bu mening tushunchamda hukumat o'zininki huquqini ko'zlash ham o'zininki huquqini xalqlarga bildirish uchun qilayotgan bir siyosat deb qarayman. Bu o'zininki huquqini ko'rsatishdan iborat. Mening oxirgi savolim 2 minut vaqtimiz qoldi. Shunglashqa sizningki tadqiqotingiz ham bilishingizga asoslangan vaqtida bu bir nəhayət strategik bir hadisə bo'layotgan Cumhuriyet Komünistik Partiyasininki yoki markaziy hukumatninki yoki Beijingninki olib berayotgan siyosati tugish mumkinchiligi bormi?
Without the approval of the central authorities. Mr. Clark, 1.5 minutes for question and answer. I got the message.
Savolim bor. Birisi oxirgi sizlarninki bergan guvohliginglarninki eng oxirdagi programma to'g'risida so'ramoqchi. Shuningdek so'zlangan mushu qarorni beruvchilar sizcha kim? Bu qarorni kim beradi? Yani 80-90 yıllarda tug'ilgan odamlar nima uchun ishonchsiz odamlar deb qaraldi? Chunki 90 yillardagilar nihoyatda ko'p 30-40 yoshlikdagi odamlar hisoblandi. Buni siz qanday deb qaraysiz? Bu har qaysi ma'naviy tekshirishlardan ko'ra bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin. Bu yerlik ma'naviy hukumat ish bajarish o'rinlari ham rayonlik saqchi idoralarininki bergan uchurlarga asoslan to'plangan bo'lishi mumkin deb qarayman. Ikkinchi savolingizni qayta so'ragan bo'lsangiz men yana tushunmay qoldim. Nima uchun 80-90 2000 yillarda tug'ilgan odamlar ishonchsizlik odamlar degan bu savolga chunki bu vaqtlar 80-90 yillar 2000 boshlarida Jungo biroz ochiqroq ham siyosatda boshroq bir vaqtda cho'ng'igan odamlar bo'lganligi uchun bularningki cho'ng'igan sharoiti ularninki ideyasida o'xshamagan bir o'sib yetilishini shakllantirgan deb qaraganligi uchun bulardan gumonlangan bo'lish deb qarayman. Ammo hukumat shunchalar ko'p Uyg'urlarga ishonchsiz qarashligi ham ularninki ustida nazoratchilik olib berishlarini mening tushuncham meningmi yani o'xshash tushuncham chunki men shunday deb o'ylayman. U davrlarda cho'ng'iganlarninki ideya tarafda o'zgarish qilyapti. Boshqalarninki savolinglar bormi? Yo'q deb so'radi. Dr. Anderson, sizningki bergan guvohligingiz uchun ko'p rahmat. Sizningki bergan uchurlaringiz bizga bek muhim. Rahmat sizga. Yana bir guvohchimiz, 3-guvohchimiz hozir o'tirg'i chiqadi. And Mr. David Efendi. Dr. Tobin, etkileriniz hayırlı olsun. Dr. Tobin David, Sheffield Üniversitesi'ndeki Şərq Asiya Tədqiqat orada tədqiqatçı hem Manchester Üniversitesi'ndeki Xitay siyaseti tədqiqatı mütəxəssisi Şinjan hem Xitay'nınki asallık milletler siyaseti hakkında köp tədqiqatlarını yazgan, kitaplarını neşir kılgan kişi. Bu adamınki yeni bir eserlerden biri Şinjan'daki bexaterlik hakkında yazılgan kitapları. Hem Uygur ve Xanzula oturuşudaki, yani Xitaylar oturuşudaki münasebet degen eserleri var. Cumhuriyet Komünist Partisi'nin ki kandak siyasi kararların çıkarılganlığı doğrusunda verilgen reportları var. Bizge belgen bu haberleri ve uçurlardan göre hükümet gündelik hizmetten özününki stratejik siyasetlerini, özününki qaysi siyasetleri asasında yürgüzdüganlığı, yani Xi Jinping'ninki rehberligideki hukukni merkezleştirgen bir xil hakimiyet sistemisi de bulup atqanlığı hem Xi Jinping'ninki özününki prezidentlik vaqtini muddatsiz özgertganligi to'g'risidagi xabarlari ham bor.
Policy in the PRC and an outlet for political factions to debate and direct policy. The practice of cross-posting young cadres in key party and government roles
yaş kadrlarınki hükümet bilen bir kandak işleş, hem merkezi hükümet bilen kandak işbirligi ep bardıganlığı hem kandak terbiyeliği to'g'risidagi xabarlaringizni biz ko'rib o'tdik. Biz sizniki 6 ayda berilgan bizga bergan bu uçurlarıngizni biz paneldagilar yoki shu guruhdagilar hammamiz ko'rib chiqdik. Biz sizdan shu uçurlaringizni qaytadan bir 10 minut ichida bergan bo'lsangiz, qayta uçur bergan bo'lsangiz yaxshi bo'ladi. Sizniki ovozingiz kelmadi, Dr. Tobin. Yana sizning ovozingiz bizga kelmayotdi. Mesele biz tarafdimi yoki siz tarafdimi? Yana bir qayta sinab baqsangiz. Yana ovoz kelmadi. Texnikal meselelerni qilayotganlar Dr. Tobinninki kompüterden chiqib ketib qayta kirishni talab qilsanglar, anandan keyin yaxshi bo'lishi mumkin.
Maybe what he's doing right now, my guess.
Menchimi ehtimol ovozni o'ngshash uchun harakat qilayotgan bo'lishi mumkin.
Mr. Sabi, if it isn't done already, it might be prudent to give a call to Dr. Tobin so that all methods of sorting the mechanical shortcoming are approached from different angles.
Yes, hopefully it will be resolved quickly, Mr. Chairman.
Meseleni hal qilish uchun tirishayotimiz rais efendim. Tezarda hal qilishga tirishimiz. Bugün nurg'unlagan texnikal meseleler ko'rilyapti. Ovoz chiqmaslik, yetishmaslik sababini aniq emas hozircha.
Can you stop the clock or rewind it a bit?
Mr. Chairman, the alternative is to take an early lunch break and come back to you.
Mençe tushlik tamoq baldorak chiqib tamoqdan keyin tushlik tamoqdan keyin qaytib kelsak doktor Turbinga yaxshi bo'lgandek turamdi nima degan maslahatni beryapti. Yani sot bilan guvoch o'tirishidagi ulanmani ulab bo'lgan olmayapti.
I don't know if the people in the gallery are able to explain whether it's a this end or that end problem.
Bu texnikal ishlarni qilayotganlar buni o'ylash vaqtini deb bilamsizlar?
Dr. Tobin been contacted by telephone.
Agar telefon bilan aloqa qilsaqchi.
Can that please be done? Or email.
Yoki email bilan aloqa qilib boqqan bo'lsanglar deb talab qilyapti rais.
Dr. Tobin would be available for 1:30, so Mr. Chairman, if we can break now, then we can...
Birden 30 o'tgan vaqtida, ya'ni qayta ulinishni qurolligidekmiz.
Does he
1:20, please.
Birden 20'da. London vaqti birden 20'da.
We can come back at 1:20 for Dr. Tobin and have a lunch break now.
Hozir tushlik tamoq chiqili. London vaqti 13'den 20'da yoki 1'den 20'da qaytib kelamiz.
We can't just assume that an academic of his status is not busy in the afternoon.
Biz professor efendininki tushdan keyin vaqti bor yo'qligini aniq bilib olsak yaxshi bo'ladi. Aloqa qilish mumkinchiligini qursanglar.
And we still haven't got an answer for your question, but it has been posed to him, and we will have an answer to you soon.
Bizning texnikal guruhimiz tarafdan aniq javob olamadik. Yana bir degan raisninki degani bir qancha minut saqlab turaylik. Agar hal qila olsak, tushlik tamoqdan burun hal qilib olsak yaxshi bo'ladi demoqchi.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry about this, but
Efendimlar, xodimlar, kechirim so'rayman. Bu undaq ishlar ba'zi bo'lib turdi.
contact been made with Dr. Tobin by email, telephone?
Dr. Tobin David bilan aloqa qila oldinglarmi? Telefon bilanmi, email bilanmi aloqa qilish mumkinchiligini qila oldinglarmi?
He's on his way. He's on the phone, right. Is his computer letting him down, or does he say it's us?
Yani el qila olsanglar, aniq vaqtini biladigan bo'lsak yaxshi bo'ldi. So'rab baqalamsiz. Yani
Sorry? Wait one more minute.
Bir minut saqlab tursanglar, bir minutgacha hal bo'lib qilish mumkin. Nayt xo'sharlanarlik bo'ladi shundaq bo'lsa.
Can you hear me now?
Endi mening ovozimlarni angladingizmi? Yaxshi, undaq bo'lsa. Rahmat.
Dr. Tobin.
Dr. Tobin.
Lost a bit of time and my
azroq bir vaqt texnical masalani yengib chiqdik herhalde. Biraz vaqtni yuttirib qo'ydik, iftorib qo'ydik oraliqda. Meni ovozimni anglatamsizlar?
We can hear you now.
Biz sizni anglaladik. Siz bizni anglatyapsiz? Men angladim. Biz bir vaqtlarni turib qo'ydik oraliqda. Biz hozir sizdan bevositlam udul savolimizni so'rsak, keyin shu javob jarayonida yetkazib bergan bo'lsanglar. Albatta men tushundirish vaqtidan o'tib ketay. Hozir udullam savolga tushsak hozir.
I'm content. I'll check whether Professor Lynch is content.
Professor Lynch'ning savolini boshlasa deb nim qilaman.
Professor Lynch, I think the floor is yours.
Professor sahna sizniki, siz savolingizni so'rasangiz.
Of course, I'm sorry.
Savolimni so'rasam bo'ladimi?
Thank you.
Bo'ldi albatta. Xato tushunib qoldi. Dr. Tobin, siz Abnum rayonida udullam bevosita markaziy hukumat tarafdan avtonomiyaningki har doim boshqarilganligi ham Abnum rayonininki har qaysi yerlik hukumatlarni boshqarganligi ya da bevosita boshqarganligi to'g'risida uchur berdingiz. Siz bu to'g'risida aniqroq bir tushuncha bergan bo'lsangiz.
In terms of the institutional oversight has not changed since its original establishment in terms of the institutional framework, what's written down on paper.
Abnum rayoni qurilgandan boshlab bugungi kungacha maqsad Xinjiang Uyg'ur Abnum rayonini boshqarish yo'nalishida boshqa siyosatida o'zgarish bo'lmadi. Ammo meningki bergan hamma hujjatlarimni o'qib ko'rsang, meningki to'plagan butun o'qishmagan davrlardagi hukumatningki siyosiy hukumat hujjatlariga asoslangan vaqtida asoslanib chiqargan xabar uchurlar men sizlarga yo'llagandim. Bu albatta ochiq o'tirib qo'yilgan, yozilgan report yoki xabarlar emas. Buning hammasi Xi Jinping'ninki yurgizdigan siyosatlari ham undan keyingi Xi Jinping huquq chiqqandan keyingi huquqni markazlashtirish siyosatlari degan bu uchurlarni men o'zimningki tadqiqot nishonim qilgan. Ya'ni bundaq g'ayri avtonom rayonlik bundaq siyosatninki ma ovozning bek ek sadosi kuchli bo'lib ketib, men yaxshi anglamayapman endi.
To justify how policy is being implemented and whether it is being effectively implemented. So I think there's evidence on paper, but also in terms of how people's daily
Meningki tədqiqatımga asaslanğan vaqtida hökumətnin hüccəti həm adamlarınki gündəlik həyat özgürüşlərə asasən tədqiqatımni çıxardım desəm buldu. Sən sizinki tədqiqatınızdan görə həm şu ma'rif həm bu yığılış kampları to'g'risidagi bergan uchurlaringizga asosan Xi Jinpingninki ham yuqori darajalik partiya hukumatlarining talablari bo'yicha bo'lgan deb qaramsiz. Shundoq. Bu siyosat aniq men qaror bera olmaymanki, bu Xi Jinpingninki yoki Xininki buyrug'i bo'yicha berilgan Xi o'zininki huquqni markazlashtirish nishoni bo'yicha eppagan qarorlarninki birisi.
Of course, that framework, when you read this fusion policy, obviously this is very broad. There's obviously debate to what extent is she aware of certain details. Xininki
o'zininki siyosiy huquqini markazlashtirish ham boshqarish siyosatininki nayt inchka taraflari va buningki tadqiqot o'rinlari nayt cho'nqur albatta ham Xi o'zininki siyosatini o'zininki shaxsiy muddo siyosatini partiyaninki ovozi partiyaninki qo'li orqali yetishga yetmoqchi. 2017-yillardan keyin Xi o'zininki siyosatlarining inchki taraflarini yezib ham tushuntirib chiqdi. Bu men buningdan burun bu to'g'risida bir uchur bergan edim. Ya'ni yerlik hukumatninki Xininki siyosatini qandaq ijro qilish ham qandaq bu rayonda yurgizishi bilan bevosita munosabatlik ham bu Xininki bevosita bergan buyruqlari qandaq jazolash berish kerak, ya'ni torture qilish, jismoniy jazolik uchrash. Buning hammasidan Xininki xabari bor, ham shuningki bevosita buyruq bilan bo'layotgan. Xininki bu milliy siyosati yurgizayotgan bu siyosati ham siyosatini bizningki bir Angliya xalqlarininki tushunalishi natayin Xininki bu til, din va odamlarni qiynash to'g'risilik berilganninki buyruqlari amaliyotda mushu rayonninki bexatarligini qo'g'dashni asos qilgan degan nom bilan berilgan. Bu Xininki davlat bexatarligini qo'g'dash siyosatininki bir tarmoqi. Biz buni tushunishimizga qiyin bo'lmaydi. Shunglashqa terrorist degan bu atalg'usi yoki bo'lmasa terrorist dedimi, terrorist dedimi? Tushunam, anglayolmay qoldim. Ovozi bek kuchli eksada bor. Xinjiangdagi Uyg'urlarga yurgizgan siyosatlarni qanday qilib qonunlashtirish yoki markaziy hukumatning siyosatlari asosida qanday bir jazo hukm qilish nimalari bor? Siyasetleri bor desa, mencha markaziy hukumatninki bu Abnur rayoni bo'layotgan hamma ish to'g'risida markaziy hukumatninki xabari bor deb qarayman. Buni yerlik hukumat maxfiy holda olib bora oladigan bir harakat emas. Bu mumkinchilik bo'lmaydi. Ya'ni bu Xitoy hukumatiningki bundaq nazorat qilish siyosatini markaziy hukumatninki bilinmagan asosda bo'lishi mumkinchilik yo'q. Ular hammani biladi deb qarayman. Bular har xil yo'llar bilan ham bilalaydi, ham ularni ko'rib tura oladi. Mening yana bir savolim. Markaziy hukumat yoki partiyaninki bu jinoyatlarni turg'izishda qandaq bevosita uchurlari borligi haqidagi ma'lumotlaringiz bormi? Amaliyotda she o'zi bevosita berganki buyrug'i deb qarayman. Xi Jinping bevosita chunki Xi Jinping Chonchanguni huquqqa qo'ygan ashu Abnurayinda shunglashqa Xi Jinping bu yerda bo'layotgan ishning hammani u biladi. Chunki Xi Jinpingninki buyrug'i bo'yicha Chonchangu u yerda harakat etib boradi. Shunglashqa bu boshqurilish yuqoridan tuvanga mushu buyruqlar yuqoridan tuvanga tushish jarayonida yuqoridan tuvanga tushish qonuniyati bo'yicha yuqori darajalik rahbarlardan tuvan darajalik rahbarlarga bu buyruq tushirilib, ham shularningki nazorati ostida olib berilayotgan hadislar. Buni Xi Jinpingninki bilmasligi mumkin emas. Bu Xi Jinpingning o'zining siyosati.
Might help to ascertain the point I'm trying to make. Isn't it plausible that there may be broad pronouncements or policy goals announced by the central party or government, but that in no way the central party or government will have directed that those goals be pursued yoki
maqsadini amalga oshirish uchun yerlik hukumatlarningki ep bo'lgan siyosati, ya'ni jinoiy harakatlarga qaratgan siyosat deb qarasak bo'lamdi degan savolga. Mencha Xi o'ziniki necha qatimlaganligi so'zida bu to'g'risida umumiy bir uchurlarni qandaq siyosat yurgizish to'g'risidagi buyruqlarni berdi, ammo bek inchikilab zodi qandaq mengish to'g'risida degan bo'lishi notayin. Chunki Xi'ninki maqsadini amalga oshirish uchun tuvandagilar uningki tafsiliy inchiki detallarni yo'llarini qilgan bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin. Yani Xitoy siyosatchilari yoki Yang degan birsiniki siyosat bergan tushunchasidan ko'ra Yang biz yerlik siyosatni tegishmay o'zgartmay turib bu maqsadga erishamaymiz degan ideyani o'tirib qo'ygan. Ham bu siyosiy byuroninki bevosita, ya'ni markaziy hukumatninki bevosita buyrug'ini tövanda ijro qilish uchun siyosat o'zgartish va siyosat, ya'ni siyosat yurgizish mumkinchiligini ko'ra olamiz. Xi'ning faqat bilmoqchi bo'lgan bir maqsadi bor. Har qanday mush davlatningki bexatarligi va siyosatni yurgizishga ta'sir bo'ladigan har qanday ishning yuz berishini Xi xohlamaydi. Tuvandagilarmi shundaq hodisning bo'lmasligi uchun olib borayotgan harakatlari. Ya'ni yerlik kadrlarningki yoki yerlik hukumat mas'ullarininki mushu markaziy hukumatdan berilgan buyruqni amalga oshirish uchun yerlik hukumatninki eppagan o'zining, ya'ni o'z oldiga eppagan siyosati bor deb qaraymizmi desa, yo'q, undaq deb, ya'ni yerlik hukumatning, ya'ni tuvan darajalik yerlik hukumatninki o'z oldiga harakat qilish mumkinchiligi bo'lmaydi. Chunki bu bir partiya devleti, bu partiyaningki yo'l ko'rsatishi ham ularningki yo'l ko'rsatishi sirlik yerlik hukumat hech qanday bir siyosatni yurgizolmaydi. Nurg'un bo'layotgan siyosatlar bular bir tajribadan o'tkazyapti. Chunki Deng Xiaoping har qanday bir ishni tajribadan o'tkazmay turib erishkin bo'lmaydiganligi to'g'risida yo'l yo'riq bergan ham bularmi shu davlatningki bexatarligi ham davlatningki birligiga ta'sir yetkazadigan har qanday mumkinchiliklarningki oldini olish uchun cho'qim, ya'ni bir yo'l tepish kerak, yangi bir siyosat o'zgartirish kerak. Tön derecedeki kadrlarınki yani en töndekilerninki bu yani iş yürgüzgüçlerinki, iş kılgıçlarınki şirket beriş siyasetini şi hukuk çıkkandan keyin qayta oylanish berish orqali yerlik hükümet her qaysi shaxsiy shirkatlar bo'lsin, doktorxonalar bo'lsin, hükümet iqtidorchiligidagi qandaq bir organlar bo'lishdan qat'iy nazar, mushu o'rinlarda bir tajribalarni olib bordi bo'la. Yani Şi'nin siyaseti boyunca bu devlet mekanizmi ameliyatda bularninki daim hep berildiğin bir xil özünün bildiğin siyaset yolu ameliyatda. Mening oxirgi bir savolim, siz Wang Yunjing Bingtuan partiya hükümetininki rahbari hem Şinjan yerlik hükümetininki yuqori darajalik başlığı to'g'risidagi bir uchurni bergan, shu uchurlar haqida bizga shu to'g'risida ozroq tushuncha bergan bo'lgan bo'lsangiz. Men bu adamninki yani şahsi yani hükümet bilan yoki bo'lmasa Xi Jinping bilan bo'lgan yoki markaziy hükümet bo'lgan bevaqti munosabatini men bilib olmayman albatta, ammo mening tushuncham bo'yicha bo'lgan vaqtida bu partiya diki yuqori darajaliklar bilan hukumatdagi boshqarayotganlarniki o'tkazilayotgan yig'inlari ham Xi bilan o'tkazilgan nurg'unlagan suhbatlardan keyingi chiqargan bir tushunchasi deb qarayman. Albatta Bingtuan yoki bu ishlab chiqarish qurilish askarlari amaliyotda ichki urushlarninki bo'lib kelishining oldini olish uchun turg'izgan bir o'rni amaliyotda Xinjiang'dagi bu yani Xi Jinping bu Bingtuanlar orqali Uyg'urlarni qandaq boshqarish to'g'risidagi bergan yo'l yo'riqlarda yani qandaq qilgan vaqtda Bingtuanni bevosita sentral hukumat bilan bo'lgan munosabatini qurib chiqish oraliqda erishmay qoldim. Agar Xi Jinping'ninki mush irodasi bo'yicha Bingtuan bilan yerlik hukumatninki huquqini ayirib turib yurgizgan vaqtida markaziy hukumat Bingtuan orqali bu yerlik hukumatning ishida nurg'un maqsadlarga yeta oladi. Mening savolim tugdi shunga asosan. Vaqtimiz nihoyatda az qolyapti, shunga savolni qisqaroq so'rasanglar. Meningki tunji savolim bayi so'ralgan bir savol asosida yana bir savollarni so'ramoqchi.
The Politburo Standing Committee that frank discussions have now ended.
Hükümetninki yuqori darajalik board a'zolaridagi yoki ijroiya ishida Xi'ninki bergan yo'l yo'riqlarga shu komitetninki ishida qandaq Xi'ning irodasini amalga oshirish to'g'risidagi özünün tutqan yolları to'g'risida so'zlagan edingiz. Mush to'g'risida tafsilroq bergan bo'lsangiz, buni qanday bir maxfiyatlik bor? Bu amaliyotda Xitoyniki bir demokratik holatini ko'z tutish siyosatidan iborat. Bu Xi amaliyotda mushu ijroiya adamları icraiyadagi rahbarlarninki ovoz orqali ham o'zininki ovozini medialar orqali xalqqa yetkizish orqali o'zining demokratik bir yo'lni ko'rsatmoqchi ham o'zininki bu Xitoydagi kommunist hukumatninki o'zininki xalqqa ochiq bir siyosiy mo'yimlar siyosiy tuzilmasiga bog'lig'ini ifodalamoqchi. Albatta bularninki o'zininki maxfiy mudda maqsadlari albatta yoshirilgan.
Obviously, first of all, there's the signalling. There's the fact that there's no more discussion of fractions. The fact that all the mainstream literature agrees there's no alternative ideas.
Yani merkezi media yoki merkezi axborot sohalarida hech kimninki uningga qarshi ifodalash yoki uningga merkezi hukumatning bergan bu media uchurlarga xabarlarga shaxslarning yoki xalqninki aralash mumkinchiligi bo'lmaydi. Qilolmaydi, albatta kuch yetmaydi. Yana birisi bu politik byurodikilar yoki bu rahbarlik gruppasidagilar Xi Jinpingninki prezidentlik huquqininki o'tib ketmasligini qanday qilib hal qilish to'g'risidagi nurg'un maslahatlar o'z ichida bo'lgan bo'lish kerak. Ham Xi agar Xi o'ziniki huquqininki nihoyatda yuqori darajaga yetmagan vaqtida Xi'ninki ideyasi va maqsadlari amalga oshmasligi tabiiy. Shunlashqa Xi o'ziniki haq huquqini taqdimni kengaytirish maqsadlarda mushu politik byurodan qo'llangan bo'ladi demoqchi.
Essentially would be seen as more in Chinese politics would be seen as more nationalists than socialists.
Menimcha Xitoydagi siyosiy yo'llar, Xitoy siyosatchilari, partiya siyosatchilarini ularni sotsialistik siyosatchilar degandan ko'ra ularni millatchi, nazi xarakterli bir xil millatchilar deb qarasak bo'ldi. Ham ular huquqni markazlashtirish asosida Xi'ninki maqsadlariga yoki muddaoga yetmoqchi. Rahmat.
You say that in 2005 they were granted the right to administer.
Merkezi sud hukumatninki qaroriga asosan vaqtida 2005-yili o'lim jazosi berish haqida berilgan qarorlar to'g'risida uchirib bergandingiz. Siz shu vaqtdan boshlab qanchalik odamga o'lim jazosi berilganligi to'g'risida statistik bera olamsiz deb so'radim. Xitoydagi bu o'lim jazosi har qanday bir agishmay qoldimi?
They were and they called it low quality sentences, meaning that they were essentially implicitly acknowledging they're not sure if these trials are fair.
Yani nurg'un o'lim jazolari, ya'ni yerlik qonun chiqarish sudiyalari tarafidan berilgan, ammo bu ham Xi'ninki qayta tushunish yoki yani Xi'ning yo'l yo'rig'i bo'yicha bo'lgan vaqtida keyingi vaqtlarda nihoyatda ko'p o'lim jazolari berilgan.
The SPC, or are they still occurring at lower regional courts?
Yani o'lim jazosi umuman qilib aytgan vaqtida yerlik hukumatlarninki bergan bu o'lim jazolari markaziy qonun chiqarish organlarininki bergan buyrug'idan ko'proq darajadami qanday qilib?
Do the Bingtuan courts pass death sentences?
Bingtuan sud mahkamasidami o'lim jazosi bormi?
Provinces and just like all and like autonomous regional governments. So hence why it was formerly called a state within a state.
Meningki tushuncham bo'yicha bo'lgan vaqtida mayli Bingtuan bo'lsin, yerlik hukumat bo'lsin, hammasi markaziy hukumat tarafdan boshqarilayotgan, ham shularningki bevosita boshqarilishida bo'lgan. bu ham yerlik avtonomiya rayonlarininki nimasi berilgan ishida bo'lganligi uchun shu avtonom rayonninki qonuni bo'yicha agishmangan bo'lishi mumkin deb qarayman. Men boshqalarga savol berish vaqtini o'tkazib beray.
You talk about Bing Tuan's 2000-year-long strategic mission to secure frontier territory and assimilate minority people.
Bing Tuan'ninki yerlik xalqlarni assimilyatsiya qilish siyosati to'g'risida so'zlab o'tdingiz. Biz sud mahkamamizda bir qancha masalalarni uchratdik. Masalan, Uyg'ur millatini yo'q qilib tashlash yoki bo'lmasa yana bir yo'lda masalan degandek siyosatlar haqida sizning tushunchangiz degan vaqtida men bu to'g'risida men bevosita bu to'g'risidagi uchurlarni men egallab boqmadim. Men shundoq bir dokumentni ko'rgim bor, shundoq bir hukumatninki, ya'ni hukumat tarafdan tushirilgan bu hujjatlarga erishishbek muhimda albatta. Yani hukumatninki yoki Jungo Kommunist Partiyasininki chiqargan nurg'un siyosatlarni amaliyotda biz inglizchaga tarjima qilsak, nihoyat qo'rqinchli bir ma'nolar kelib chiqadi.
That China has a timeless or 2,000-year-old settler mission in Xinjiang. So,
yani merkezi hükümetninki Şinjan'da yapmakçı olan yani bir xil dinsizlashtirish siyosatini amalga oshirishda Bing Tuan'ninki roli ham cho'ng bo'lganligi.
The policy announcing a policy of fusion that means assimilation for me is a smoking gun. Prior to that, the intergenerational debate I discussed on ethnic policy.
Meningcha bo'lgan vaqtida bu har xil o'xshamagan yoshliklar o'ttirsidagi suhbatlar, ularning o'ttirsidagi har xil debatlardan ham Xitoyning ichidagi har xil o'xshamagan darajadagi akademiklar o'ttirsida bo'layotgan munozirlardan ham shularniki o'ttirga qo'ygan nimalardan ko'ra ularga menga tushuncham bo'yicha bo'lgan vaqtida bularninki ko'proq so'zlashayotganligi til birlik keltirish, ya'ni kimlikni birlikka keltirish, yangi bir bu generation yoki yangi bir bu avlodlarning ichida yangi bir davrni shakllantirish, yerlik avtonomiya siyosatida yangi ekonomik bir yoki iqtisodiy bir tuzilmani yaratib chiqish, yaxshilash ham Uyg'urlarni assimilyatsiya qilish degandek nihoyat ko'p suhbatlar bor, ammo hukumatdan bevosita tushgan bunday hujjatlarni men ko'rmadim.
Dr. Tobin, may I ask you a question about the legal framework governing both the ethnic minority regions and ethnic minority people?
Mening bilmoqchi bo'lganim markaziy hukumat tarafdan masalan yerlik osonliq millatlar hukumati bilan
says about ethnic minority peoples, and when can you
yani yerlik mushu avtonomiya huquqidagi osonliq millatlarninki huquqi bilan umuman yani bütün devlet karakterlik siyaseti o'ttirisida ki farqlar hem yakın umuman bütün devlet bo'yicha chiqqan siyosiy qarorlar bilan yerlik avtonomiya qarorlari o'ttirishlik munosabat to'g'risida tushunchagan bo'lsangiz.
It's not law, you know. In China, I mean, I would argue that in other states, but in China that we're talking about today, the parties in command. This is not rule of law.
Mındaq chiqib aytgan vaqtida Xitoyda hamda bir qonun yo'q, chunki buni qonun degani bo'lmaydi. Ya'ni bu Jungo hukumatida bir partiyaninki xohishi bo'yicha partiya hukumat boshqurdi, ham mushu Xitoyning Jungoninki bexatarligi degan shu maqsad faqat shu partiyaninki maqsadi ham partiyaninki boshqarish yo'linishi bo'yicha.
Just for context, obviously in Chinese society the constitution is not seen
bu Jungodagi
same level of gravity as you would see, for example, in the United States or
davlat qonuni ham qonuniy boshqarilish siyosati amaliyotda partiyaninki bir boshqarish sistemasi. U yana hukumatninki huquqi deganlik emas, bu partiyaninki boshqarish sistemasi. Ama bu yerda mening bilishimcha bu davlatninki qonunida Jungodagi har qandaq yoki Xitoydagi har qandaq bir xalqninki huquqlari tang bab barobar bo'lish kerak, har qaysi asonliq millatlarning ma'rif tili va huquqlari bo'lish kerak deb belgilangan. Mening tushunchimcha bo'lgan vaqtida men o'zimninki ko'rgan, ya'ni Yanlodagi, Urumchidagi Islom universitetida ko'rganlarimdagi anglaganlarimdan ko'ra bu bularga o'rgangan siyosat ham qonunlar
saying no minority for job employment adverts, small businesses saying no minorities and only, you know, right down.
Aniq anglayamadim bu gapni.
Slogan. People don't take it seriously. But yes, it does guarantee ethnic equality.
Albatta qonunda millatlar barobarligi, til va din huquqlari belgilangan. Avtonomiya huquqiga kelsak, partiya qonunida hammadan yuqori turdigini partiyaninki maqsadi ham partiya huquqlari. Bu qonun amaliyotda 49-yili Mao Zedongninki chiqargan siyosati, bu avtonomiya siyosati Mao Zedongninki bu Tibetliklar, Uyg'urlar, Mong'ollarga berilgan bir avtonomiya huquqlari yoki Babariyalar yoki Yavaylar ustiga berilgan bir huquq degan bir qonun asosida undan keyingi sotsializm yoki Mao Zedongninki yana sotsializmninki boshqarishi asosida har xil avtonomiya huquqlari bo'lishlari yo'l qo'yilgan. Shu vaqtlarda yerlik rayonlarninki o'zininki til huquqlari bo'lganligi ham buni zamonaviylashtirish kerakligi ham shaharlashtirish degandek qonunlari ham aniq belgilangan. Xitoylarninki bugungi siyosati Uyg'urlarni bugungi siyosati asosida zamonaviylashtirish degan siyosati asosida Uyg'urlarninki til madaniyatini, dinini yo'qotish siyosati yurgizyapti hozir. U avtonomiya huquqi hech qachon Xitoyninki bexatarligi ham Xitoyninki partiyaninki hukumatninki maqsadini yuqori turolmaydi albatta. 84-yillari bu qonun bir qatim qayta retlangan. 49-yildan bir qatim 84-yili bir o'zgartish olib berilgan siyosatga. Undan keyin o'zgartish olib berilmadi. Amaliyotda avtonomiya huquqlari shu vaqt belgilangan avtonomiya huquqlari bilan o'xshash. Dr. Kevin, sizninki bergan bu guvohligingiz uchun, siz ikkinchi qatim yana qaytib kelganingiz uchun sizga ko'p rahmat. Siz bilan bo'lgan bu suhbatimizda bu texnikal masalalar ko'rilib qoldi. Vaqtimiz qisqa, lekin biz oldingi qatim siz bilan nihoyat ko'p suhbatlarda bo'ldik, ham nihoyat ko'p bizga uchurlarni bergan. Meningki ikkinchi so'ramoqchi o'g'lim, sizningki
I know you haven't felt the need to use it, but before you part from us, if there's anything about that organogram that you would like to say is...
Siz özünüzdeki keyinki vaqtda olib borayotgan tadqiqotingiz to'g'risida bizga uchirib bergan bo'lsangiz, bizga nihoyatda yaxshi bo'ladi, yordamchi bo'lgan bo'ladi. Jeffrey, sizga ko'p rahmat. Mening ikkinchi qatim berdigan bu reportim yoki ushurim PRC'ninki Asonlik millatlar siyosati ham davlatninki bexatarlik masalalari, masalanga Ilhom To'xti masalasi, Ilhom To'xtini bo'lginchilik siyosati bo'yicha uningga bevosita hujum uningga nim berilgan. Buningda hech qachon Ilhom To'xtininki, ya'ni akademik tadqiqoti degan tarafga qaralmagan, uni faqat bo'lginchilik jinoyati bilan qaralab jazo hukm qilgan.
But he said, for these policies to really work, for Uyghurs to remain satisfied as part of China, you would have to address ethnic discrimination.
To'xtininki asosliq talab qilgani agar Uyg'urlarningki tinchlik ham Uyg'urlardagi norozilikni qo'zg'amaslik uchun Uyg'urlarga teng barobarlik huquq bermasi bo'lmaydi degan so'zi eng cho'ng bir gunoh hisoblandi. Xi Jinping buning bilan xush kelmadi. Masalan, buningdan burun bo'lgan bundaq masalalar bor. Masalanga Jambuzanmi mushundaq sabab bilan jazoga hukm qilingan. Bu hukumatningki o'zining maqsadlariga yetishiga to'g'ri tushunmaganligi uchun hukumat o'zining siyosatini bu yerda o'zgartirgan. Men bek inchikilab chunqurlab kirolmayman, chunki ma'lum bir so'zni bir masalani boshlasam, albatta nihoyatda chunqur bir-biriga munosabatlik masalalarni so'zlashga to'g'ri keldi, ammo men eskartirganim bu butun umuman qilib aytgan vaqtida bir partiyaning boshqarishi ham partiyaning maqsadi uchun bo'lyotdi degan javobni beraman. Boshqa savolinglar bo'lsa, so'rsanglar bo'ldi. Başqa savollarni biz sizdan so'rdik. Agar yana bizningki boshqa savolimiz bo'lsa, biz sizga yezib so'raymiz. Sizningki yana bir qatim bizga mush to'g'risida uchurlarni berishingizni umid qilamiz albatta. Mencha hozir sizga bizga biz bilan birga bo'lganligingiz uchun sizga ko'p rahmat. Rahmat sizga.
Sorry, I meant to ask. Was there anything else, Mr. Abraham? Mr. Savi, would you like us to take lunch?
Hamda hozir tushlik tomoq chiqsak bo'lamdi deb so'ragan. Biz 15 minut vaqtimizni turib qo'ydik. Shunglashqa biz 2dan 15 da qaytib kelsak bo'lamdi.
Thinking of coming back this afternoon, what the menu is, as it were? Do you want... Sorry, don't worry. Another time. Too late.
Assalomu alaykum. Ekran oldidagi aziz qarindoshlar. Kiravatganlar Dunyo Qurultiyi to'g'ri televiziyasiniki naqbaydan programmasi. Hozir biz sizlarga Xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasiniki bugun Londonda boshlangan ikkinchi qatimliq sudninki naqmaydan ko'rinishlarini sizlarga taqdim qilyapmiz aziz qarindoshlar. Xitoyning shuncha qattiq besimi, ta'diddlariga, to'sqinlik qilishiga, buzg'unchilik qilishiga qaramasdan mana Xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasiniki ikkinchi qatimliq sudi bugun London vaqti ertaga soat 9 da muvaffaqiyatli boshlandi va sudninki tushdan burungi qismi g'alabalik oxirlashdi. Aziz qarindoshlar, mushu hozirgacha degan soat 9 dan hozirgacha ekran oldida zerikmay, terikmay mushu sudga ko'ngil bo'lib o'ltag'an bütün qarindoshlarımızdan Allah razı olsun. Mana sizlarning duoyinglar bilan shohidlarimiz jasorat bilan, mardonlik bilan bugun tushdan burun chiqib o'zining guvohliklarini berdi aziz qarindoshlar. Keyin bu demak qatnashgan ba'zi qarindoshlarimizni izohat berib qo'yaylik. Bugun tushdan burun ertaga soat 9da boshlangan bu sud kollegiyasi, ikkinchi qatimliq sud kollegiyasi, bu sud kollegiyasininki raisi Jeffrey Nice efendimning ichilish murosimi bilan boshlandi. Oqdilla tunji bo'lib Avstraliyadan Mehray xonim guvohlik berdi. Uningdan keyin Yaponiyadan Helmat Ro'zaxon efendim guvohlik berdi. Uningdan keyin hammalar tunish bo'lgan Uyg'urshunos bu yerda Elisa Anderson, yani Nazakat Hanım Uyghur ismi Nazakat Hanım'ı baya guvohlik bergan bo'ldi. Uningdan keyin bir professor doktor tadqiqotchi David Tobinninki guvohligi bilan tushdan burungi sud oxirlashgan bo'ldi. Birozdan keyin yana takror davomlashadi. Mush fursatdan foydalanib turib, sizlar bilan biroz paranglashaylik degan maqsadda bu yerda o'rtada aziz qarindoshlar. Bu yerda shuni aytib qo'yaylik, avval qatimliq, tunji qatimliq sud kollegiyasi dedimi, texnik jihatdan tunji kuni biroz masalalar ko'rilgan, ba'zi qiyinchiliklarga duch kelgan aziz qarindoshlar. Bugunmi o'xshash bo'ldi. Tushdan burungi qismida texnik jihatdan biroz shunday Maqtiyar efendim biroz qiyinchiliklarga duch keldik va 1,5 soatni ortiqroq bu yerda bizningki berayotgan bu naqmaydan suhbat, naqmaydan programmamiz biroz bir o'ngishsizliklarga uchragan bo'ldi. Bu munosabat bilan ekran oldidagi bütün qarindoshlarimizdan tekrar afu so'raymiz, uzr so'raymiz. Xo'sh, aziz qarindoshlar, sizlar matbuotlardan ko'rayotgansizlar, mana hozir qadar mushu sud başını şarpsıdımı Mustabid Konusunda hakimiyeti mushu ikkinchi qatim sud qarshi qattiq bir kampaniya başlatgan ishga tashqi jihatdan bütün tashviqot vositalarini safarbarlikka silib tunugimmi Xitoy tashqi ishlar ministrligining bayonotchisi Zhou Lijian bo'lsin, Abnurayliq atalmış Abnurayli Xalq Hukumatininki bayonotchisi bo'lsin, maxsus arqadan axborot e'lon qilish yig'inlarini chaqirib, bugungi sudga qilmagan haqorat qilmadi, qilmagan tuhmat qilmadi va oshkor holda bu qatimliq sudda guvohlik beradigan shohidlarga oshkora tadbir silishga boshildi va qonun maqomini bazaga soldi. Bu qonunsiz sud, bu bir teatrxona, uningda guvohlik berganlarning hammasi artist degandek, endi Xitoy hokimiyatininki bu xil razil vositalarni qo'llanishimi, amaliyotda bu hokimiyatninki naqadar razil, naqadar pastkash, mustabid bir hokimiyat bo'lganligini, mutam bir hokimiyat bo'lganligini butun dunyoga qayta bir ro'shan namoyon qilib bergan bo'ldi. Aziz qarindoshlar, bu naqmaydan programmamiz boshlangandan keyin dunyoning har qaysi eldirdagi ko'rilmalarimizdan keyin-keyindan yaxshi go'zal inkasdan topshirib oldik. Bu yerda yana bir shuni eslatib qo'yaylik, biz atdigan bu programmani boshlagandan keyin naqmaydan programmasini Dunyo Uyg'ur Kulturininki televiziyasida Xitoyning hakkerlarininki va Xitoy josuslarining qattiq hujum uchirdik. Nurg'ulg'an yolg'on ism qo'yib olgan ba'zi bu Xitoyning gumashchilari çoğunlukçıları, torçumakçıları bizdeki Dünya Uyg'ur Qurultayı'nınki YouTube sayfasiga kirib olib, bu yerda sud kollegiyasiga Dünya Uyg'ur Qurultayıga qilmagan haqoratlar qilmadi. Aziz qarindoshlar, buni bu yerda eskartib qo'yaylik. Bu xil hujumlari tunugin nihoyatda yuqori pallaga chiqqan va bugun davomlashyapti. Buningdagi yanami kuchayishi mumkin, ammo hech bir guvohchimiz bu o'zining irodasini yong'ini yo'q. Xitoyninki bu ta'didlarga pisand qilib qo'yganimi yo'q. Ya'ni shundan Maqtiyar efendim bugun jasorat bilan bu yerda ikki Uyg'ur shohidimiz guvohlik berdi. Ulardan Allah razı olsun. Aziz qarindoshlar, biz oldi bilan mana sud muvaffaqiyat boshlandi. Bu vaqtda ba'zi Uyg'ur strategiya mutaxassislarimizninki fikrini ilish uchun biz hozir Turkiyadagi bu Dünya Uyg'ur Kulturining ma'muriysi va hammalarga tanilgan strategiya mutaxassisi doktor Erkin Akrem bilan bir suhbat o'tkazaylik, uning bir qarashlarini anglaylik, o'rtoqlashaylik, bir sinab boqaylikni. Ekranımızda, eğer ko'rgan bo'lsangiz aziz qarindoshlar, ekranımızda bizniki ekranımızda, eğer ko'rgan bo'lsangiz aziz qarindoshlar, ekranımızda bizniki Erkin Akrem efendim, doktor Erkin Akrem. Anlavatamiz hürmetli Erkin Ekrem efendim. Türkiye'den hazır. Bizdeki Uygur İstikraratiya Mutaxassisi Doktor Erkin Ekrem'e bağlandı. Türkiye'den hazır. Sot kollegisi. Bizdeki Uygur İstikraratiya Mutaxassisi Doktor Erkin Ekrem'e bağlandı. Sot kollegisi de kurgan. Bu avval qatim qo'shishlar, bu qatimki qayt bir sana paqaylar qilindashlar. Sotqa avval qatim qo'shishlar, bu qatimki sotqa hazır sotning tushgan burungi qismi oxirlashdi aziz qarindoshlar, ikkinchi navbatlik Uyg'ur sotininki hazır sotning tushgan burungi qismi. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli aziz qarindoshlar, Erkin Akram efendim, Uyg'ur sotininki yaxshi salomat tutingiz, mush vaqtingiz xayrli bo'lsin. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli Erkin Akram efendim, ovozni anglayotamsiz? Yaxshi salomat tutingiz, mush vaqtingiz xayrli bo'lsin. Ovoz chiqyotammi? Ovoz demasiz. Ovozni anglayotamsiz? Mesele yoktu, Erkin efendim ovoz. Ovoz var. Ovoz demesi yok. Hoş Erkin Ekrem efendim, belki siz mi sotni bugün başlangan sotdan tushgan burun qismini izlagan mumkin. Ekrem efendim, belki siz mi sotni bugün başlangan sotdan tushgan burun qismini izlagan mumkin. Hujum başladı. Sizin bilisizler. Bugün mi devam qılıp Xitoy hokimiyatiga ait qattiq hujumlari ig'ir darajada hujum başlandı. Qaramay, bugün mi devam qılıp Xitoy hokimiyatiga sotqa hujumlari va tushgan qismini aytib shunga qaramay bu sot mana g'alaba bo'ldi deb o'ylaymiz. Siz Xitoyning bu hujumlarga qanday bavrisiz Xitoyning bu darajada andish qilib bu darajada change ketishning asosiy sababi nima? Siz Xitoyning bu hujumlarga qanday bavrisiz Xitoyning bu darajada andish qilib bu darajada change ketishning asosiy sababi nima? Siz bu sotning strategik ahamiyatini qanday qaraysiz?
Ovoz qat'iy.
Hürmetlik Doktor Erkin Ekrem efendim, avazınız ne tazı anlayamay kaldık. Teknik cevaptaki mesele boz gerek. Hürmetlik ekran aldığındaki kırındaşlarımız sizlerden özür sorayımız tekrar. Kayıtı bir sınıf bakaylı. Bektir efendim. Hürmetlik ikra aldığındaki tuzlar köylüler zaten ettiğen yağı teknik cihetten mesele körülgen. Hazır mı? Bu devam kılıvatıdı. İnşallah düştün kenki kısmı da bu ahval körülmesi de oylayımız. Az kardeşler bir yerde şunu da böyle şu London'da şu soç zalı tasqıgan Dünya Uyg'ur Qulti Tor televiziyasınınki hazırki şu teknik işlerine mesul fakat birla Baxtiyor Ömer efendim var. Bir yerde nurgun tüskülerin özü yalğız idare kılışka bir yerde mecbur buluvatıdı. Şunu bir yerde özüm biraz kıyınçılıkı duş geldi. Ettiğinin yağı. Onundan bu sot içilivatkan bu sot kollegisininki zale ninki texnik apparatlarımı yenilangan, avval qitim qaragan nurgun farqlar var. Nurgun qiyinchilik duch keldik. Aziz qarindoshlar, to'g'ri tushunishinglarni umid qilamiz. Avval qitim shunda bo'lgan, ammo paydinpay yaxshilashga tirishib manga edik. Inshaalloh tushdan keyin bunday masala ko'rilmaydi deb o'ylaymiz. Aziz qarindoshlar, bu sotninki marhamat qilib hisoblaydi. Aziz qarindoshlar, bu sotninki tushdan keyingi qismi texnik qiziydigandek turdi, chunki tushdan keyin bu yerda Amerikadagi tadqiqotchilardan Tingbyo efendim, yani Xitoy millatidan bo'lgan Tingbyo efendim guvohlik berdi. Avval qatim hammalarning xabari bor. Wang familiyalik bir Xitoy saqchi, yani Sharq Turkistonda saqchi bo'lib ishlagan bir Xitoy saqchi guvohlik bergandan keyin buning ta'siri matbuotlarda bo'lsin, nihoyat favqulodda cho'ng bo'lgan. Xitoy hukumati nihoyat qattiq ig'ir hujum qilgan, ta'dil solgan bu guvohchiga va oldingi bir qancha kungacha Xitoy hukumati bu xil ta'dillarni davomlashtirib kelyapti. Xo'sh, biz texnik masalalarni hal qilib bo'yicha hurmatli To'lqin Aysa efendimni studiyamizga taklif qildik. Hurmatli To'lqin Aysa efendim, mana Xitoydagi shuncha besimga ta'dillarga qaramay bugun sud nihoyat muvaffaqiyatli holda ochilgan bo'ldi. Millatimizning duosi bilan, xalqimizning qo'llashi bilan, madadi bilan nihoyat chiroyli bir shaklda buning tushdan burungi qismi tamomlangan bo'ldi. Masalan, bugün ettiganning yağımı Xitoy yana tunuga hujum boshlagan, bugün ettiganning yağımı bütün ichki tashqi matbuotni ishga sirib hujum qilyapti va haqorat darajasiga ba'zi Xitoyningki bu xil hujumdir. Doktor efendim, bu sotning muvaffaqiyat kechilganligi munosabat bilan o'zingizning deydigan qanday yurak so'zlaringiz bor?
Hamma yurtdoshlar ko'ryapti deb o'ylayman. Bütün Sharqiy Turkistonliklarni nihoyatda taqozo qilib kutgan sud muvaffaqiyatli kechildi, ammo oldingi qatim shunday bo'lgan. Bu qatim ichilishning oldigacha biraz bizda biraz hayajonlanish onda ansirashim bo'lgan bunda aytganimizda, chunki kutilmagan har xil o'yinlarni Xitoy bu qatim bo'lib ikkinchi qatimlik sotda birinchi qatim sot qargan chaqda texmo bek g'aljirlashganligini ko'rdikchu. Her xil o'yinlarni Xitoy bu qatim bo'lib ikkinchi qatimlik sotda birinchi qatim sot qargan chaqda texmo bek g'aljirlashganligini ko'rdikchu. Shuningga qanday bir nimalar bo'lar degan bir endishimiz var, ammo nihoyat muvaffaqiyat qildi. Sot boshlangandan keyin bizning biraz joyimiz va yuraklarimiz tushgandek bo'ldi. Bu munosabat bilan bizni sot qarab ko'rayotgan bütün vatandoshlarımizga bu yerda qalbimiz bilan bo'lgan, qalbimiz sot bilan bo'lgan, men shuni ishlayman. Bütün Sharq Turkiston xalqi belki bazı yerler görüş imkanı bulmagan bo'lishi mumkin har xil sabablardan, ammo hammasining qalbi shu sotda deb o'ylayman sizdan bilan. Shunga bütün vatandoshlarimizni davomli madad berishga hozir Xitoyninki taqtiyotgan nimalarni ko'rdik. Bütün adamlarning ish qilib YouTube'larda, sosyal medyalar qisqa uchurlarni qilish orqali psixologik hujum qilyapti. Şununla sotdaki 3 gün yani iş verir mümkün. Şununla sotda guvohlik beradigan insonlarga psixologik jihatdan madadga, ruhiy kasalligiga ehtiyoji bor. Chunki erta uyguning ichida bu kampda yetib chiqqan insonlarga guvohlik berdi. Chunki Xitoy 2-3 kundan buyon hatto bugungacha boshqa davlatlarning qo'li orqali besim qilib guvohlik bermaslikka tirishyapti. Shuningga bunday sharoitimizda insonlarimizni uni jasoratlantirishi, ularning bu ishdagi o'yinlar rolini nihoyat muhim bo'lganligi haqida ularga tasalli berishi qo'ldan kelgan shaklda qilib tursa bu nihoyat yaxshi bo'ldi. Xalqimizdan buni kutamiz.
Rahmat To'lqin efendim. Dünya hukukining nihoyat zo'r tirishchilik bilan, fidokorlik bilan maslahash bilan yaxshi muvaffaqiyat o'tdi deb qarayman. Rahmat sizga. Hurmatli zo'r ko'rishlar, hurmatli Qaysar Abdurasul efendim, 2 minut bir texnik masala bor ekan. Birazdan keyin parda orqadagi bir qahramonimiz bor. Mushu atganiyaqi 4 soat yerish charchishi qaramay, mushu Uyg'ur sud kollegisida guvohlik bergan chet ellik guvohchilarningki so'zlarini sizlarga Uyg'urcha tarjima qilib bergan bizningki Qaysar Abdurasul efendim. Xo'sh, Baxtiyor efendim, masalan, hozir boshqa davlatdagi qarindoshlarimizga bo'linish imkoniyati bormi tartib jihatdan, agar bo'lsa nafaqandoq?
Hozir zaminasi yeni bo'lganligi uchun aytganda yo'q. Bu naq maydon tarqitish sistemasida chatoq chiqqanligi uchun uni qaytadan almashtirib naq maydonning ovozini o'chdi. Lekin hamma narsani yangidan qilyapmiz. Sirtniki hammalarningki xabarda bor, bexatarlik uchun teshning to'g'ri uzayotgan. Shuning uchun biz bu yerda cheklik materiallardan foydalanib sirtga uzinyapmiz. Shuning bir texniklik masalalar, ya'ni ish biz uchrab baxmagan narsalar yangidan bo'lganligi uchun uni yangidan amal tepib hal qilishga to'g'ri keldik. Atigandan ovoz bilan filmni avatadigan narsani xato o'rnatib qo'yganligi uchun texnik xodimlar ya'niki buni ovoz uzilib ketdi, buni qaytadan o'zgartirishga to'g'ri keldi. Buni o'ngishsa ham nima sirtnikiga bevosita to'r orqali qo'llangan ekan. Bizning boshqa hech qanday amalimiz yo'q. Shuning uchun signal orqali qo'llanamiz, lekin mushu o'rinniki kompyutersni ishlatganligimiz uchun bu yerda ba'zi cheklamalar borki, ya'ni sirtniki anglashni to'sayotganligi uchun bizning ovozimiz qarshi tarafning ovozi bizga kelmayapti hozir. O'zimizning kompyuterlarni ishlatib qo'ymaydi. Shunga texnik jihatda biz hech amal qilamidik ularga. Shundaqdan davomli tirishyapmiz o'ngishga.
Ro'shan
bularning hammasi shu sotninki o'ngishli qilib berilishi uchun bexatarlik uchun qattiq talab qo'yganligi sababidan bo'ldi. Shuning uchun cho'nqur kechirim so'raymiz barliq qarindoshlardan.
Rahmat, hurmatli Baxtiyor apandim. Aziz qarindoshlar, Baxtiyor apandim deb o'tganidek, bexatarlik nuqtasidan bularlik mushu zalninki, ya'ni sud o'tkazilgan Church House sarayininki simliq internet nimasini uzayotgan, kesayotgan. Undan keyin bizningki bu Dunyo qurultiyi to'r televiziyasiningki uskunlarini bu yerga akirgilib qo'ymadi, bexatarlik nuqtasini va kompyuterlarni tortib hammasini mushu sarayninki texnik bo'limidan kiralashga majbur bo'ldik. Unda bo'lgandan keyin hamma narsani programmaning hammasini ko'chirishga, bu sistemni qayta ko'chirishga to'g'ri keldi. Sizlardan tekrar uzr so'raymiz. Har holda asosiyatdan Baxtiyor apandim shunami? Har holda texnik qiyinchiliklarni asosiyatdan hal qilgan bo'ldik. Hurmatli Baxtiyor apandim, masalan hozir Qozog'istonlik qarindoshlarimizga bir unib beqish imkoniyati bormi? Sinab baqayli, qani Qozog'istondagi qarindoshlarimiz masalan mushu Dunyo qurultiyi to'r televiziyasiningki naq maydon programmasini ko'rayotgan abonalarimizning ichida Qozog'istondagi qarindoshlarimiz soni eng ko'p. Bu yerda deganning yaqin aytib ko'p inkaslar keldi va sotning hayajon bilan bu sotni ko'rayotganligini biz bir bog'lanib baqayli. Aziz qarindoshlar, bizningki bu vaqtlik studiyamiz shu zalninki 2-chi qavatida. Bugun ataganda chet el matbuotlarining aytib ko'p, 10 dan ortiq agentliklarningki muxbirlari ketdi bizningki yon tarafda. Undan keyin avval qitim qarag'an vaqtida bugun tomoshabinlarning soni favqulodda ko'p, zal asosiyatdan to'ldi. Koronavirus sebebinden ilingan karantin tedbirlerine asasen bu tüzümlerine asasen arılıp kaldırıldı bir 20 metre etrafında. Biz Qozog'istondan Almaty shahrida turayotgan Dunyo qurultiyi ijro komitetining raisi Erkin Ahmet efendim bilen aloqalashib tirishyapmiz, chunki ular kollektiv holda aytgan yoqi bu sotning naq maydon ko'rinishini ko'rayotganligini bizga bildirgan. Biz ularning bir ta'siratini qarashlarni apaqayli, sinab baqayli.
Ovozimiz kelyapti.
Ekranda ko'ryapmiz Dunyo qurultiyining oliy maslahatchisi Qozog'istondagi bizning jamoat arboblarimizdan milliy ustozlarimizning Qarmon Xo'jambadi akimiz ekran oldimizda ko'rdik, boshqa qarindoshlarimizni ko'rdik. Hammalarga Londondan salom. Ovozimizdan ekranda ko'ryapmiz Dunyo qurultiyining oliy maslahatchisi Qozog'istondagi salom yo'llaymiz arboblarimizdan. Alloh razı olsun. Atgan ustozlarimizning Qarmon Xo'jambadi şu sotniki naqmaydan oluşini ağlaş qarindoshlarimiz ko'rdik. Hammalarga sizlarning yordaminglar bilan salom, sizlarning duoyinglar bilan bu sot ovozimizni oldi va hammalarga guvochi ya'ni Uyg'ur salom yo'laymiz. Avstraliyadagi Allah razı olsun qadimgi duolar bilan boshlandi. Oldin qadimliq shu guvochimizniki naqmaydan jazolarning shohidi kelyapti. Gollandiyadagi Qalbinur Sidiq xonimning duolar bilan boshlangan bugun sot Avstraliyadagi ve Mihray Tunci xonimning duolar bilan Uyg'ur bo'ldi. Uyg'ur xonim Avstraliyadagi Mihray xonim ninkiz duolar bilan boshlandi. Oldin qadimliq deyilishlarimizniki jazolarning shohidi Gollandiyadagi Qalbinur Sidiq xonimning duolar bilan boshlangan bugun Avstraliyadagi Mihray xonimninki duolar bilan boshlangan. Erkin hozir tushdik demilish. Efendim qarshi tarafning ovozi kelmayotdi. Bir suhbat o'tkazaylik. Sizlarning bir ta'sirotlarini, tushunchalarni televizor ko'rishinglar, kechiringlar, hurmatli televizor ko'rishinglar. Shunday ishga qiyinchiliklarga duch kelgan gapga tafsilatdan.
Atrofda ovoz kelmayotdi.
Erkin efendim qarshi tarafning ovozi kelmayotdi. Hürmetlik Kaymanka Kechiringlar, hurmatli sizlar kamerani bek diraq qo'yib oldinglarmi? Ovozinglar chiqmayapti. Texnik jihatdan. Hurmatli Kaymanka sizlar kamerani bek diraq qo'yib oldinglarmi? Ovozinglar chiqmayapti.
Kaymanka so'zi asli
ovoz bizlar chiqyapti lekin ovoz bektuvar.
Biz yerga o'tirsak ko'rmaymiz ekanmiz. Qanday qilaylik?
Hamda bo'ldi.
Qo'ysa. Sen.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli Qarmanka boshliq Qozog'istondagi butun aziz qarindoshlar, hammanglarga yurakdan salom. Mana sizlarningki hamda bo'ldi. Sizlarning moddiy va ma'naviy jihatga qo'llashinglar bilan butun xalqimizning duosi bilan ikkinchi qatimli sotni bugun atdiganda muvaffaqiyatli boshlab oldik. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli Ig'ir darajada Qarmanka boshliq Qozog'istondagi butun aziz qarindoshlar, hammanglarga yurakdan salom. Ig'ir mana sizlarningki sizlarning moddiy va ma'naviy jihatga qo'llashinglar bilan butun Qarmanka shu ikkinchi qatimli boshlanganligiga deganda muvaffaqiyatli qarshinglarni hissiyotlarni bunga to'sqinlik qilyapti, buzg'unchilik qilyapti.
Assalomu alaykum.
Bugunmi Ig'ir hujum
Dunyo Uyg'ur hukumatining raisi Dolqin Esanov tashabbusi bilan va arzimiz
shu ikkinchi qatimli sudning muvaffaqiyatli boshlanganligiga bo'lgan bir qarashlarni hissiyot
sotining ikkinchi sotini chin qalbimizdan tabriklaymiz. Bu sot tarixiy ahamiyatga ega. Bütün Qozog'istonliklar diqqat bilan qarayotdi. Birinchi sotdan sizlarning tajribanglar va yaxshi o'rgandinglar. İkinci qatimliq sotning intayin yaxshi, g'alabiyatli o'tishiga ishonchimiz komil. Biz shuni istaymiz, hammasi yaxshi bo'lsin. Ming afsus, bu kommunistik Xitoy buni bizning Olmutida intayin shu internetga hammasiga buzg'unchilik qilyapti. Pat-pat uzilyapti, ovozlar almaydi, shunday bir nimasi bor. Qarshilik ishlar bor. En muhimi bana yakını bu Muşlu Sot'un reisi Jeffrey Reis Efendim'in kirişme sözü de Uygur meselesi boyunca intayın negizli bunun en mürekkep taraflarını yani komünistik baskıncı Xitoy hükümetinin Uygurlara qaratgan Uygur, Kazak, Kırgız ve başka Türk Müslümanlara qaratgan ırkı kırgınçılıkını dini, medeni, genosid siyasetinin mahiyetini düşündürüldü. Ve Uygurların hazırki hakiki ahvalini, ulanın til, dil, urf-adat, anane, umman bir hayat geçiriş, özlerinin anenevi hayat geçiriş qoida tuzumlarının buzilayotganligi, shunga bu sotning mustaqil xalqaro prinsip normalarida, ya'ni Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı'nın normalarida Angliyaning qonunlari boshqa davlatlarning qonunlariga riyo qilib o'tkazayotganligini berishi, men o'ylayman, bu ingliz tilida bütün dünyada tarqaldi, nihoyatda yaxshi ta'sir bo'ldi. Va biz Dünya Uyghur Qurultayıga mushu sotda ishtirok etgan barliq kishilarga do'qonaysa boshlab o'zimizning minnatdorligini bildiramiz, qutlab tilaymiz, g'alabiyatlik o'tishini umid qilamiz.
Rahmat, hurmatli Qarman Xo'jambadika Qozog'istondagi aziz qarindoshlar, hammalarga ko'p rahmat, hammalarga Alloh razı olsun. Mana Qozog'istondan atoydan 3 nafar Sharq Turkistonlik qozoq qarindoshimiz Qozog'istondan rahmat, hurmatli isim ta'didlariga Qarman Xo'jambadika Qozog'istondagi aziz qarindoshlar, hammalarga ko'p rahmat, hammalarga Alloh razı olsun. Xudoyim mana Qozog'istondan atoydan 3 nafar ularning birisi Sharq Turkistondan qozoq qarindoshimiz Qozog'istondan 6 oydan qattiq ta'didlariga Qozog'iston ishchilarga isim chiqarmasdan lager shahidi bo'lamiz, lager deyotgan muvaffaqiyat bilan shu ishni o'tgan yetib keldi. Xudoyim bo'lsa, bularni sotning 3-kuni bu yerda haqida bu yerda sotning guvohlarning birisi Shapchaldi. Rahmat, Qarman Kambashlar Qozog'istondagi aziz qarindoshlarimiz, qozoq qarindoshimiz lager shahidi bo'lamiz, lager deyotgan davomlashadi. Bular chunki sotdi deganimdek lager tugagan zulmni Shundan keyingi sot Amerikadagi guvohlarning qaytarmoqchisi. Rahmat, Qarman Kambashlar Qozog'istondagi bütün aziz qarindoshlar bilan boshlaydi. Uning rahmatimizni bildiramiz. Birazdan keyin boshlab yana davomlashadi. Shundan keyingi sotdi deganimdek bu yerda avval qatim deb shundan keyingi sot Wang Pamillik Amerikadagi sog'liq qaytarganligi buning ta'siri pek chong bo'lgan. Tingbyo ismli bir Xitoy tadqiqotchi bor. Guvohlik bilan boshlaydi. Xitoyning undan keyin dunyo guruhining boshlovchisi chong ta'sir qilgan deb o'ylayman. Rahmat hammalarga rahmat. Alloh razı olsun. Wang Pamillik bir Xitoy soqchi guvohlik bergandan keyin buning ta'siri pek chong bo'lgan. Bugun Tingbyo ismli bir Xitoy tadqiqotchi bor. Hurmatli televizor ko'ruvchilar, Erkin apandim yana bir meningcha bu Nike Turkiyadagi sigaretga o'tkazamiz. Hurmatli rahmat hammalarga rahmat. Alloh razı olsun. Apandimga yana bir rahmat qo'ydi. Alloh razı olsun. Bu texnik jihatdagi qiyinchiliklarning asosida hurmatli televizor ko'ruvchilar, Erkin apandim yana bir bizningki Turkiyadagi sigaretga mutaxassisimiz hurmatli doktor Erkin Akram apandimga yana bir ulinib qo'ydi. Bu qiyinchiliklarning asosida konuşup ketyapmiz herhalde. Assalomu alaykum.
Aleykümselam.
Hem de ovoz chiqdi, ayt yaxshi bo'ldi.
Ha.
Maşallah.
Quloqlik ishlatgandan keyin balki chiqib
rahmat, hurmatli doktor Erkin Akram apandim, sizni biraz avval qilib qo'ydik, vaqtingizni oldik.
Yo'q.
Chunki texnik jihatga ba'zi kamchiliklar tufaylidan buni aytib
tushunishlik.
Shu savolim bayqiga o'xshash, shu hamda ovozini aytib yaxshi bo'ldi. Maşallah, bu besim buzg'unchilik haqorat qilmadi. Rahmat, hurmatli doktor. Hatta bugun boshida siz biraz avval qilib qo'ydik, vaqtingizni oldik. Siz bu Xitoyning bu darajada turlab ketishilik sabab nima hamda bu Xitoy nimadan bunchalik boylayapti? Shu savolim bayqiga o'xshash, shu Xitoy hozirni aytib turlab o'tirmay qilyapti. Siz buning shaxsiy o'zingiz buzg'unchilik haqorat qilmadi.
Sot yaxshi ketib bordi. 6-oydama yaxshi o'tgan, bu 9-oydama yaxshi boshlandi. Inshaalloh 12-oyda buningki bir natijasi qarori chiqar. Hamda Xitoyga kelsak, hamda birinchidan Xitoy buningdan ansiraydi. Chunki bu mahkamadan ya irqiy qirg'inchilik degan qaror chiqsa yoki insoniyatga qarshi jinoyat ishlandi degan bir qaror chiqsa, mayli qaysi qaror chiqsin, Xitoyga bir yomon bir tamg'a urilgan bo'ladi. Xitoyning inovatiga, obraziga, hammasiga ta'sir yetkazadi. Va shundaqla bu tamg'a ham Xitoy hokimiyati bilan birlikda davom qiladi hem de Xitoy xalqi buni bir günah bo'lib ustiga ilishga majbur qoladi. Shuningga bu sal qaraydigan bir masala emas. Gerçi Xitoy sal qaragandek, pisdan qilmagandek ajna javoblarni berib qilyotdi ama mencha ichida buningki ansirayotganligi va cho'chiyotganligini faraz qilaman deb o'ylayman. İkinchidan, misolga Xitoy Xi Jinpingning strategiya plani bilan birlikda 2049 yılında Xitoyning Jahongir davlat bo'lmoqchi. Sen dunyoga hokim bo'lman deydigan bo'lsang, dunyo xalqininki qo'llashini qo'lga tushirish lozim. Dunyo xalqininki senga bo'lgan hurmatini erishish lozim onunga. Agarda bularga erishamasan, sen qanday dunyoga hokim bo'la olasan? Shuningga yolg'izlar iqtisod kuchi bilan yoki harbiy kuchi bilan dünya hakim bo'lmaydi. Nurg'un kuchlarni sarf qilishga to'g'ri keldi. Ya'ni bunda inovati buzilgan va insoniyatga qarshi jinoyat ishlagan irqiy qirg'inchilikni ilib borgan bir hokimiyatni dunyo qabul qilmaydi. Shuningga Xitoyninki bu 2049 yilda dunyoga xo'jayin bo'lman deydigan o ishig'ima sotninki natijasi bilan Xitoy qiyin bir ahvolga tushib qoladi. Üçüncüsü hem de en muhimi hem de şu karar çıkıp kalgan takdirde xalqarada Xitoyga bo'lgan bir bisim şekillenadi. Uyghur teşkilatları tabii nurg'un devletlerde ve teşkilatlarını yaşayotgan devletlerde o devletninki siyasiyonlarga, parlamentoga ve şundaqla hükümetdeki bisim işiltip Xitoyni ayıplashga ve şundaqla ırkı qirg'inchilik ilib berayotgan bir devletke karşı çıkış lazım da bu siyasi bisimni işletkili oldu. Misalga iqtisod ve ticaret cettimi bisim işletkili buludu. Bu ırkı qirg'inchilik ilib borgan bir devlet bilan qandaqmi ticaret qilsa, o taqan pulga vijdonlar qandaq chidaydi degan gap chiqqan taqdirda o şirketlarma Xitoy bilan qilgan tijoratindami biraz ensireydi. Belki Xitoydan vaz kechish mümkün. Bu Xitoyninki iqtisodiy ticaretimiz ziyon bera oladigan ahvol bo'ladi. Onundan başka xalqaradan kelgan bu bisimdan topayli xalqimizga bo'lgan, ya'ni Xitoyning xalqimizga ilib borgan bu zulm siyosatini yeniklash mümkün. Hem de chet eldagi davomi texmi kuchlanish lozim. Shuningga bu hozirgi sotninki qarori nayta muhim. Yani chet eldagi 49 yildan bugungacha chet elda ilib berayotgan dava yo'lindagi eng muhim bir qadam deb ko'rsak bo'ldi. Xo'sh.
Doktor Erkin Akram efendim, bergan javobingiz uchun ko'p rahmat. Sizga tekrar rahmat aytamiz. Huzur görüşlerimiz bu.
Men rahmat aytaman. Rahmat sizga. Yo'q. Rahmat, men rahmat aytaman.
Hurmat Doktor Erkin Akram efendim, bergan javobingiz uchun ko'p rahmat. Mening ovozim tekrar rahmat aytmoqchiman. Texnik savollarning biraz sizning rahmat sizga. Umid qilaman hem iş mükemmel bo'lmaydi ekan. Hurmatli huzur ko'ruvchilar, sotninki mening ovozim qaytib ketdi. Texnik jihatdan masala bor edi. Aytganda shunga ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimizninki to'g'ri tushunishi. Hurmatli huzur ko'ruvchilar, sotninki ikkinchi bo'limi boshida biroz mükemmel bo'lmaydi ekan. Bayda o'tganimizdek har holda sotninki muvaffaqiyatli holda boshlanganligi yaxshi bo'ladi qarindoshlar. Üçtükinki bölümününki tuncu guvatçısı Amerika'daki huzur köşküler Xitoy tadqiqotchisi sortninki ikkinchi bölümü başında biraz dikkat bilen baydamdazimizdak uningdan keyin balkim avval qatimliq tunji qatimliq üçtükinki bölümününki tuncu guvatçısı Amerikalar degan qarindoshlarniki Xitoy tadqiqotchisi tunji qatimliq sortninki guvohlik bilan sot Çünkü en ahirette guvatçı şahidi bundan keyin belki avval qatimliq tunji qatimliq sot kollegiyasining Naqmaydan programmasini izlagan qarindoshlarimiz bilish kerak. tunji qitimli sotninki eng oxirgi guvochisi shohidi Uyg'ur xalqiga tunishlik bo'lgan, butun Sharq Turkiston xalqiga tunishlik bo'lgan germaniyalik davlat tadqiqotchi doktor Adrian Zensninki guvohlik bilan oxirlashgan. Bu qitimmi yana qayta doktor Adrian Zens efendimninki guvohligi bilan bu 9 ayninki 13 kuni oxirlashadi aziz qarindoshlar. Bugungi sud saat London vakti saat 18 London vakti saat 18:23 yani 18:20gacha yani kash 6:20gacha davom qiladi aziz qarindoshlar va butkul sotninki umumiy jarayonni sizlar ko'rayotgan Dunyo Huquqining to'rt televiziyasidan ko'ralashda programmamizni uzib qo'ymaslikqa tirishamiz. Aziz qarindoshlar, unda sot birozdan keyin boshlandi. Bizga biroz ruxsat qilinglar, 3-4 minut ekrandan ayrılmanglar. Chunki bir Xitoy guvochininki guvohligi bilan boshlandi. Tushdan keyingi guvohlik birozdan keyin yana tekrar sizlar bilan görüşümüz aziz qarindoshlar.
Hozirchi? Ovozim anglayaptamdi? Ovozim chiqqandi ekan. Ha, bak. Ha. Endi bo'ldi. Qanaqa qilamiz? Mush yerda qilamdiq yo boshqa kanalda qilamdiq? Ma'qul. Lekin sizdagi ovozni o'chirsiz, shundaqmi? Bo'lmasa men ikki tarafdan o'xshamaydigan vaqtda o'xshash shu gaplarni anglab turyapman. Ha. Shunaqa. Lekin hozir chiqadi. yoki bir ish chiqib qolsa shundoq pek qilaman bo'lib qoldi chunki shu YouTube'niki shundoq 5-7 sekund oxirida mangda emasmi shuning uchun men ikkisini anglasam pek ma'qul. Ma'qul, men desam bo'ldi, sizlar desanglar bo'ldi. Sizlar meni shunaqa tanishtirib qo'yamsizlar yoki men bevosita tarjima qilyaptim. Ma'qul. Yaxshi bo'ldi. Men bu texnikani bek yaxshi tushunmayman. Endi boshlandi shunaqa. Şu YouTube'da 000 deydi ekan. Dem elish tugidi deganda. Ma'qul. Men tayyor. Shunaqa ekan. Meniki kamera etishning hojati yo'q, shundaqmi? Meni hech kim ko'rmaydi, shunaqmi ya? Ma'qul. Ma tercümanı nerede tarqatsizlar? Mushu tercüma qilgan gaplarni nerede tarqatsizlar? Nega chiqdi? Umi YouTube'dami? Qurultayning kanalidami? Yaxshi. Uni bo'lsa kamerani ochib turay. Ma'qul. Anlayatqanlardan kechirim so'rayman. Men hozir Londonda emasman, sirtdan Berlinda tarjima qilyapman. Shuning uchun men hammasini YouTube orqali anglayapman. Birinchisi YouTube'da 5 din 10 sekund keyniga tortgan. Shuning uchun men uni sal keyinroq anglayman, sal keyinroq tarjima qilaman. Yana ikkinchisi Uyg'ur tilining ana tilim bo'lmagandan keyin men ba'zi gaplarni sal oddiyroq tarjima qilishim mumkin. Hem ba'zi yerlarni 100% yaxshi, 100% to'g'ri tarjima qilmasligim mumkin. Undan kechirim so'rayman. Doktor Biyav'ның tortu bağ mı yok mu? Bağ mı yok mu ikenlikini soraydı iken. Doktor Biao bir advokat 2003'ten 2014'te Xitoyda turgan. Asiyada kishilik huquqning qonun bilan shug'ullangan. U hukumatga qarshi ko'rsatgan. U kishilik huquq kishilik huquq bilan shug'ullanadigan tashkilotni boshlagan, qurilgan. Birisi o'lim hukmiga qarshi turadigan, yana birisi kishilik huquq to'g'riliq harakat qiladigan. U 3 qatim turmaga tashlagan, tutilgan. 2014'te Jonggo'dan Xitoydan ketib ketdi. Uningki bir balasi sirtqa chiqolmabdi ekan. Xitoy hukumati uni bermadi. Biyavatdan hozir to'rda, hozir chiqdi.
Human rights situation in China is deteriorating. China is one of the worst countries in terms of human rights and freedom. And the Chinese government violates every fundamental freedom and right. The censorship is strict, torture, wrongful conviction, and arbitrary detention are all rampant. And also, there are serious human rights abuses like extrajudicial killing, organ harvesting, and discrimination, the death penalty. Next. And since Xi Jinping came to power, he started a comprehensive crackdown targeting human rights lawyers, dissidents, NGOs, and the so-called evil cults, and all kinds of religions.
Xi Jinping hükümetke kirgenden keyin
He started the anti-corruption campaign and the clearing of the underworld, targeting private companies and entrepreneurs. And of course, Tibet, Hong Kong, Inner Mongolia, and Xinjiang, the East Turkestan, things are getting worse and worse there. Next. And the Communist Party has an exaggerated sense of insecurity. After 1989, early 1990s, there are some new social identities promoting civil society and rule of law in China. And the Communist Party is also facing economic crisis and political, social, and ideological crisis. So after this sense of insecurity, the Communist Party cracked down on society brutally. Next. And the Chinese government has established and tightened the high-tech totalitarianism, and it uses the big data, the Great Firewall, artificial intelligence, like facial recognition, voice print recognition, and also DNA and social credit system and surveillance cameras to tighten its control on people. Next. And this kind of high-tech totalitarianism is working effectively with the other method that the Communist Party established after 1949, like the use of secret police, the network stability maintenance, black jails, and the brainwashing and mass arrest of activists and dissidents. Next. There are some pictures of the surveillance cameras and facial recognition. Next. And the DNA and the gait recognition. Next.
yüz tanıştırılan teknikanınki kameralarınki resimlere.
It's also used by the government to control people. Next. And there are many different kinds of extrajudicial detentions and actual legal detentions, including like re-education through labor camp, 劳动教养. It was abolished in 2013. Next. And some extrajudicial detentions are still in use, like a double designation and next. Next, like the RSDL, the residential surveillance at a designated location, and compulsory mental hospital and drug treatment. Next. And black jails detaining petitioners. Next. And the legal education center targeting Falun Gong practitioners. So hundreds of thousands of Falun Gong practitioners were illegally detained in those so-called legal education center, and they were forced to work, and they were tortured. I think nearly 100% of those Falun Gong detainees were and are tortured in those in those legal education centers, and they were
salgan hem qiynigan aşırı sorakta qiyniş bolgan ulamı mecburi özünki dindin boş bika boluşne mecburlangan.
And the difference between the concentration camps in the Uyghur area
Anden müşahede bir neçe misal müba kalınsız tutuş orun
minorities a certain religion and culture with the purpose of eliminating their culture and religious and ethnic identity.
Şarkı Türkistan'da bolgan lagerlar başka lagerlar bilen oxşamaydigan orun bolsa Şarkı Türkistan'daki lager pekitla mexsus bir neçe milletlarni so'layotgan çünkü ular şu milletlarni yo'qotish bo'lish niyatga yetgan. Shuning uchun u Uyg'urlarga bo'lgan irqiy qiyinchilikning bir parchasi bo'lgan tug'ut mecburiy tug'ut saqlash hem mecburiy tug'ut olmay qilinish bilan birga. The flawed evidence rules and there's no judicial independence. The police. Xitoyning qonunida qiyinish boshqa davlatlarning qonuni bilan Xitoyda ba'zi ishlar Xitoyning qonuni bo'yicha qiyinish bo'lmaydi, lekin boshqa davlatlarda bo'lgan bo'lsa qiyinish bo'ladi.
And that's after the political consideration, and also the lawyers are also persecuted.
Falun Gong'a bo'lgan, Uyg'urlarga bo'lgan, Tibetlarga bo'lgan qiyinish boshqalarga qaraganda ig'irroq bo'lgan. Ularni qo'g'daydigan, ularga yordam beradigan advokatlarmi pat tutilgan ham turmaga tashlangan edi.
The most persecuted religions include Tibetan Buddhism, Falun Gong, and of course Uyghur Muslim, and to a lesser extent the Christian.
Eng ig'ir tutganlar Tibetlar, Falun Gonglar bilan Uyg'urlar. Lekin Xristianlarmi xeli ig'ir tutgan edi. Uyg'urlarninki tek ig'ir emas. Chunki burun Tibetda parti shojis bo'lgan, keyin Xinjiang Uyg'ur avtonom rayoniga kelib o'xshash bir o'rinda turgan. U Tibetda qilgan nazorat sistemasi Uyg'urlarning o'rnidami texmo ig'ir qilgan edi.
And the party is also using the long tradition of Da Yitong, the great unification.
Musulmonga kemsitish Xitoyda pek ig'ir. U burundan tartib ashundaq ideologiyalar bo'lgan cho'ng'oliq qilish chiqqan ideologiyasi shu kemsitishni ig'irlashib qo'ydi ekan. U ig'ir qirg'inchilikning bir parchasi bo'lib qolgan edi. Shu eng oxirdagi rasm.
Various forms of extra legal
Şunun için lagerlar hem Uygurlara boğan kırgınçılık boşluktan peyda bolmagan aşında siyasetler burundan tartıp muba idi. Tibet'te boğan lekin Kompatiyanın ki korkap ketkenlik bilen eğrilişip ketken şu siyasetler asta eğrilişip ketken hem hazırki yegi kegen ido. Sizlerge köp rahmet sizlerin ki soallarını kütümen. Sizge köp rahmet. Meniki bir soalım var. Siz qara türme to'g'riq paranışqan edingiz. Qara türme degan nima? Ikki xil qara türme bor.
Petitioners are those Chinese people who suffer the wrongful convictions and miscarriages of justice, and they go to big cities or Beijing to with the hope of
birisi hükümetni tenkit qilayotgan odamlarni tutish uchun bo'lgan tutish o'rni ya türme desek bo'ladi.
The wider meaning of black jail
Esli ularning haqqi bor, uni hükümetni tenkit qilish uchun, lekin ularni shundaq qora turmalarga tashlab etdi.
Detaining Falun Gong practitioners.
Ikkinchi xil qora turma qonunsiz turmalar bo'lgan. Masalan, Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'lgan tarbiyalash lagerlar va boshqa lagerlardan iborat bo'ldi.
With the concentration camps in Xinjiang is the legal education centers with that detain.
Jungo'nun boshqa yerlarida bormi shunday lagerlar?
Documented their
menimcha hozir Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'lgan lager bilan eng o'xshab keladigan lagerlar balkim burunki Falun Gong nima soldigan lager idi.
Part of the genocide and detain at least 1 million Uyghurs, Kazakhs and other
Lekin Sharqiy
minorities. So that's
Turkistonda az degan 1 million odamlar bor, Uyg'urlar, Kazaklar va boshqa Turkiy millatlardan bo'lgan odamlar yeni u qirg'inchilikning bir parchasi bo'lgandan keyin yeni boshqa Xitoyda bo'lgan lager bilan o'xshamaydi.
Training centers and the legal education centers.
Sharqiy Turkistondagi lagerlar
part of China. So both
hem tarbiyalash markaz deb atalgan lager boshqa yerlardan Jungo'ning Xitoyning boshqa yerlardan yaxshi ig'irroq bo'lgan Sharqiy Turkistonda zulm eng ig'ir bo'ldi ekan. Yeni Asya'da bosqinchilik ko'p yuz bergan, balki bu sistemlik bo'lgan, u boshqa yerda ancha ko'rmadik. Shuning uchun zulm Sharqiy Turkistonda eng ig'ir ekan. Doktor Tangbyan, sizningcha nima uchun shunday bo'lgan? Nima uchun Uyg'urlarni boshqalarga qaraganda shuncha ig'ir tutgan?
and the human rights abuse
o kanuni sistemi hem siyasi sistemi hem partikamnınki ideologiyasi bilen bağlanan buldu. Komünist partiyanınki krizisi bolup kalsa, bolup ideologiya krizi bolsa ya iqtisadi krizi bolsa,
different culture, different language, and different religion, and the
ular başkalarını tepip
the Uyghurs and other Turkic people
günahını başkalarına saldı. Uygurlar, Kazaklarınki dini başkaça bolgandan keyin, ularning ideologiyasi başka bolgandan keyin Xitayning hökuməti ularni bir xil hujum qilishi mumkin deb o'ylab qoqib ketdi. Hem iniqlikqa qarshi turishi mumkin deb o'ylaydi.
Thank you. In what way do you think that Xinjiang situation is worse than the rest of China compared to Tibet, which had a difficult time as well? Is it worse than what happened in Tibet?
Yes. So according to a human rights report,
Hazır Şərqi Türkistanın əhvalıqı qalsaq, Tibetdən başqa Xitaydakı yerlərdən ağır bulamdı. Şundaq, Şərqi Türkistan'da Tibet'ten mi ağır buldu hazır. Freedom House'nınki yazışçı o təxi Şərqi Kore'den ağır mı buldu?
The human rights situation in Xinjiang is.
Ben hazır için o Cungu Xitay'daki advokat dostlarım bilen alaqlaşıp turuyatman. Ulanın deyişçimi şundaq. Şərqi Türkistan'daki ehval Tibet'ten mi ağır buldu?
Almost everything. So and it's much worse than in Tibet.
Thank you very much.
Xalqançı tutuş, hemme işler, nazaret, hemme işler degindek Tibet'ten mi ağır buldu? Hazır başkalarınki sizge bolgan suallar mı? Ba. Dr. Tang. Siz terbileş lager bilen başka lagerlarınki oxşaş ve oxşamaydigan yerler to'g'liq palanışkan ediniz. Burunki Laogay sistem to'g'liq palanışdınız. O 2013 yılda to'xtagan. Siz şunu to'g'liq azroq so'zlab beramsiz? Vazidiki mecburi emgek bilen oxşaş bolgan yerleri barmı? Rahmet sizge. Ma Laogay 40 yıllardan başlapla bolgan idi. O 2013 yılgacha bolgan program
those people who commit very slight crimes and also
Laogay lagerli ya çürümelerde aşu adetki cinayetçiler mübaidi, siyasi cinayetçiler mübaidi, hem aktivistler mübaidi, bazıları pek ağır cinayet kılmagan, aşağıya bazı dindarlar mı tutulgan, solagan, ular aşağıya mı mecburi emgek kılgan. Şu burunki lagerde mi mecburi emgek ba idi. Lekin başka yerlerde mi var? Adetki türmelerde mi adette mecburi emgek boğan idi. Xitayning içtik. Şunun için Xitayning içide mecburi emgek pek köp idi. Hazırca mı var, burun mu battı?
Both political and economic motives.
Thank you.
Mağazadaki Şarkı Türkistan'da boğa mecbur emgek mu pek köp. Onunki hem siyasi hem iktisadi niyeti var.
President, the Politburo, and other central bodies. And are there individuals that you would identify as principally responsible for the decision?
Sizningçe azı Şarkı Türkistan'da bolayotgan zulmlar, sizningçe Xi Jinping çoğum biliş kerekmi? Ya belki mi bir imkaniyet bar bo'lishi mumkin, Xi Jinping bilmasligi mumkin deb o'ylamsiz?
And the human rights abuse in China, but we should not exclude those people who have higher power than Chen Quanguo. So and of course the Politburo and the.
Biz hozir Chen Quanguo to'liq bilamiz, uniki pek aktif ma Uyghur qirg'inchilikning ichidagi irqiy qirg'inchilikning ichidagi aktiv rol o'ynaydiganligini aniq bilamiz, lekin uningdan yuqori bo'lgan odamlarmi, siyosatchilarmi cho'qim shu ishlar to'g'riq aniq bilishi kerak. Menimcha uningda aniq bo'ldi.
Draw a conclusion that without Xi Jinping's permission and Chen Quanguo does not have the power to detain at least a million people. So all the top leaders.
Hozir lagerlarning ishlarida, Sharqi Turkistondagi ishlarda bir necha o'zgarish bo'lgan. U sirtdan bo'lgan g'arbiy davlatlardan bo'lgan besim ham xalqaro medialarda bo'lgan besimninki uningdan bo'lgan. Shuning uchun u cho'qim Xi Jinpingdan bo'lgan, Xi Jinpingning gaplari bilan chiqqan o'zgarish bo'lishi kerak.
And the new bit was, and Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era. Could you help us understand the significance of that phrase and its addition to the Constitution?
Yeah, Xi Jinping has removed.
Xi Jinpingning ideologiyasi to'g'riq azroq so'zlab tushuntirib beramsiz? Bo'ldi. Xi Jinping bir necha o'zgarish qilgan. Birinchisi o'ziningki prezident cheklash tuzumni o'zgartgan. Hozir u umrlik prezident ya diktator bo'lib qolgan. U boshqa o'zgarishlar qilgan. Uni tanqid qilganlarni ya tutib olgan yoki sirtqa chiqargan partiyaning yoki hukumatning sirtqa. Shuning uchun o'ziningki huquqni qo'llash uchun cho'ng o'zgarish qilgan.
So in my opinion, that he has changed the
U partiyada bo'lgan diktatorlik ma partiye diktator bolgan idi Jiang Zemin'nin vaqtida Hu Jintao'nun vaqtida uni hazır Mao'daki zamanıga qaytırıp hazır bir adamның diktatorluq Mao mu bir adam diktatorluq Xi Jinping mu şundaq.
While at the same time it's harder for people to access independent information. What is your sense of the
Sizningçe hazır teşviqat eğirqaq bolgan Xitoydagi adamlar tezrekde rast bolgan işlarni bilib olaydi. Sizningçe başqa Xitoylar, Xinzular, Uyg'urlarni qanday qaraydi? Hem Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'layotgan ishlarni qanday qaraydi?
Media, internet, social media, and it's very difficult for Chinese people to know.
Xitoyda tekshirish va media kontrol bek ig'ir. Shuning uchun ko'pincha shu Xitoydagi puxralar rast bo'lgan ishlarni bilmaydi, ham hukumatning tashviqotidan yaxshi ayray olmaydi.
About the concentration camps, the persecution of Uyghurs, and only a few.
Menimcha ko'pincha Xitoylar lagerninki qandaq ig'ir bo'lgan, qandaq ig'ir zulm bo'lgan ishlarni bilmaydi.
And they know what's happening in Xinjiang, and
ozligin VPN ishlatib boshqa sirtdagi xabarlar bilib olishi mumkin. Lekin ularning ko'pinchisi ya ishonmasligi mumkin, ya kari bo'lmasligi mumkin. Ular shuni to'g'riq Sharqiy Turkistonning ishlari to'g'riq cho'qim paranglaşmaydı çünkü ular korkaydı.
Indifference is everywhere in.
Ular korkaydı hem ançı karımı yok bo'lishi mümkün aşırı bo'lgan ishlar. To'g'riq.
Han Chinese is more than 90% of the Chinese population, and they
Xitoylarning Han millatchiligimi kuchli bo'lib ketgan.
Against the ethnic minorities, and they have somehow thoughts of great unification and the superiority of Chinese.
Milletlarga kemsitish, farqli muomala qildi. Chunki ular o'zininki millatchilik tashviqotga ishindi. Hukumatdan bo'lgan ham boshqalardan bo'lgan Xinzu millatchilikka ishindi. Hem milletçilerinki terörist, bölgünçi, cinayetçi bo'lganlikka mu ishonishi mumkin. U mu hukumatning tashviqotidan kirdi.
And they don't care. They even applaud the policy.
Men Xinjiangdagi bir necha Xinzularni taniyman. Lekin ularning qari bo'lmaydi. Men ularga tushuntirib berdim. Hozir Xinjiangda bo'layotgan ishlar to'g'riq, lekin ular xo'sh bo'ldi. Hukumat yaxshi qilibdi deydi. Ular lager to'g'riq, lagerning ichida bo'layotgan ishlar to'g'riq ancha bilmaydi, lekin kishilik huquq qarshi bo'lgan ishlar to'g'riq ancha ensimraydi. hozir muqimlik bo'ldi, yaxshi bo'ldi deb turdi.
Given that you've described a widespread system of abuse in the rest of China and repression and fear, what leads you to the conclusion that we're talking about the complete destruction of resistance and the eradication of identity here? What are the features that make it that much worse than the situation you've described elsewhere?
Yeah.
Siz Uyg'urlarning kimligini yo'qotishi hem Uyg'urlar hukumatga qarshi turishning imkoniyatini yo'qotish, yo'q bo'lib ketishni hukumatdan yo'qotish to'g'riliq parangishdingiz. Sizningcha nimishqa ashiri shundoq eg'ir bo'ldi boshqa yerlarga qaraganda? Menimcha Turkman bo'lgan zulm pek yuqori teknologiya bilan qilingan. Shuning uchun u eg'irroq bo'ldi. Uning ustiga uningga qarshi turishmi pek tez, pek qiyin bo'lib qolgan. Chunki teknologiya bilan hukumat hamma odamninki nima ish qilayotganligini ko'rlaydi. Aktivizm qilish yoki qarshiga hukumatga qarshi turish mushundoq nazorat teknologiyaning ostida qiyin bo'ldi yo bo'lmasligi mumkin.
To resist, and the government can silence their family members, and the government can use their family members, their relatives as hostages to punish.
Yeni aktivistlar chiqib qolsa, masalan, sirtda chiqib qolsa, hukumatmi ularningki tuqqanlarga besim silib, ularni aktivizm to'xtatish uchun tuqqanlarga besim soldi yoki ularga zulm qildi. Sirtdagi Uyg'ur aktivistlarningki tuqqanlari ko'pinchisi shundoq zulm ko'rgan. Shuning uchun Xitoyning hukumati hech nimani qilmagan odamlarga zulm soldi. Ularning tuqqanlar qilgan ish sababli.
Thank you very much. That's been very interesting and very informative. Can I just ask about two medical things, really? One is rehabilitation and institutionalization. Who they do this to, and secondly, what drugs do they use?
Birisi chiqimlik chekkan odamlarningki so'layotganligi ham ularga besim solgan programni to'g'ri deb beramsiz. Bo'ldi. Shu oq chiqimlikka chiqqan masalan heroin, kokain chekayotgan odamlarni majburiy programga soldi ekan. Chunki shundoq oq chiqimlik setish yoki ishlab chiqarish bir jinoyat bo'ldi, lekin uni ishlatish jinoyat emas. Shundoq bo'lsa-mu, ularni majburiy davamlaş o'rniga so'layapti. Rahmat sizga. Yana ikkinchi savolim. Lagerda yatgan adamlarningki deyishicha ulargami dori bergan edi. U qanday dori bo'lgan bilamsiz? Lagerda yatgan adamlar demsiz? Ha, men shuni anglagan. Lekin men pek aniq bilmayman qanday dori ekanligini.
Judicial detention facilities that force detainees to have the kind of medication that drugs was happening many times, and so one example is we call it the 709 crackdown.
Lekin boshqa Xitoydagi yerlarda shunday ishlar bo'lgan. Turmada yotganlarga dori bergan ishlar burun bo'lgan.
Close friends, and they were forced to have the drugs and during their detention, and some of
meniki yaqin do'stlarimning arasida shunday ish bo'lgan. Falun Gong yoki advokatlar tutib olgan vaqtda ularga majburiy dori bergan edi Xitoy hukumati.
So it's and what's happening
bir do'stimninki uningdan keyin ig'ir psixik masala chiqqan edi. Umi balkim doriga bog'langan bo'lishi mumkin. Sharqiy Turkistondagi lagerlarda bo'lgan.
Touched on it but didn't go on, and that was really about organ transplantation. Is there a system?
İşlerde aşınaq iş çıqqan bo'lishi mumkin. Siz mi organ ilvilish ve setish ma içki eserlarni ilvilish ve setish işle to'g'liq paralashgan edamiz. Sizningcha uni tanlash, adamlarni tanlash, organlarni ilvilish uchun adamlarni tanlashninki qanaqa sistem bo'ldi bilamsiz?
Chinese government forced
qisqa deganda Xitoy hukumati
to transplant their organs, and without their consent. So they targeted the organ harvesting, the victims of organ harvesting at the beginning were the dental inmates, and then mostly Falun Gong practitioners. There have been many big laws about the organ harvesting.
Ma ölüm hükümge salgan ölüm hükümetten öldürgen ölüm hukuk hükümge salgan adamlardan ilvagan kin Falun Gonglardan mı ilvagan işle boğan.
So they have a long they have a lot of experience.
Falun Gongçilerin arasında o işle köp yüz bergen iken. Çünkü partiyanınki organ ilvilişninki hele tarihi var. Onu keyin Şarkı Türkistan'da mı işletken bo'lishi mumkin. Ma Şarkı Türkistan'daki lagerda. Yeni bir so'alim bor.
Using internet and various other things. How much do the Chinese public know about what's going on?
Xitoydagi medialar bek kontrol qilingan, shundaqmi? Shuning uchun Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'layotgan ishlar to'g'riroq, boshqa o'lkadagilar Xitoylar nimani bildi ya bilmaydi. Menimcha ko'pinchisi ko'p bilmaydi. Asosan bilmaydi Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'layotgan ishlar to'g'riroq.
Some of them will speak out, and I remember a Chinese activist Han Chinese activist.
Eğer onu bilse, menimcha bezla gap qilishi mumkin.
Disclose the information in Xinjiang, and several months ago, many Han Chinese people.
Mening esimda bir Xinjiang aktivist, bir Xitoy aktivist 4 yilga kesgan. Çünkü u Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'layotgan ishlar to'g'riroq gap qilgan edi.
Chinese like me, of course, support the Uyghurs and the Turkic people. So not many.
Bir app'da bo'lgan bir necha parang bor edi aşağıda. Ba'zi Xinjianglarmi shu ishlar to'g'riroq paranglashgan, bo'libmi sirtda bo'lgan, chet elda bo'lgan Xinjianglar, lekin ko'pinchisi bilmaydi. Hem ular ma'lumot oson topolmaydi, hem shuni to'g'riroq paranglashdan qo'rqadi.
Some obvious, House Christians, Falun Gong, and so on. But more recently, that's to one to include entrepreneurs, Jack Ma, Alibaba, actors, sports people, almost anybody.
Komünist Partisi pek ko'p gruplar kontrol qilayotgan. Yaqinda tentarbiyachi, tijoratchilar yoki boshqa shu film, kino yulduzlardan iborat bo'lgan ularni tutib olgan, ularni kontrol qilgan.
So the propaganda, the brainwashing, the media censorship.
Ular Xinjiang bo'lgan. Sizningcha nima uchun Uyg'urlarga shuncha eg'ir bo'lgan? Nima uchun Uyg'urlarda boshqa yerlardan eg'irroq bo'lgan edi? Rahmat. Men medialarning tashviqoti hamma yerda bor. Kontrolmi hamma yerda bor, lekin Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'lgan ishlarninki boshqa yerda bo'lgan ishlarning farqi o'xshamaydigan yerlar. Sharqiy Turkistonda odamlarni ko'pligidan tutib olgan, 100 minglarni tutib olib, solab, aşağıda mengisini yuygan, u boshqa yerda shuncha ko'p odamlarni tutib olganligi bo'lmagan edi. Ikkinchi cho'ng farqi, menimcha Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'layotgan ishlarninki niyati o'xshamaydi. Chunki Sharqiy Turkistonda bo'lgan partiya qilayotgan ishlarining niyati Uyg'urlarningki madaniyatni yo'qotish bo'ldi. Shuning uchun u yana boshqa Xitoydagi yerlar bilan o'xshamaydi. Shuning uchun Osiyada Şarkı Türkistan'da baskınçılık, qiyinish ig'irroq bo'ldi, çünkü ularninki niyeti o'xshamaydi. Niyeti Uyg'urlarninki medeniyetni yo'qotishi. Başqa yerlarda niyeti siyosiy bo'ldi. Siz qiyinash to'g'riq azroq yozdingiz. Shuni to'g'riq azroq yana tushuntirib berasiz. Sizningcha Xitoydagi qonunda qiynash boshqa davlatlarninki qonun bilan o'xshamaydi. Siz uni azroq tushuntirib berasiz? Xitoyda cho'qim resmiy qiynash qonunsiz bo'lishi kerak. Shundaqmi? Hukumat undan bo'lsa qandaq hozir bo'layotgan Sharqiy Turkistondagi qiynashni qandaq yo'l berdi? To'g'ri, Jung'oda qiynash albatta qonunsiz bo'ldi. Qiynash qilgan saqchilar yoki boshqalarmi albatta turmaga solish kerak, jazolash kerak. Lekin
very few of the torturers were arrested and convicted, and even some of them have been convicted.
Lekin Xitoyninki tarixida qiynash qilgan odamlarninki ko'pinchisi jazolanmagan. Ashunaq ishlar bek oz. Undan jazolangan odamlar bo'lsa, ularninki jazosi bek yengil ig'ir bo'lmagan. Ularninki qilgan qiynashga qaraganda. Qonun bo'yicha qiynash qilgan saqchilar ömürlük turmaga solishi mumkin yoki balki o'lim hukmga tortishi mumkin. Lekin emniyatlarga qarasak, shunday qiynash qilgan saqchilarning ko'pinchisi ko'p degan bir necha yil keskin bo'lgan edi. Onun içindeki bir çoğu meselesi advokat tapmak pek tez buldu. Çünkü köpünçü cinayetçiler yoki şu soda tatkan belkim cinayet bo'lgan adamlarninki advokati yo'q bo'ldi. Çünkü shunday odamlarga yordam bersak, advokat bo'lsak, bizga xatarlik bo'ldi. Shuning uchun ko'pincha advokatlar shunday odamlarni shunday odamlarga yordam berish qo'rqitishdan qo'rqadi. Sizga ko'p rahmat. Xitoy hukumatiningki o'zininki kishilik huquqqa o'zgacha ko'z bilan ko'raydi. Ularni Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı'nınki ichiga kirib, shu yerda huquq kishilik huquq bo'lgan qog'ozga imzo qo'ygan, lekin ularninki tushunishi, kishilik huquq tushunishi bizninkiga o'xshamaydi. Uni ozroq tushuntirib berasiz? Bo'ldi. Xitoyda pek uzun kishilik huquq to'g'riq hech kim paranglashmagan. Hech kim shuni to'g'riq paranglashni petnomida. Lekin keyin Jungo hökumeti, Xitoy hökumeti uni o'zininki tashviqoti uchun ishlatishninki niyatga kelgan. Shuning uchun ularninki kishilik huquqi fuqumni o'zininki Xitoyga xos bo'lgan bir kishilik huquq fuqum qilgan. Uninki eng muhim bo'lgan yerlar
right to vote, personal freedom, free speech, all the
bir yerda turish, lekin turmush erkinligi yoki masalan diniy erkinligi shuning ichiga ancha kirmaydi. Ya muhim bo'lmaydi.
Because the number one priority of the Chinese government is to maintain its one-party rule. And China has ratified at least 24 international treaties. But they really manipulate the human rights treaties.
Partiyanınki eng muhim bo'lgan ishi partiyaning bir partiyalik huquq hukmni saqlanishi. Ular bir necha 20 necha qog'ozga imzo qo'ygan kishilik huquq to'g'riq, lekin uni amaliyotda imzo qo'ygan bilan amaliyotda unga hurmat qilmaydi.
Professor Tang, I have two short questions, and they must be short because we are short of time. They concern record keeping. Imagine a hospital visit. There's a reason recorded why you go in. There's a record of your entry. There's the aspect of your treatment. There's a record of the reason for your discharge and of your discharge. Do you know or do you have an opinion?
Mesela bir doktorxonaga kirsangiz,
there is a record of why they go in. There is a record of the plan for their treatment.
Chiqish vaqtida uni yezyapti. Bir yerda saqlanadigan bo'ldi. Sizningcha shu lagerlarda ashundoq dokumentlar bormi? Ularninki kirish, chiqish, hem balki muqiyinishninki ifodalaydigan qog'ozlar Xitoyninki hukumatning ichida bo'lishi mumkin. Mümkün mü? Siz doktorxonani demsiz? Ya doktorxonani misolga oldim. Doktorxonaga kirsak, cho'qim shunday dokumentlar qog'oz bo'lishi kerak. Qachon kirdi, qachon chiqdi, ichida bo'lgan ishlar to'g'ridan qog'oz bo'lishi kerak. Lagerga kirsangiz, shunday qog'ozmi bormi? Shunday esli bo'lishi kerak. Xitoyning qonuni bo'yicha shunday qog'oz bo'lishi kerak. Lekin hukumatning kuchi, ishlatgan kuchi xohlagancha bo'ldi ekan. Shuning uchun ular qonun bo'yicha bo'lmaydi. Falun Gong'ninki meslelarda, ishlarida qonun bilan ma'murgan. Sharqiy Turkistondagi lagerda shunday ekan.
Should there be such a record?
Bizning vaqtimiz az bo'lib qoldi. Yana bir savolim bor edi. Agar sizningcha qiyinish to'g'riliqmi shunday yozilgan qog'oz bormi? Agar hukumat uni so'zlimlik qilgan bo'lsa, chuqur shunday qog'oz bo'lishi mumkin demsiz?
Care about the legal requirement. And should there be a record of the requisitioning of the thing called the tiger chair? Its only purpose is to torture. Should there be written records of the requisitioning by...
Menimcha, ashuna qog'oz qiyinish deb yozgan qog'oz yo'q bo'lishi mumkin.
The Chinese government
Sizningcha yo'lbos o'rindiq degan qiyinash qilayotgan jabduq to'g'riliq ashuna qog'ozmi uni elish uchun yoki selish uchun ashuna qog'oz sizningcha bormi? Hukumatning o'z deyishicha shunaqa ishlar yo'q.
Mr. Sabi, any questions?
No further question. Many thanks, Dr. Diao.
Professor Tang, thank you very much for coming or being available to give evidence.
Hukumatning deyishicha shunaqa o'rindiqlar yo'q. Lekin biz ko'p rasmlar ko'rgan shuni o'rindiq shundoq bekchiq lagerda yotganlarmi uni to'g'riq parang'isgan deb berganlik u yo'q deb turdi. Sizga ko'p rahmat, sizningki guvohliklaringizga ko'p rahmat. Sizga rahmat. Yana guvohlik beradigan Abdul Hakim Idris Efendi.
Idris was born in Batan City, educated in Islamic religion in underground madrasa in Khotan, and then went to Al-Azhar and settled in Germany. He's a co-founder of World Uyghur Youth Congress, and he's the executive director of Center for Uyghur Studies and a general inspector of World Uyghur Congress. Mr. Idris is the author of the book called Menace, about the China's colonization of the Islamic world and Uyghur genocide. Welcome to Uyghur Trial that you would like to say. The Tribunal has read your report and I would appreciate you just as possible.
Thank you. Economic might we were Muslims. Usually we would expect still in Turkestan they were happy of transparent mosque. The schools still we didn't heard any word from any Muslim leader, any Muslim
institution. Xitoyning Uyg'urlarning madaniyat yo'qotish va Uyg'urlarni yo'q qilish muddaosini yushirish uchun iqtisodiy mukofotlash huquqi qanday qo'llanganligi to'g'risida uchurlarni so'zlab o'taman.
China to use this information in Islamic countries, they use several arguments. First is internal affairs discourse. They say
tadqiqotim asosiga bo'lsa Xitoyning iqtisodiy kuchini qanday foydalanib, aslida Uyg'urlar bilan ittifoqdosh bo'la oladigan davlatlarning jimjitlikni his qilganligi haqida. Ularning asosiysi musulmonlarni asos qilgan davlatlar. Odatda biz Sharqiy Turkistondagi Uyg'ur, Qozoq va boshqa millatlarning irqiy qirg'inchilikka Ulug'ma islom dini munosabat siyosatiga qarshi kuch ovozini anglashib olaymiz. Lekin
those three aspects is designed.
Hozircha biz bunday xalq ovozini anglab boqmadik.
Put in the box, and this is working in Islamic countries because there are.
Xitoyning dunyoni kontrol qilishi nishoni islom davlatlari bo'lgan kontrol etishni boshlangan. Musulmon davlatlarini muvofiq kontrol qilish va undan foydalanish uchun Xitoy hozir iqtisodni kengaytirish qatorliq har xil usullarni islatmoqda. Birinchidan, bu deydigan gapi bu ichki ishlar masalasi. Bu Xitoy Kommunist partiyasining 1949-yili Xitoy Xalq Cumhuriyatidan ishg'ol qilingan Sharqiy Turkistondagi irqiy qirg'inchilik siyosatini yuritishda eng ko'p qo'llangan usullarning biri. Xitoyning to'xtamay tekrar gap bo'lsa, Xinjiang masalasi Xitoyning ichki ishi deyishdi. Ikkinchidan, ashqo'llikni cho'riga aldab tilishildi. Xitoyga nisbatan ta'limot doirasida hal qilish tegishli kuchlar bor. Bular diniy ashqo'llik, bölgülik va terrorlik. Albatta, yuzaki jihatdan qaraganda bular qarmoqqa muvofiq ansiraysak bo'ladi. Lekin dal aksicha Xitoy bu siyosatlarning Uyg'ur xalqining madaniyati va jismoniy mavjudligini yo'qotish bilan barobar. Ular jamiyatdagi ba'zi illatlar uchun diniy e'tiqod va madaniyatni bu nuqsani jazolarga tashlaydi. Uchinchisi bo'lsa tashviqot. Kitobimda aytganimdek, bugun O'rta Osiyo, musulmon davlatlar va boshqa davlatlar Uyg'ur qiyinchilikqa sabab qilmoqda. Chunki xalqaro jamiyat bo'libmi musulmonlar Xitoyning necha milliard dollarlik tashviqot mexanizmining qurboniga aylandi.
By the Chinese embassy, news from China will every day like a miracle sold for the Egyptian people. So,
men o'zim alarmda o'qidim. Agar qarab boqadigan bo'lsak, ijtimoiy tarmoqlarda Uyg'urlar o'tkazgan fajialarni so'zlaydigan hech bir ijtimoiy tarmoq yo'q. Masalan, Al-Akram Misrdagi bir axborot tarmoqi.
No, one before, yes.
Bular Xitoy elchixonasi tomonidan setib olingan.
And the CCP using vaccines and the mask diplomacy to get those countries under Chinese influence. For example, it was in Turkey a more outcry about this Uyghur genocide by the opposition parties. The Chinese delayed to distribute its vaccine to Turkey. In the Lebanon is a very sectarian countries. There is a Hezbollah, they working like a branch of CCP, but there is a Sunni.
Xitoy Kommunist partiyasi vaksina va maskani qilish qatorliq usullarning payida diplomatiyani saqlab oldi.
And Chinese government delayed vaccine distribution there.
Masalan, Turkiyada bo'lsa,
many countries around the world to bring under control.
Bu diplomatiyaning qaroq tarafini Livan va Turkiyada misolda ko'rib olib bo'ldi.
15 minutes a slide and I'm ready after that to answer your question. Next slide, please. So, as you heard before, many colleagues.
Masalan, nurg'ulg'an davlatlarda
they said
chunki hukumat Xitoyga qarshi so'z qilganlik uchun va
like a colonial threat. I was born there.
Men shu 10 minut bir vaqt mazda 15
years closely analyzing, studying their decisions, their implementation, their education system.
Belki anlag'anlardek
built a Bingtuan in our country.
Mendan bor o'zgan
Bingtuan is XPCC, semi-military company, like an East Indian company, were built by the British in India. And they're controlling almost 90% of
Turkistonda tug'ilgan, bu yerda o'qigan,
roads, waters, energy, any sources. So they can
bu jarayonda ularning siyosatini ma'rif sohasida qanday elib borganligini o'zlaydi.
One version of the Bingtuan in Islamic countries. They have a nice name. When connect the people to people, serve the mankind. Those are the slogan by the CCP. But reality is very tragical. This Silk Road
Mesela yani işlep çıkarış
three contents. Silk Road economic build, the 21st century maritime Silk Road and digital Silk Road.
Bir belbağ ve bir yol teşebbüsü nayeti çıraylık bir isim bolgan.
I skip the details.
İşten kişilerge bağlaydigan
Slide please.
insanlar üçün hizmet kıldı deb Xitay Komünist Partiyası tarafından teşvik kılıngan. BRI yani belbağ ve yol teşebbüsü 3 noktadan terkip edilen. Birincisi İpek Yolu Karabağ. İkincisi 21. asır deniz yolu İpek Yolu ve üçüncüsü ekonomik İpek Yolu. Ben bu yerde tafsilatının çünkü vaqt kısa bolğaçqa.
As you know, Iran's Islamic Republic of Iran, their constitution, the one, second, third paragraphs are to be about the Muslim worldwide, to protect them, to serve for God. But if you look what the Iranian regime did with China, you can see it. Especially Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, when he was president of Iran, he was once president, he visited Kashgar. He went to Eitka Mosque. He prayed there. And he said, when I was that time in Egypt, he said,
İran İslam Cumhuriyeti'ndeki asaslı kanunu koygan bolsak, aldık bir neçe maddada dünyadaki Müslümanlarınki hak-hukukunu qoğdaşlar deyilgen.
Why I talk this? Because Iranian supreme leaders knows what's happened right now in East Turkestan.
Ali Khamenei devlet rektörü bolğan vaqtda Eşkerdagi Eitka mescidini ziyaret kılgan.
It's not war between Jewish and Muslims. It's war on entire religion.
O vaqtda mundaq degan edi. Men unda o'tgan chig'imda Qashqar to'g'risida she'rlarni o'qay. Bugun oxirgi orzuyim amalga oshdi.
And they closed 400 billion
Yani bu devlet rehberleri Türkistan'da bu atkan işlerini nait eniq Xitayning İslam'a karşı açkan urushini mu
5G networks and many more. What's the Huawei systems mean for the China? It means
Xitay yani Hristiyan dini ve bulup mu İslam dinine karşı uruş açtı. Ötken 25 yılda İran bilen Jungo, Xitay birlikte təxminən 400 milyar dollar
to his 2030 vision. He wants to build Saudi Arabia and modernize it. And China investing right now in Saudi Arabia more than 93 billion US dollars, including drone factory near Riyadh. After MBS visited China, he gave a statement on Chinese.
Saudi Arabistan'da veliahdi Muhammed bin Salman Xitayning mablag' siyosiy tasdiqlanganligini aniq o'tirib qo'ydi. Hatto 30 yildagi tasavvurini amalga oshirishni oshkuchlik tayanch bo'lib
turdi. Telling the Uyghur people, even Saudi Arabia,
Yunanistan'dan nurg'on milliard dollar mablag' soldi. Veliahdi Muhammed bin Salman Xitoyni ziyorat qilgandan keyin unda gapni qildi. Xitoyning o'zining bexatarlik huquqi va terrorga qarshi tirishchiligini qo'llaydi.
To work with China very closely. There is Confucius Institute.
Veliahdning so'zini hamma yerda e'lon qildi.
And singing in the anniversary of 100 years CCP's day. Recently in Dubai,
Onun sırtında Pars koltuklu devletler mi var?
internment prison. to keep Uyghurs
Arap Birleşmiş
in Iran. This is all after they deported or they didn't exceeded the
Xitay Arap Birleşmiş Devletleri'nin Saudi Arabistan kalsılar Xitaylar Xitaylarning cho'ng savdo hamrohi.
Saudi Arabia, Turkey, in the Emirates, there were many Uyghur business people. They were doing business with the local people. They have
Dubayda Uyg'urlar maxfiy bilan qurganligi
after Xi Jinping began this genocide against the Uyghurs, they lost their entire business. Right now,
agar O'rta Osiyoga, Saudiya Arabistoniga, Arab Birlashma Xalifligi Turkiyaga qaragan bu yerda nurg'unlagan Uyg'ur tijoratchilari bor.
Okay, I talk about Egypt. Egypt has very good relationship with China. They building an
Xi Jinping Turkiyada prezidentlik qilib bo'lgandan beri
which
olganlar tijoratchilar
they had good relationship.
davlat bilan butun munosabat.
Muslim Brotherhood President Muhammad Mursi, when he was president, he went first to China. After him comes Sisi, he is doing business with China. And Egypt deported many students. They were studying in Al-Azhar University. Al-Azhar University is the oldest Islamic institution in the world. They deported Uyghur students back to China. As you see, investment. This is nice word, but that is not investment of a Chinese version. It's corruption, disinformation, this is security.
Mısır İslamiyet'inde Al-Azhar Üniversitesi'nden nurg'unlagan Uyg'ur o'quvchilarni Xitoyga qaytarib berdi.
Have many military personnel under name security companies in Kazakhstan. Whatever happened in Kyrgyzstan,
mablag' silish degan
governments, but nothing
lekin nisbatan bu cheriklik.
They are in control right now. Next slide, please.
Diplomatik baskı.
I should talk a little bit about Afghanistan, Taliban, and Islamic organization, very shortly. China has very close relationship with Pakistani military and security apparatus. And Pakistani military can choose their government, how they choose, we know it. The Taliban had, since its foundation, very good relationship with China. Even 1998, Chinese ambassador to Pakistan met with the Mullah Umar.
Taliban
in 2000, before 2000, they deported 13 Uyghurs from Afghanistan to China. Recently, the Taliban announced Muhammad Hassan Akhund will be
Taliban kurulgandan beri 1998
when the Taliban deported Uyghurs.
Pakistan'ın Pakistan baş elçisi Kandahar'da Ömer bilen
China doing the same.
2001
two organizations. One was
Afganistan'dan
to repress
Uygur'unu kaybettiler.
The Shanghai Cooperation Organizations. Since its establishment,
Muhammed Akhund'daki Afganistan'ın baş ministeri bulduğanlığını ilan etti.
Against the Uyghurs. The Uyghurs have border with
bilmemiz hazır Taliban Xitay'dan kardeşini
Tajikistan, Afghanistan. But there is no one can flee those countries. If they flee those countries, even in Pakistan, they give them back. So the Uyghur refugee, what we today have in Turkey, They went through China, went to Southeast Asia, come those countries. What means that? That means those Central Asian countries already under Chinese control.
Xitay Harbiy xizmeti Otrasiya ve Türkistan resmisini formasında. Bu devletler Şanghay hem imzalangan bexatarlik namsida Xitayning talabini o'rinlamoqda.
OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation. They, 2019, early 2019, there were
direkt bir bu yani Orta Asya'daki devletler Xitay'ınki aynı kaldı.
In this delegation, there were some diplomats from Central Asia, especially from Kazakhstan.
Mesela Hüseyin Celil Xitay'ınki kırmızıda ömürlük cezağa mahkum oldu.
This situation in East Turkestan in the Dubai summit. The China interferes through Saudi Arabia.
2019 yılı İslam Birliği Teşkilatı davan için Ürümçi'yi ziyaret kıldı. Bu ömekte bazı diplomatlar Orta Asya'dan kelgen, bulup Pakistan'dan kelgen diplomatlar var. Ular qaytib kelgandan keyin Şarkı Türkistan'daki o kılmışlarını boykot kıldılar.
I believe there were some particular facts you wanted to highlight because I discussed it with you. But if he's covered them, then it might be time for the panel to have an
Saudi Arabistan ve başka devletler qaytib kelgandan özünü gaplarni qaytarib oldi.
Ask those questions, but otherwise I yield that to the panel.
Yes, thank you.
There will be questions from the panel now.
Yes. Just before you start, Professor Kaur, Mr. Idris, we are drawing you to a close now to answer questions. We fully understand your commitment to the cause and the passion with which you speak, but you must understand that we are completely dispassionate and you will be asked questions of fact, and it will help us if you are able to be as...
Sual cevaptan ahırda eğer vakit olsa yani sözlüsünüz buldu.
Thank you for your testimony. Could I begin with a question about yourself? You grew up in Xinjiang and you left a few decades ago. Why did you leave and when was that?
As you know, my testimony is all politics, because I am a victim of Chinese policies in East Turkestan. I left East Turkestan in 1986 after my parents put me in underground madrasa, studied 5 years in hotel, because at that time the Soviet Union invaded Pakistan. So China gave us a little bit freedom to build our mosque, learn a little bit about our religion. So I want an underground mosque, underground madrasa. My teacher will be prison in Chinese prison over 20 years.
Ben 1986 yılında çıktım.
Actually, that was my wish, because if you sit in madrasa, read the books, you know, first to come in the mind is Al-Azhar, Cairo. Al-Azhar University in Cairo. This is every Muslim's desire to
go there.
So my parents
ma'lum jihatda mesaj qatorlik yo'l qo'ygan. Men madrasada o'qigan.
Because we couldn't go back to East Turkestan. So then we immigrated to Europe. I came to Germany.
Men madrasada o'qigancha davlatda o'ylasak, hamma musulmonlar Al-Azharga berib o'qishni xohlaydi. Shunga ota-onam
from Egypt we went to Hajj to Saudi Arabia.
Men Misrda 4 yil o'qidim.
There were many people from East Turkestan came to Hajj, but with them we know him in our city in Holland.
Onun keyinden
And he was very close.
1990'da ben Germaniyaga
in Arafat more than 17 students from Pakistan at the time and from Egypt. And he told us, you know what? We did big mistake.
1986 yılı hacı için Saudi Arabistan'a vardı. Bu vakitte Şerbistan'dan nurgulga adamlar hacı
One is, you will teach true religion in our country. You will put in the
vakitte alimimiz var idi.
Our people never benefit from you.
Ve şundakla o kişi okuşmasına yakın değil.
With Chinese government, and that is in that case, our people will never benefit from your studies, and maybe you will go to hell. And it was like a stone in our heads. And we figured out almost 1 year. At that time, the Soviet Union were still there. And we decided, okay, we have to go to West, to Europe, to Australia, to America,
O vakitte o alimimiz bizge mandak degan. Eğer chet eldan qaytib kelsanlar, ikki yo'linglar bor. Birisi haqiqiy dinni o'rgatishlar, lekin uningki bo'lish demesi yuqori bo'ldi. Ham Xitoyninki hukumatining ana degan
flattering China for its successes on human rights, and then it increased to 50. So can you elaborate on, first of all, these 37 countries that supported their human rights record and the increase to 50?
Yes, in 2019, it was almost 2 years. More than millions of people were in jail. 2019, it was 2 years. I didn't spoke my parents. As me, thousands of Uyghur people lost the country.
Siz belgen bu altımızda 2019 yılı Birleşken Milletler Teşkilatı Komisyonlar aynı sözlügen. Dostu cahrak yapıp verelemiz.
It increased almost 50 to 57. I think one is withdraw his signature Qatar. The rest are the 50 countries.
19 yılı mağatanımda görüşmekle 2 yıldan artık bağlı vaktiydi. Ellemesi uygulama alakışamaydı. Urgulgan devletler bu vakitte aynıki Türkistan kısımlarını
and recently joined just one Muslim, we call it Muslim country or Muslim lives there, Bosnia and Herzegovina. The rest of them
o vakitte 50'den kendi 57'ci devlette Xitay'nınki bu Türkistan siyasetini tanqid etgan endi belki Qatar bo'lishi mumkin. O'zininki atgan imzosini qaytarib olgan.
Are they all countries with BRI investments?
Of course, there are BRI investment, and if you look what they have to go out.
Hazırlıkta Uyghurlarni qo'llab quvvatlayotgan devletler ki biz Amerika ve G'arbdagi Avrupa devletleri, lekin Müslüman bo'lgan Bosniya Herzegovina mı?
Some of them member of the BRI. Third is China's disinformation and the United Front plus Chinese embassies working very well. And so they get the support through this initiative.
You talk about these countries exchanging blacklists.
Bu Xitayni qo'llagan devletning yol projektidagi devletlar, devletlar. Agar onun sırtı qaraydigan bo'lsangiz, bu devletlar o'zi yani diktator devletlar.
And they have many
resolutions. Xitayning chetdagi elchi konsullari mo
and they agreed to like
siz baya devletler Xitay bilan belki partnerlikleriniz texnik köprek tafsili bir
those persons are terrorists or they have economic criminal record.
Xitay Şanghay Teşkilatı'na a'zo bo'lgan devletlar bular.
Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan can say the same.
Aşkolluk, terörlük ve ülkeye karşı bir
to bring the Uyghurs under control, especially
karşı münasebetine nurgul adamlar isimli birlik ekilip o teröristme o işler kandak degandek tizimliklerini tayyorlagan.
Soviet collapsed. China jumped up to establish this Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and through this, and they announced the BRI again.
And these countries do all or most have
Bu kartizmlik asosiy maqsadi bo'lsa Uyg'urlarni O'rta Osiyoda yashayotgan nurg'un Uyg'urlar bor. Ularni kontrol ostiga elish. Masalan, Qirg'iziston nurg'un Uyg'urlar yashaydi, Qozog'iston nurg'un Uyg'urlar bor.
I think the Shanghai, what I saw in the analyzed and in the reports,
Sovet İttifaqı başlangandan keyin Xitoy Shanghai hamkorlik tashkilotini qurdi.
Extradition treaty, because they already agreed on this organization to cooperate and arrest and deport each other. But China tried to get extradition treaty with several BRI countries. For example,
Mesela şartnaması tuzgan devletler bo'lsa odatda istagan bo'lsa
Morocco want to deport him to China. Hassan Idris, his name is. But the legal process still going on in Morocco. And Morocco had 2016 extradition treaty with China.
So, for instance, in the Morocco case, in Morocco itself, they are going through legal procedures regarding the person in question. So that person may not be extradited. That is that
Mesela yakında Marrakeş'te Uygur ismi Hassan İdris o hazır şu yerde tutuluyordu. Kanuni resmiyetle Marrakeş'te elip yer alıyordu. Neçe yıl ilgili Marrakeş bilen imzaladı.
Are very cooperative with the Chinese government, and the Central Asian countries are, of course, binding their hand in the Shanghai Cooperation treaties, and even Egypt has deported many Uyghurs. And in Saudi Arabia, there were
belki Marrakeş'te yol buluş mümkünlüğün Orta Asya'da ve başka Suudi Arabistan'da mesela Arap Birleşmiş Devletleri Xitoyga ait çoğun hamkorligi bor. Orta Asiyadagi devletlar bo'lsa-mu Shanghai hamkorlik tashkilotiga beqinda Mr. Muhammad bin Saud Arabistonda nurg'unlagan Uyg'urlar Makkada yashaydi. Ular ko'pincha yatqizlik ijozatnomasini o'tkazdi. Elchixonasi ularning pasportini uzatib bermadi. Ular ba'zi kishi Uyg'urlar Arabistondan Turkiyaga va boshqa yerlarga qochdi. Xitoyning nazorat sistemasi, kuch sistemasi orqali Uyg'urlarning ham chet eldagi yashayotgan Uyg'urlarning asosiy hujurlarini egallab bo'ldi. Masalan, Saudiya Arabistonda yashayotgan Uyg'urlar gerçi masalan Saudiya Arabistonninki vatandoshi bo'lgan bo'lsa, ular yana Buxoriy yoki Turkiston deb bilinadi.
So are you saying that the PRC are also buying their silence?
Yes. China has invested more than 40 years in
Mesela Afganistan'da Mazar-i Şerif'te nurg'ulgan Uyg'ur ailesi yaşaydı. Lekin shundan hozir qo'rqib Talibanning Xitoylarga o'zlarini o'tkazishni ansiraydi.
Big companies CEOs or their wives or their employees are from China. So if you have today like a Hilton company in Hilton Hotels building a hotel,
siz bayadigan Xitoy Xalq Cumhuriyeti yani G'arbdagi cho'ng shirkatlarniki qilishni oldimi? Evet, shundoq.
They doing it because fear of Chinese money. The same is in Hollywood, NBA, and
Nurg'ulg'an cho'ng shirkatlar qaraydigan bo'lsak, nurg'ulg'an Xitoylar u shirkatlarga sig'ib kirgan. Masalan,
genocide history.
yaqinda Hilton mehmonxonasi o'zbektilgan bir mehmonxonani salmoqchi bo'lyapti. Biz ularga unda qilmaslikni chaqirdik.
Denying that anything is happening regarding alleged crimes against humanity, or are they ignoring the information or evidence out there?
As you know, I recently
BMW, Volkswagen, Adidas, Bosch ve başka nurg'ulg'an şirketler yana Türkistan'da ticaret yapmakta.
asked them those questions. They didn't answer. They were so silent on China.
Demek ki boğunumuz bu çoğu şirkette kirayını boğatan insana karşı cinayeti görmesi adamdı ya ki
If they come to China, they are very silent. I think they will lose their own money.
Yakında Amerika Kongresi'nde ispat anlaşıldı.
Bringing them silent.
Biz bunlardan şu sorularını sorduk.
Olympics are upcoming next year.
Ular Xitoy ustidan ayet çoğun tushdi.
A similar argument for them that they are the PRC
Odatda Amerikada yoki G'arbda, Yevropada bir ish bo'lsa, ular shomon so'zlaydi. Lekin Xitoyga kelgan chaqda ular gap qilmaydi.
I'm so happy you are asking me this question. Look, 2008 there was a Beijing Olympic.
Belki şu ularniki sukuni sezmagan bo'lsa kerak.
From that time on, they said, okay, we
2022 qish kelish oldi.
the Western country we can influence them, and from that time on, they seeing Olympics like
Sizce ular Uyg'urlarmi
1939 did the Olympics in Berlin. The 2022 Winter Olympics.
2008 Beijing'da olimpik bo'lgan. Biz taraqqiy qildik. Bizning yo'limiz bor. G'arb davlatlarga ta'sir qila olamiz. Shu vaqtdan beri ular olimpikniki o'ziniki qiyofati bir propaganda yani tashviqot bo'lganligini biladi. 2020 qish olimpikida agar Xitoy qaraydigan bo'lsak, ular Sharqiy Turkistonda qilayotganlarini to'xtatmadi. Tibetdimi shundoq, Mo'g'ulistonda shu. Hatto Hongkongda yashayotgan Xitoylarga shundoq muomala qilmoqda. Bu xil ahvol ostida ularga 2022 qish olimpikni berish ofatdan iborat.
Sometimes I go outside and I saw origin Indian people there museum. That some tourists taking picture with them.
Bilishim 2008 yildagi olimpiyada vaqtda asonlik millatlarmi shu vaqtdagi ularning yurgizilgan. Sizcha bo'lgan olimpiyada asal qatnashishi mumkinmi?
I think they will show let some Uyghurs happy dancing like this. I think
as part of
men yerli dunyolar muzeyi olgan chaqda Amerikaliklarning shu rasmga tushyotganini ko'rdim. Men ular bilan rasm tushib hozir biz bo'layotgan narsa ayni vaqtda shular bo'lgan. Hozir Xitoy hukumati madaniyatni xalqni yo'qotadi. Albatta onun mezgilde sosyal usulni oynayotgan Uyg'urlarni ko'rish mumkin. Teşviqat. Bu değişimke sebep yani burun bo'lgan ishlarni ve hozir boshqa ishlarni değişim.
Yes, I'm very surprised that the UN didn't say anything about this argument, because it is the China is signatory on many UN agreements, and if China's foreign ministry Wang Yi says this code, it shows.
Tashqi ishlar ministri Wang Yi devlet içindeki kişi kooperatifini şu kişi devletinin içindeki kişiler belgilaydı. Her tashqi devletler emas degan. Xitoyga qaraydigan bo'lsak, o nurg'un xalqaro aktlarga imzo atgan devletning birisi. To'g'risini qaraysiz.
And when he says this, where he says in Central Asia, with the meeting with the Iranian, Saudi Arabian countries, they right now, you know, we cannot go through the Chinese internet web, or Chinese people are not free to join world internet system. They have own firewall internet system. They proposing to authoritarian countries like Iran in Central Asia.
Wang Yi dünyadaki universal erkinlik kıymet karşı allaqachon vaqt o'tdi. Degan.
Iranian dissident will be not able to talk their loved one in Iran. This is common. And I'm for your question, you know, this is the reality. It shows China's policy. If you look back, China did everything what they planned and what they said. But in the liberal wars or free wars, never took them serious. Just imagine if we do business with them, if the middle class grow up, they will become like us. But from that time on, when the Deng Xiaoping began to cheat Western countries in the 70s, yeah, they had planned 5 years plan, 6 years plan, 7 years plan. They did it. And when the Chinese foreign minister says universal value is collapsing, they mean it, in my analysis.
Okay, I have two more questions. One is on the Chinese Islamic Association. You write that in order to sinicize Islam, the Chinese Islamic Association has led the demolition of the domes and minarets on the few mosques and masjids left standing. Now, what kind of Islam are they promoting? And in that kind of Islam, is Ramadan allowed, for instance?
Bundan başka iki sualım var.
Everything else we're hearing is that in Xinjiang, these are not allowed. Is it just in Xinjiang?
You know, when I begin here, I said, Assalamu alaikum.
Xitoyning islomni joylashtirish siyosati bu.
As a Muslim, say Assalamu alaikum in my country.
Ba'zi masjidlarninki minoraları tashlandi. Mesela Xitoyning zodi bu siyosati nima degan? Mesela Ramazon, mesela Xinjiangda qaysi yo'l men baya mesela degandek bu yerda men assalomu alaykum deyapman. Lekin Sharqiy Turkistonda agar assalomu alaykum desangiz bu sizni oshqun deb qaraydi.
2 weeks ago, I live in Virginia. There is a Adam Center as a big Islamic society in Virginia. They have 10 to 20 mosques to run.
Mesela Malaysiya, Mısır, Saud Arabistan'a gelege vay biz degan İslamni çekilmemiz deydi.
So-called Hoi scholar Muslim, went to them, said, look, the China, CCP, and the Uyghurs have problem. Uyghur Muslim are separatist. We Hui Muslim are not. Right now, Chinese government repression them, but they threatening us very good. If you cooperate with the Uyghur Muslims, may China repress us too. What's this shows? This shows Chinese United Front religious department sending their employee on the so-called Islamic scholar, not the disinformed Islamic country or the institution in Islamic country, but they going in Islamic societies in Western country too. This head of the Adam Center was a little bit thinking, you know what he says, what the cost of benefit. If I support Uyghurs, maybe China already doing this, and they begin to repression the other Hui Muslims. You know how the Chinese CCP's mentality to disinform and they bring the other people under control. This shows their thinking. Yes.
So to return to the BRI, we are in Europe, and I need to just, I know you were asked to look at the Middle East and Central Asia, but there are countries, particularly Greece, Italy, Hungary, and of course this country and several others. Are you also proposing that the PRC are buying the silence of such countries in Europe?
We are here, the UK were one of the EU before, right now anymore. If you look in EU, one of the 7G countries is Italy. Italy bankrupted by the CCP. If you look by Proto, there are many Chinese companies. They producing their goods and product in China, bringing to Italy those special economic zones to get just, stamped made in Italy. Through that, they destroyed Italian mid-sized economy. They were very good in home goods and furniture and cloths. They're all gone. They built highways in Montenegro, in Middle Europe. Right now, Montenegro cannot pay the cost, and maybe China will take over, or Brazil pay for it. And if you look, Indonesia, they are under the Chinese influential right now. Similar to Malaysia, the former Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad from Malaysia, he went to Beijing because the former government of his cabinet or government already had a treaty with China about the BRI, Silk Road project. And Mahathir told the Chinese, look, this is not good for us. The project given in China, the project will take the Chinese company. The Chinese company will build the project. Chinese employer working there, and their money will paid by the Chinese company. What we get? Just the debt to pay it? And then he came back, and as you know, in Malaysia, there are many Chinese origin Malaysians. They had small parties. They checked their support from Mahathir. Mahathir lost his cabinet. So China says, I'm not interfering in your government. Already doing is in Malaysia. And when we look in Sri Lanka, the ports were beautifully built. Sri Lanka couldn't pay it. China took it for the next 100 years. And when we look in the Gawadar port in Pakistan, at least for 40 years for China, and China can deploy their military there, because China has this law: every big China company must collaborate with People Liberation Armies. It means any investment deal or any deal with China is deal with People Liberation Armies.
Thank you for your evidence.
The Uyghur people are in the way of the Belt and Road Initiative, aren't they?
Yes.
Let's use the word persecution just for the purposes of this question. Are they being persecuted because they're in the way of the Belt and Road Initiative? Or are they being persecuted because they are the Uyghur people?
They are persecuting, I think, in my analysis, because the Uyghur people knows from their heavy paid experience how to warn other countries coming danger from China. To conquer Central Asian, they have to destroy Uyghur people, because Uyghur people, we are in the Silk Road. We had many religions.
Sizin soraygan sualım Uygurlar bir belbağ bir yol projesiga joylashgan. Shundoq bu. Uygurlar shu sababdan ziyonkashga uchrayaptimi yoki Uyg'ur bo'lganlik?
They are persecuting because they are owner of this land and they blocking them to go west.
Let me try and get to the same topic. Imagine an area of China away from all the Tajikistans and Kazakhstans, no minerals, and there's the Uyghur people. Would China bother to persecute them then?
Gapingizni o'zgartirganim uchun kechiring. Demakchi bo'lganingiz mushu rayonga joylashganlik uchun ziyonkashga uchrayaptimi? Ya, mushu tuproqniki egalari bo'lg'ashqa, shu yerga chiqqan bo'lg'ashqa.
One question of detail. You spoke of successful efforts by the PRC to extradite people back into China. What happened to them when they were returned to China? Do you know?
Xitoyning Sharqiy Turkistonda egalligida 136 yildan ko'proq vaqt ichida Uyg'urlar nurg'ulg'an qirg'inchiliklarni peshidan nurg'ulg'an zulm.
He's Canadian citizen, sitting right now in jail. And other, for example, some of the
China, siz masalanga o'tkazib berish shartnomasi to'g'risida so'zlab o'tdingiz. Ular o'tkazib o'tilsa, qaytarib o'tilsa, fojia mumkin. Masalan, O'zbekistondan Xitoyga kelgan kishi bo'lsa, Kanadaning vatandoshi edi. Lekin Xitoyga qaytarib kelgandan keyin umrlik jazoga uchradi. Ular qaytarib etilsa, ya bo'lmasa jazo lageriga ketadi, ya bo'lmasa turmaga solinadi. Qaytarib etilgandan erkin yashagan bir asbam yo'q, hech kim yo'q.
15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Hocam tabii sizga 8 minut vaqtimiz var. Men sormoqchi bo'lgan sordunuz. Aramalımız.
So'ti bugun atgan London vaqti atgan soat 9'da. Assalomu alaykum ekran oldidagi Sharq Turkistonlik aziz qarindoshlar. Mush vaqtinglar tekrar xayrli bo'lsin. Dünya Uyg'ur qultiyninki tashabbusi bilan qurilgan xalqaro Uyg'ur sud ligasining ikkinchi qatimliq soti bugun London vaqti atgan soat 9'da boshlangan. Mana oxirgi tunji kundagi sud nihoyat muvaffaqiyatli bir shaklda davom qilyapti va hozir qisqa bir dam olish chiqdi. Uningdagi ichki chet ellik mutaxassisningki guvohligi bilan bugungi sud shuning bilan muvaffaqiyatli oxirlashgan bo'ldi aziz qarindoshlar. Shunga mushu sudga ko'ngil bo'lib hozirgacha zerikmay, terikmay ekran oldida bu naq maydon programmamizni ko'rayotgan bütün qarindoshlarimizga alohida salomimizni bildiramiz. Bo'lib aziz qarindoshlar, biz avval qatam ba'zi imkonsizliklar sababidan chet elliklarningki, chet ellik mutaxassislarningki guvohliklarini biz tarjima Uyg'urchaga tarjima qilish imkoniyati bo'lmaganti. Bu da maxsus Dünya Uyg'ur qultiyi tarafidan alohida taklif qilingan 3 nafar tarjimon attiganning yog'i navbatlashib chet ellik mutaxassislarningki bu dokladlarini televizor ko'rguvchilarimizga Uyg'urchaga tarjima qilib berdi. Buning uchun biz stansiyamizga vakolatlanman bu yerda tarjimonlarimizning Qaysar Abdurasul apandimga, Mustafa Aqsu apandimga, uningdagi o'ziga Yusufjon deb Uyg'urcha ism qo'ygan Girman do'stimiz Runa apandimga alohida rahmat aytaman. Bo'lib bu yerda Girman do'stimiz Runa ya'ni Yusufjonga rahmat aytish bu hammamizningki milliy burchi deb, vijdoniy burchi deb qarayman, chunki bu yerda Yusufjon xili Uyg'urlar qargan vaqtida nihoyat mukammal bir Uyg'urchani biladi, nihoyat mukammal darajada sizlarni oldingi boy tarjimonlik qilgan vaqtida bugun ba'zi Uyg'urlar o'zining ona tilini yo'qotishga yuzinayotgan Müşündaq bir paytda bizningki Uyg'ur ona tilimiz nihoyat zo'r bir yo'qolish xavfiga duch kelayotgan müşündaq bir paytda mashina Yusufjonga o'xshaydigan Girman do'stlarimizning bu yerda Uyg'ur tiliga ishtiyoq bog'lab bu darajada Uyg'ur tilini shundan Baxtiyor apandim nihoyat mukammal bir shaklda bu yerda o'rganib chiqishi va shundoq cho'ng xalqaro sotlarda tarjimonlik qiladigan bir saviyaga yetishi bu haqiqatan hammamizni g'ururlantiradigan, o'ylantiradigan masala. Shunga bu yerda o'zimizning ona tilini saqlab qolish, qo'g'dab qilishga ahamiyat berishimiz kerak va o'zimizning ona tilini davomli kuchaytirishga, uni boyitishga, ravonlashtirishga ahamiyat berishimiz kerak deb o'ylayman qarindoshlar. Xo'sh, hurmatli televizor ko'ruvchilar, sizlarni ko'rdinglar, atdiganda keyin kirgan qarindoshlarimiz balkim qayta eslatib qo'yishni zarur topdik. Chunki texnik sabablar tufaylidan tushdim burun atdiganda biroz texnik sabablar tufaylidan biroz egizmaslik bo'lgan. Uning ustiga bizning Baxtiyor apandim bilan ikkimizning ko'z oldida hozir 4-5 tane ekran bor, bir muncha kamera qarab turdi. Zehnimiz bir tas yig'ishma biroz taskan. Shundan Baxtiyor apandim to'g'ri tushuninglar aziz qarindoshlar. Hammamizning o'zimizga tushliq qiyinchiligimiz, dardimiz bor, ammo sizlarning duoyinglar bilan Janob Allohningki madadi bilan, kuchi bilan mana bu sud Xitoyning shunday qattiq besimiga, hujumiga qaramasdan nihoyat muvaffaqiyatli shaklda bir boshlandi va nihoyat yuqori saviyada davom qilyapti aziz qarindoshlar. Qarindoshlar, biz oldi bilan bu ishni chet ellarda turib bu mushu sud Ninki naq maydon programmasini kuzatayotgan bizning ba'zi qarindoshlarimizga bir bog'lanamiz, ularning bir qarashini olaylik aziz qarindoshlar. Tuvanda biz Dünya Uyg'ur qultiyiniki muhojirlar komitetininki mudiri Kanadadagi hammalar tanishib bo'lgan bizningki Uyg'ur siyosiy faoliyatchilarimizdan Mehmet To'xta apandimga bir bog'lanib boqaylik. Mehmet To'xta apandim oldingi qatimliq sudda guvohchilarga tarjimonlik qilgan. Qarindoshlar, biz hozir Kanadadagi siyosiy faoliyatchilarimizdan Mehmet To'xta efendimga bağlanıvatımız. İnşallah bağlanıp qolamiz.
Assalamu alaikum. Ovoz chiqadimi?
Assalomu alaykum Mehmet efendim.
Men nimani tushuntirasan bo'g'ri? Mayna.
Xo'sh, Mehmet
ovoz yaxshi kelmayapti-da menga. Nima quloqlasam?
Başta biraz sabır qilib turayli. Belki hozir bağlanıp qilishimiz mumkin.
Ovoz bormi? Ekranni to'g'rilagan bo'lsangiz.
Az qarindoshlar, hozir
sizning ovozingizni anglayapmiz.
Uyg'ur sot kollegiyasiniki ikkinchi qatimliq sotninki tunji kuni bugun hozir oxirgi bosqichga kirdi. Ya'ni ikki chet ellik mutaxassisninki guvohligidan keyin bugun sot oxirlashgan bo'ldi az qarindoshlar. Bu sotnimi Amerikadagi bizning yosh aktivistlarimizdan, fidokor yigitlarimizdan Mustafa Aqsu efendim sizlarga tarjima qilib berdi hozir. Hürmetli ekran aldığındaki televizyon köylüçiler bizmi
Hello.
Ettiğimden yağı erketimlik bu sot arlığındaki demilişlerde, kısa demilişlerde ve güçlük demilişlerde bizler qaysi ellerdeki siyasi faaliyetlerimiz bilen, tadqiqatçılarımız bilen, mutaxassislarımız bilen Uygur. Siyasi faaliyetlerimiz bilen, tadqiqatçılarımız bilen, mutaxassislarımız bilen Uygur.
Selamünaleyküm.
Assalomu alaykum aziz qarindoshlar, ekran oldidagi uzr so'raymiz. Texnik sababdan biroz masala chiqdi, chunki bu biroz internet ulanmasida biroz masala var.
Bu Church House'naki təminləyən kompüter uzundayak işlətməyən kompüter olğan ikən qayta sistemini yenilaydı ki arılıqdan nurgun qıtım üzülüb qilishlik səbəb şu hazır 4-cü qıtım oldu. Kompüter özünü özü yenilab qayta qozğulub gitbardı. Şunun bilan yana programmani qaytadan başlashga to'g'ri keldi, kechiringlar.
Özür sorayımız hürmetli qarindoshlar, çünkü bu sot ichilayotgan zal, yani Church House sarayınınki texnik bölümü bu Xitoyninki Xitoy hakkerlarininki hujumning oldini olish uchun buyaninki simliq internet bağlantısını uzib etgan. Uningdan keyin bizningki Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyi tor televiziyasininki uskunlarini, kompyuterlarini bu yerga kirishga ruxsat qilmadi. Uning uchun bular faqat bulardan kira olishimiz kerak ekan va kira oldik va bu kiralagan kompüterlarga programlarni qayta yüklashga majbur qoldik. Hozirgacha asosda yaxshilanib ketyapti inshaalloh. Ammo atgan tushdan burun biroz qiyinchiliklarga duch keldik. Biz yana qayta hozir bağlangandik Kanadadagi bizning aktivistlerimizden, siyasi faaliyetçilerimizden Mehmet Toqta efendimge bağlanıp onun bir qarashlarını alaylı degan toq. Yani bir bağlanıp bakaylık yine, eğer mümkün olsa Mehmet Toqta'nınki bu sot haqidagi qarashlarını sizlar bilan bir o'rtoqlashamiz. Assalomu alaykum Mehmet Toqta efendim.
Ovoz bek bo'sh kelyapti sizlardan.
Ekranni
Hello. Uzun sig'ami?
Ekranni o'zgartgan bo'lsangiz Mehmet Toqta.
Endi-chi?
Bunda olsun mayli.
Xo'sh, Allohga shukr, Mehmet Toqta efendimge bağlandık.
Men anglayaptim ovozinglarni.
Ben ovozni
Hello. Hello. Assalomu alaykum.
Ovozni chiqarib qo'ysiz.
Men anglayaptimi?
Ovoz yaxshi chiqyapti bizdan.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli Mehmet Toqta efendim, ovozimizni anglayapsiz? Xo'sh, unda bo'lsa sizni so'raydigan so'zimiz siz avval qatimlar masalan bu yil 6 ayninki 4 kundan 7 kunigacha Londonda chaqirilgan, mushu zalda chaqirilgan tunji navbatlik Xalqaro Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasining tunji navbatlik sudida tarjimonlik qilgandingiz siz. Mana hozir aytgan mening bilishimcha, mushu ikkinchi qatimliq sudni izlab kelyapsiz. Hozir mana sud Xitoyning shuncha qattiq besimlariga, hujumlariga qaramasdan bugun muvaffaqiyatli bir shaklda boshlandi va guvohlik berishga va'da bergan shohidlarimizning hammasi bugun jasorat bilan o'tirg'i chiqib, atgan niyog'i kayni-kayindan bu yerda guvohlikni aytyapti. Siz shaxsan
ko'p rahmat.
Mushu sudningki ahamiyatiga qanday bag'risiz?
Guvohlik bergan qarindoshlarimizga oliy salomimni yo'llayman. Assalomu alaykum degandan buyon mush sud sotda bo'lib o'tgan guvohliklarni va shu yerdagi amaliy ahvollarni xalqimizga dal vaqtida yetkazish uchun kechalab kunduzlab jafo chekyapsizlar. Sizlarga salomimni yo'llayman. Her bir qilgan icralardan Allah razı olsun, halkımız unutmaydı. Deganimizdek bu sot her qanday bir sotga o'xshamaydi. Çünkü bu sot Xitoyga qarshi ilib berilayotgan bir sot. Hozirgi dunyoda Xitoy xap bo'lamdi ekan deb xeyli cho'ng davlatlar keyniga inayotgan, keyniga dojiyotgan Xitoyni xo'sh qilish uchun qiladiganga qiliq topolmaydigan shunday ahvolda
kechikib kelgandikan.
Sizlarga salomimni yo'llayman. Her bir qilgan icralardan Allah razı olsun, halkımız unutmaydı. Deganimizdek bu sot her qanday bir sotga o'xshamaydi. Çünkü bu sot Xitoyga qarshi ilib berilayotgan bir sot. Hozirgi dunyoda Xitoy xap bo'lamdi ekan deb xeyli cho'ng davlatlar keyniga inayotgan, keyniga dojiyotgan.
Bu naq maydondan taqib bo'lganligi uchun bir qism kechikish ahvoli bor to'g'ri. Shuningga bu bizniki anglagan ovozimiz amaliy ovozdan bir qadar kechikib keldi. Shuni to'g'ri tushunishinglarni so'raymiz. Doğru yanlışmaz mı arkadaşlar?
Hürmet. Hürmetli Mehmet Toqta efendim, rahmet sizge çünkü bu kısa demleş vakti uçap kılıp hazır sot bağlaş ayeti sotçular özünün orunu ilişki başladı. Sizden avar kıldık, sizge köp rahmet. İnşallah ete ögün sot jarayonida sizler yani tepsili şu demleş ağırlıklarını paranlaştırışımız. Bugün biraz teknik cihetten cek meseleler çıkıp biraz kıynaldık. To'g'ri tushunishimizni umid qilamiz va ekran oldidagi qarindoshlarimizning bu to'g'ri tushunishini umid qilamiz va afv so'raymiz inshaalloh. Buningdan asta texnik jihatdagi qiyinchiliklarni hal qilib ketishga tirishamiz. Rahmat Mehmet Toqta efendim, sizga rahmat. Rahmat. Aziz qarindoshlar, sot boshlanish oldida turdi. Sotning oxirgi bosqichi bugun, ya'ni ikki guvohchininki guvohligidan keyin ikki chet ellik tadqiqotchininki guvohligidan keyin bu sot oxirlashdi. Birinchi sot oxirlashdi. Hozir sot sotchilar o'zining o'rniga yetishib boshladi. Sizni avar qildik, sizga ko'p rahmat. Inshaalloh erta bugun sot jarayonida siz
Chairman.
Of course, Mr. Sabi. I'm very sorry to have been a little late on parade. Our next witness will be testifying remotely and audio only. Could I just confirm that the witness is online?
Yes.
The expert witness is a senior China researcher at Human Rights Watch. She has researched China's human rights situation for over a decade. And she has served as Human Rights Watch's principal investigator on the abuses in Xinjiang since 2016. Her statement includes a list of Human Rights Watch reports relating to China that she has authored. In particular, her research on the Integrated Joint Operations Platform, or IJOP, used for predictive policing in China, revealed the questionable criteria this mass surveillance system was programmed to flag. Criteria such as practicing of Uyghur religion or practicing of Uyghur culture. Some of these behaviors are listed in the Aksu list, a leaked list of over 2,000 detainees from Aksu Prefecture in Xinjiang, China, and the witness will also be speaking briefly about that. So, with that in mind, could I now invite you to briefly present your report to members? I remind you also that members have read your report, and therefore to be brief and not longer than 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today and for the introduction. I think that the introduction basically very well outlined the specific piece of evidence that we will be discussing today. I would just say that the Aksu list was published in December 2020, and which was a leaked official list of around 2,000 detainees from Aksu Prefecture. And it was actually the third report that we have published discussing the Xinjiang authorities' use of the big data system called the Integrated Joint Operations Platform, which the police used to surveil the population in Xinjiang. The way it works is that the IJOP aggregates data about people in Xinjiang from various sensory systems in the region and flags to police and officials those that it deems potentially threatening. Some of those flagged are then interrogated and sent to political education camps and prisons. So we have more evidence about the IJOP system. But as to the Aksu list itself, I think the evidence also that we submitted also discussed how we extensively verified the list, and I'm happy to discuss that. The verification includes an examination of all the identifying information that is on the list, including mobile phone numbers, ID numbers, as well as the geographic coordinates of the various pieces of information that was sent to us. Sent by the source that submitted the information. And I will talk a little bit about what the Aksu list shows. It shows that the authorities are examining, or the IJOP system flag people's relationships, their communications, and their movements.
Ve başka elmetler arkalık bunu ispatlap çıkıyor yani sözü. Şundaqla Aksu tizimligilerinin bağlılığını sözleyimiz.
Forgive my interrupting you. I just wondered if you could speak just a little slower, because although the sound reproduction here is good, it's not perfect. And so sometimes at the present speed, it's just a little difficult to hear every word. Sorry to interrupt.
Sure. No worries. So The examination of the AQSU list suggests the authorities consider the following behavior suspicious, such as practicing Islam in ways that are not authorized by the authorities, such as studying the Quran. Using suspicious software, such as virtual private network, traveling to sensitive countries.
AQSU tizimideki hükümetning güvenlikdek işlerini kumallıkta qaraydiganligini bir meselen. Kur'an okuşu yoki balalarını Kur'an o'qishga ruxsat qilishi. Ve şundaqla Türkiye, Afganistan, Saudiya Arabistan qatorliq davlatlarga sayohat qilish ve ruxsatsiz AQSU'nun sirtida etrafida sayohat qilish. Bundan başqa aşkın mezmunlarını telefonda düşürüş ve şundaqla yaş buluş 1990 yıllardaki doğulgan buluş. Bazı misallarda dostlar hatta nurgul yollar ilgili mesela 1980 yıllarda 90 yıllarda kılga işlerini özgür aldı. Gerçi hükümetler terörizm, bölgünce degandek atalık olan işletmen dostlar. 200 adamda tizimlikdiki. Bula hiç qandaq bir iş qilgan yoki bir zo'ravonlikqa qatnashgan emas. Ularni terörist yoki bölgünçe deb belgi qo'ygandan keyin IJOP ya'ni birlashma sуда ularga chek qo'yilgan. AQSU tizimdeki teşhis jarayonida yana shuni ko'rsatib berdiki, masalan, bir odam tarbiyalash o'rni jazo lag'riga avatilgan.
So that is my discussion of my description of the AQSU list, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that. I'll begin with a few questions at this end, and then I'll pass you on to the members who I'm sure will have several questions. My first question relates to IJOP, to the Integrated Joint Operations Platform.
AQSU tizimlik to'g'risida gapirmoqchi savollarga javob berishga
tashlayman. I'd like to get a sense of how much of the extent of information that this system IJOP collects.
Benim birinchi savolim IJOP bilan munosabatli.
Goes out, whom they meet, where they eat, until they return home, for instance. From, to the best of your knowledge, how much of these daily activities are captured and recorded on IJOP?
To the extent of my knowledge, a person's daily activity.
Benim sualım IJOP zaten qanchalik darajadagi uçurunu yığalaydı.
Though, the sensory systems definitely have.
Mesela oğanga vaqtdan başlap keşke qanchalik xalqlarning harakatları toplanıdı.
Cameras that are equipped with infrared capabilities as well as Wi-Fi sniffers, data doors, which when people
bilallah hamma harekatları yani göz aparatları arqılıq
as well as surreptitiously
mesela kamera arqılıq
so when they walk around across the road, go to
Wi-Fi,
all of this information is being recorded.
Thank you for that. And to the
qatarlıq məsələ bilan və şunu ID numarını yığış Göz perdesini sağlaş qatarlıq usullar arqılıq yığıldı. Ular sırtı manğan çağlarda meselenge, hatta markette yani bazar bağlan çağda mı usullar arqılıq ulanın usulları yığıldı.
Information that we analyze, it is only the Turkic peoples whose information is
Oxşar usul hem lagım işletemdi.
Well, first of all, they are under greater scrutiny, and as I said, they are essentially.
Elbette bir halda bu yer yaşayatan barlıq adamlarının fikirleri toplanıldı. Lakin
A number of Han-Chinese who are members of
unauthorized
Christian house churches.
Türk şahıslarla bu yerde yaşayatan Türk şahıslarla texmo köprek nazaret aslı sistemine eğleniliyor.
The IJOP system, as a matter of examining their behavior, is generally overwhelmingly Uyghurs. The absolute list is entirely made out of Uyghurs.
Thank you. And could I ask you to expand slightly about this point you made, therefore, that on the basis of the system and the policies, Uyghurs are presumed guilty until proven otherwise, and how that operates?
Aksu tizimligi bulup nurgulgan kişilerin hem siyasetin uygun.
Without any kind of law at all to specify kind of specifically or narrowly what kind of behavior would trigger a particular, the collection of data is general and all the time. So, and then in addition to that, if you look at the official literature, the authorities' terminology is that everyone who ought to be detained should be detained. So it does not presume that people are innocent before they're proven guilty. In fact, I think that the official language would suggest that to the extent it is possible, ethnic minorities should be held in these facilities until they can be vetted and to be proven safe.
Thank you. In your report, you also mention, however, that this system, and I quote, arbitrarily selects Turkic Muslims for possible detention. And could you very briefly tell us what you mean by arbitrarily and why you think the system arbitrarily focuses or has a bias towards Uyghurs and Turkic Muslims?
Well, first of all, the implementation of
Dokulatınızda mandak teptikensiz. Bu yerdeki Türkiye Müslümanlar halıgança tutup solanganda. Nemiş bu sualım nemiş bu fakat bu sistema Uygurlarga Türkiye Müslümanlar qartılgan.
And then second of all, the term arbitrary refers to the fact that much of this behavior under surveillance.
Mesela Türkiye halkla tekşürüş punktlarında uzun ücret tuturgan çağda Xitaylarga bundaq bir şart qoyulmaydı. Xalagancha tutuş bolsa
say that traveling outside of the Aksu region or going to Afghanistan or Turkey is against the Chinese law. So all these
Xitay qanunda meselenge WhatsApp işletsen yoki başqa narsalarni applan işletsen qonun xilop degan gap yo'q. Masalan, Aksuning sirtiga chiqib başqa yerlarga borgan bo'lsa, bu qonun xilop. Shuni bular shuni tushunib beraladiki, garchi ba'zi narsalar qonunda bo'lmasa-mu, kishilarni qalayimqon tutganlik uchun bu yerda kishilarni qolgancha tutdi deb deyalaymiz.
What's the purpose of targeting, of designing a system that targets specifically these minorities?
Yes, I agree. I mean, the word arbitrary refers mostly to the fact that it is completely outside of the law, both in terms of the workings of the mass arbitrary, the mass surveillance system and also the use of political education system.
Yani bir sualım bu yerdeki alayda boğan yani özellikle Uygurlarni nişan qilishninki maqsadi nima?
To transform them into loyal.
Şinjan'da hazır elip berilayotgan zarba berish. Hazır yüz bermekte. Hamda bu nayeti aniqki Uygurlarni nishonga olganlik.
Of Turkic minorities and Uyghurs in Xinjiang is a leg in a broader plan towards total of these minorities in the area.
It would appear that this is part of the Chinese government's plan to force assimilate minorities under the rubric of Han-centric view of
Ahırkı sualım bolsa Uygurlarni, Türkiye Müslümanlarni nişanlagan bu hareketniki ahırkı maqsadi bolsa ularni yo'q tutush bilan shundaqmi? Ularning plani bolsa Uyg'ur va boshqalarni assimilyatsiya qilib ularni Xitoyga yaqin bir turkum to'plam qilish.
And my final question, and with that, what you've just said in mind, therefore, for an Uyghur person in the area, in order not to be flagged by the system as being suspicious or even potentially criminal, the main way of not being flagged is essentially.
Buna asosiy maqsadi yani assimilyatsiyalash va Xitoyga yaqin bo'lgan bir ideyani barpo qilishdan iborat.
It is, but beyond that, you have to essentially prove, with all the biases in the system that is set up against you, that you are safe, and that require much more than just even proving that you have abandoned your identity.
Thank you. I'll pass you over to the members now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for making yourself available to speak to the tribunal. I have structured my questions under two heads. First, and I want to speak to you in relation to the AQSO list in particular. First, I want to...
Ben hem de sizin başka hizmetdaşlarının sorusuna yollayayım. Sot kolegisize sözler geldiğiniz için köp rahmet. Size bir kanç sualım var.
When you received the document, presumably your first step was to think about how you might check and satisfy yourself as to its veracity. Can you tell us what steps you took to do this?
Yes, absolutely. So we received this list from an anonymous.
Sualım, siz bu AQSU tizimlikini qo'lingizga olgan chaqda
in fact, it was sent to the Radio Free Asia's Uyghur service.
Siz qandaq qadamlarda bo'ldingiz bu list, bu tizimlikni tekshirib isbotlash uchun? Biz AQSU tizimlikini 2018-yili noma'lum bir kishilar tarafidan olgan edik.
And I'll explain the steps. So we shared the list with the Uyghur diaspora community from that region, a specific area of
Kişilik hukukunu gözetiş teşkilatı tizimlikdeki uçurlarını tekşirip bekçiş için monolarını kıldık. Biz avval Uyghur diasporasidagi ziyolilar bilan aloqalashib
database, a subset of all the available.
Kandan keyin ular 80'den artıq özünün tuqqanlarını tapaladı.
After the publication of our report, another policing database was leaked by a separate person, and it was reported by the Intercept. We checked all the 200 IDs as well on this database, and
onun sırtında kimlik numarasının bir qancısını biz onu tekşürüp aniqlay aldık.
The list also contains 27 unique mobile phone numbers. 14 of them were able to look up and match on WeChats. And in most cases, the photos, names.
Yani biz Intercept tarafından qo'lga tushgan ba'zi uchurlar orqali yana tekshirib chiqdik.
And one of them is functional, and we call the number, and the person who picked up is a woman.
O yerda uning sirtida mandaq telefon nomerlari bor edi. Shu telefon nomerlar orqali bu uchurlarni tekshirib bekitdik.
And finally, the source who sent us this AQSU list also attached a few other pieces of evidence. We were able to perform.
Bunun sırtida 27 numar içinde bu 2 numar chet eldagi numar edi. Biz hatta şu numarga telefon şunu sınab baktık. Telefon qilgandan keyin haqiqatan darvaqa bir bu kishi telefonga javob berdi.
Strategic Policy Institute, I think, Australia. So based on all this information, we were.
Biz uchurlarga nisbatan analizlarni elib bordik.
The AQSU list is an authentic list of detainees that are held in a facility in a particular part of AQSU, and I'm obscuring some of the details, numbers, to protect the identity of the source.
Thank you.
ASPI, yani Avstraliya Strategiya Tadqiqot Markazi ve başka barliq bo'lgan uchuq manbalik uchurlarni ishlatib biz buni tekshirib bekitdik.
Considered whether you might be experiencing a certain degree of confirmation bias, or whether indeed your mind was open to the veracity of the document?
I think in general, I think at Human Rights Watch we take the evidence with a high level of skepticism. We take into account of the authorities' counter-arguments. So I think in this case of the AQSU list, we did very extensive steps using all available information to verify the list. Having said that, obviously, I think bias does exist. So we have discussed very extensively and very carefully about what the list shows.
Biz AQSU tizimligini topshirib olganimizda nihoyatda kengri doirada buni tekshirib bekitish uchun erishdik.
Academic opinion from outside of the PRC been expressed as to the document status as a genuine spreadsheet? The Chinese government, I believe, have never cast any doubt on this AQSU list itself. We would welcome any specific feedback. We have presented the list in its original form to two specialist experts on Xinjiang, both of which confirmed that the language and the terms used in the list are consistent with what they know about Xinjiang and the specific crackdown.
Biz AQSU tizimligini ikki mutaxassisga ko'rsatdik.
Substantive content of the list. First, is there anything known about the
tizimlikda ishlatilgan huquq va til?
Can you tell us what, in your view, might be the motivation of?
Shuni qaratib mutaxassislar bu yerda bo'layotgan qirg'inchilik qarshi so'z qilgan.
I'm afraid I can't describe very much of the source, obviously. And would have to stick very close to what we have published. It would appear to have come from
Sizce bu Aksu tizimligini evetken aşkarlagan kişininki maksidi nemeydi?
I believe the person has some capacity as a worker in that facility, and there's no message attached to any of these information. But I believe that it is possibly that the person thinks that this has to be exposed.
Belki bunu aşkarlığa adamninki şiyatki terbiyeleş ceza lagerlerida işleyen tecrübesi bar boluşu mümkün. Men şunu işlemenki bu tizimlik şu aşkarlagan kişi bu tizimlikninki bir yerlige payısı boluşu mümkün dep oylagan boluşu mümkün dep oylayman.
The list itself would suggest that the authorities take meticulous records of the process of detention. The impact of detention, however, is not, contained in the Aksu list. I would rather think that it's contained in a separate list that was leaked to another researcher, the Caracas list. That, I think, outlines what the authorities consider to be the impacts of detention. What happens to the detainees after they have been subjected to political education, and whether or not to kind of release them or detain them or imprison them further.
So that column you've just referred to, I take it that's a specific column in the spreadsheet. Is that akin to, we've heard described elsewhere, a management category, a column that says, that indicates the level of management that should be attached to that given individual?
You're referring to, for example, strict management versus, I believe it would be ordinary level. That in some cases is indicated that some people are subjected to more strict management than others.
Can you confirm for us whether, in your, to the best of your knowledge, everyone whose name is contained on that list is Uyghur?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I ask then, to what degree in your assessment the list, the Aksu list, is integrated with other
Sizni yan bir so'rab baqsam, Aksu tizimiga kirgizgan hem odam Uyg'urmi? Ha, shunda.
In other words, is the spreadsheet and the iJob system, are they integrated with each other? Could they be envisaged as living independent lives? Could they exist without each other, or are they necessarily intertwined?
They are intertwined in the extent that the Aksu list is a list of 2,000 people who have been flagged by the IJOP system and detained for.
Sizce bu Aksu tizimliki bilen iJob yani birleşme meşgulat supisidagi uçurlar bir-biriga zich bağlanış mı? Aksu tizimligidagi 2000 kishi IJOP'da ko'rsatilgan kishilardan iborat.
We don't know a great deal about the authors of the list, but what we can presume is visible to us here is administrative micro-mechanics, the mechanics of how people are administered through a penal and a quasi-penal system. I wonder if you could say anything to the tribunal that would help us to reflect on what the role of of the judicial system is here. So Article 37 of the Constitution states that
Aksu tizimlik qaragan çağda biz görələyimizki bu başquruş, yani mikro mexanizmning qaysi darajaga yetib qolganligini bilamiz.
But is it the case that neither of those agencies are involved in the detentions here? Is this a record of extrajudicial practices?
None of the judicial system is referred to or involved in the detention of the people listed in the ACSO list. It is completely extrajudicial.
Thank you. That's the end of my questions. My colleagues may have questions for you.
Before any of my colleagues ask you questions, first of all, can you see us? If not, can you see us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, definitely.
So there's something I must ask of you and read into the record. There is another Human Rights Watch report this year called Break Their Lineage, Break Their Roots. You're probably aware of that report.
Hizmetdaşlarım sizin sual sorap için birini sorap bakıp bizni görüyorsunuz. Görüyorsunuz.
Sorry, that's a different report. Yes, we published this report about crimes against humanity. Sorry.
Yes, let me ask the. Let me read. Thank you. Let me read the passage and ask you the question.
Onun başqa yan bir kişilik hukukni ko'zitish tashkiloti yan bir doklad chiqargandi. Ularninki manbasini, aloqasini, yildizni
State Department and the parliaments of Canada and the Netherlands have determined that China's conduct also constitutes.
Avval shu paragrafni bir o'qay, undan sizga bir savolni so'ray.
Human Rights Watch has not documented the existence of the genocidal intent at this time. Nonetheless, nothing in this report precludes such a finding, and if such evidence were to emerge, the acts being committed against Turkic Muslims in Xinjiang, a group protected by the 1948 Genocide Convention, could also support a finding of genocide. The central sentence of that, then, is that Human Rights Watch has not documented the existence of the necessary genocidal intent at this time. May I take it that that remains Human Rights Watch's position?
Yes, correct.
Thank you very much. Yes, anybody else?
We've heard wide-ranging evidence, opinions, as to the intent and the motives of the state in regard to its treatment of its minority populations in Xinjiang, and inter alia, and it's not necessarily an exhaustive list, it has been suggested that that might include a desire for land and resources, a sort of labour's realm, the BRI and the strategic policies there around it, a perceived lack of loyalty, or the other side of the coin, an inability for the state, or the state party in this case, to brook any kind of competition for its sole loyalty. And then lastly, a desire, and it may be interlinked with all the above, for homogeneity in terms of its population. Do you have a view on any of those, or are there or specifics in regard to priorities, in your opinion? And forgive me, and just indeed anything else that would come to mind in terms of motives or intent?
I mean, of course, the Chinese government is incredibly opaque. I would say that this is consistent with deepening repression under President Xi, that the region of Xinjiang had been very repressive for a very long time, a particular part of China that has been more repressed than kind of any other regions. So as China becomes more repressive, it also kind of go further into that scale. Having said that, I think the Chinese government, as it has to kind of invent itself as a great nation, it is using the minorities to reflect themselves as a kind of a greater group of people by kind of subjugating another group of people to its power. So I think that is the general purpose of the crackdown, general reason of the crackdown. But I think crackdown in China generally has a life of its own. So what that means is that police departments claims and tries to get greater resources by claiming that there is a big problem in Xinjiang and is raised to the bottom everywhere in China, where initially small problems have been invented as a bigger problem. And so this is how we see the human cost of a completely unaccountable government system where crackdowns are being held up as a governance model, and in order to get promoted through the party system, whoever comes harder at the minority groups get promoted faster. So I think this is generally the mechanics behind the situation there in Xinjiang.
Can you throw any light? So it's been suggested that the region has essentially become an open-air prison, and indeed IJOP, the IJOP, is an important component of that in terms of being able to survey its entire population. Is that something you would recognize? In other words, the difference between incarcerated between four walls, as we would conventionally understand it, and what actually occurs in the region is narrower than it would be in the United Kingdom or the US or where else?
Of course, being imprisoned in Xinjiang is, probably a pretty difficult experience. Having said that, I think that the description of open-air prison is probably quite accurate. I think one aspect of the crackdown in Xinjiang that hasn't really received as much attention is the variable levels of movement controls that are being made possible by the IJOP system. People are flagged in the system not just for detention, but for different restrictions on their movement. Some people are labeled to be only allowed to move around in their village or in the town where they reside. If they have to go from the village to a town to go for work that day, they have to seek permission in order to commute. And other people are only allowed to be in that prefecture. They're not allowed to move out of the prefecture or go to Urumqi, the capital. Yet most Uyghurs have their passports confiscated, so they are not allowed to leave China. So these are different levels of movement restrictions that are accorded to different people depending on their relationships and their level of threats to the authorities. No other government, I think, in the world or in history has been able to have such a kind of categorizing people according to threats implemented across a region that is so large in landmass. So I think the significance of Xinjiang also lies in the ability of the authorities to exert such fine control over such a large population of people in such a short time.
Thank you. And last question. In your experience, and you've been researching this issue in this country for many years, is it conceivable in your mind that the policies that are being enacted at regional level could have emanated anywhere other than at the center of the state, Beijing?
The general policies, no, I don't think it could have originated anywhere, but with Beijing's explicit approval. Having that, of course, the specific, designs of the system probably also has quite a lot of local variations. So yes, the general policy would have to be directed by Beijing.
I'm going to ask a couple of questions before my colleagues, and I want to position NGOs such as Human Rights Watch in the world order. NGOs like Human Rights Watch and Amnesty are major important components of the modern world order. Do you accept that?
I would say so. I hope so. If we care about human rights, yes.
Indeed, so much are the big NGOs part of the world order that they find themselves from time to time criticized for being
Başka hizmetdaşlarım sizin sual soraşdan burun ben size yana bir sualını sorsam. NGO'lar yani hükümetsiz teşkilatlar, mesela Amnesty, Xalqaro Kechirim Teşkilatı ve kişilik hukuk kuzatish teşkilatları bu hükümetsiz teşkilatının bir kısmı şundaq. Elbette şundaq.
Rarely name witnesses, and more often, or perhaps nearly always, maintain the confidentiality and anonymity of witnesses in footnotes where a witness is referred to in some way as witness or interview or something like that.
Yes.
Mayli insan hukukni kechirim qilish tashkiloti yoki kişilik hukukni kuzatish tashkiloti bo'lsin, dokladlarda asos jihatdan guvohchilarning ismini olgan emas. Shundaqmi?
On the allegations of genocide against the People's Republic of China in respect of the Uyghur people.
I'm not aware of that specific report by Amnesty International, but no. But the use of the pseudonym has been a long-standing practice for the region of Xinjiang, for the repercussions that would.
Kişilik hukuk kuzatish tashkilotidan boshqa, yani Amnesty sizlarga o'xshash shaklda bir dokladni ishlagan, ya'ni Uyg'urlarga qarshi elib berilgan irqiy qirg'inchilik to'g'risida. Bundan xabaringiz bormi?
By quoting anonymized witnesses, the big human rights organization rely on the public reposing trust in them to be honest and accurate in their reporting.
However, that would be a part of the reporting because, as you might be able to see, that a large part of that reporting relies on official sources, which have been openly and publicly available, including much of the documentation about the Integrated Joint Operations Platform.
Yes, I'm dealing only with the evidence coming from individuals and their anonymization. Are you aware also of two?
Agar ko'p dokladlardagi tafsilotlarga qarasangiz, nurg'unlagan isbotlar, guvohlar, ya'ni rasmiy manbalardan kelgan.
British Bar Human Rights Committee dealing with allegations of genocide.
I have to say that I have not seen others specifically on the issue of genocide.
Very well. Let's return then to the generality of the way in which Human Rights Watch and Amnesty prepare their reports.
Bunun bu dokladlarınızın sırtında yani iki doklad var. Bu doğrusu anlap bakan mesela birisiga London Advokatlar Cemiyeti, yani birisiga Britaniya Kişilik Hukuk Komitetininki. Bu doğruda bilginiz var mı? Rast gapni qilsam bu doğru çok bilmaymanman.
Human Rights Council by Justice Kirby from Australia, judge of the retired judge of Australia's top court, Mr. Darisman and Sonia Biserko. Are you aware of that report?
I am aware of it, but certainly I don't study North Korea, so I can't be.
Yes.
I've not studied it.
Are you aware that to prepare that report, Justice Kirby held open public evidence hearings with witnesses giving evidence?
2014 Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı'nınki Kişilik Hukuk Konsulda Şimali Koreya bilen münasebetlik bir doklad verilgen. Bu doğrusu haberiniz var mı? Doğrusu anlattık ama.
Justice Kirby was changing United Nations practice, which was rather opposed to such openness.
No, I haven't been following that.
No, that's fine. This tribunal, as you know, is hearing evidence in public with witnesses almost all appearing with name and image available for the public to view. Do you accept that in the modern world, this form of tribunal
Bilginizdek bu sot kolgiyasida açık aşkara anlıyor aldı. İspat anlaş el bervatimiz. Mesela resim ve onun sırtında şahitler degandek.
Just to go back to the IJOP, you've described its sophistication as a system, both to gather data.
Sizce bu xil şekildeki sot kolgiyası yani açık aşkara halda ispat anlaş sizce en yaxshi bir xil usul mu? Shundaq o'ylayman.
Whatever's happening in the rest of China in terms of the use of technology and also the security systems that feed that the information into that system, is it much more advanced? Is it similar?
Sorry, I would just first by starting to push back on the idea of these systems being sophisticated or advanced. They are intrusive. They are full of problems because one cannot possibly say that the use of WhatsApp is any valid indication of terrorism. So the only
Mening sualim bo'lsa IJOP bilan selishtirganda Xitoyning boshqa yerlarida ishlatilgan texnikalarni qanday selishtirasiz?
Variables are even used to valid indicators of a particular crime. So let me just start with there. The Xinjiang both reflects the use of mass surveillance systems elsewhere in China, but also differ from the use elsewhere in China. Nowhere else in China, as far as I know, that the mass surveillance systems are directly kind of plugged into the detention system. In Xinjiang, it's very clear that the use of surveillance is a feature of the crackdown. Is a feature of the use of surveillance.
Xinjiangda ishlatilgan keng ko'lamdagi ko'z tutish nazorat sistemasi Xitoyning har qanday yerlaridan cho'ng farq qiladi.
big data systems known as Police Cloud that identify, track, monitor people of their movements, relationships, and to set parameters, certain behavior.
Xitayning boshqa yerlarida, o'liklarda bunga o'xshaydigan sistemlarni ko'rdik. Masalan, son numberlarni toplaydigan, kimlik adresini, uchurlarni toplaydigan degandek.
So I think the consequences are very different, and it would seem to me that the intrusion, for example, the collection of biometrics in Xinjiang requires that anyone between the age of 12 and 65 submit their biometrics, including DNA, and without consent. I don't think that kind of collection is happening elsewhere in China. Some other forms of collection is taking place, but not to that extent and not for everyone.
Perhaps I might just follow on from that. Do you have any information looking at the iJob system?
Mesela Şinjan'da yığılgan 12 yaştan 65 yaş arasındaki kişilerin özününki ruhsatını almay turib yığılgan, mesela DNA'ni yığgan narsalarni Xitoyning qolgan yerlarida ko'rmadik.
It would seem to me that it's a mix of automatic sensory system inputs as well as humans, primarily police officers, but also kind of low-level officials.
IJOP sistemisindeki uçurlarniki qanchiligi texnikalik usullar orqali toplanadi. Qolganlari kishilarningki axborot berish orqali toplanadi.
Understand the IJOP system is because we obtained a copy of the police mobile phone app that communicates with the IJOP system, and we reverse engineered the app to understand how it works. So it is
odatda aholi komitetidagi xizmatchilar va tuvan darajadagi soqchilar kishilarningki bu uchurlarini yig'ib IJOP sistemasiga, ya'ni birlashma mashg'ulot supasiga kirgizadi. IJOP sistemasi nurg'unlagan kishilardan elingan axborotlarni talab qiladi. Odam kuchi talab qiladi.
Official would have every single data point on each individual in Xinjiang, but how that permission level is organized is unclear. What we also do know is that this
Xitoy Kommunistik Markaziy, Xitoy Kommunistik Partiyasi ham Beijing taraflar bu uchurlarga ega bo'la olamdi.
In real time is being collated in some ways, generating a very large database or databases.
Bu ruxsat qilish sistemasi qanday shaklda bu ancha aniq emas. Lekin bu uchurlar IJOP sistemasiga kirgizilgandan keyin soqchilar tomonidan nazorat qilinadi. U yerda yani IJOP, yani birlashma mashg'ulot qilish supasi ishxonasi degandek bir ishxonlar va nayta cho'ng zo'r ambaridek.
Education camps have no legal basis.
Lekin bay degandek hukumatning qanchalik darajada bu yuqori darajadagi amaldorlarning bu sonliq ma'lumotlarga erisha oladiganligi to'g'risida bek aniq emas.
About having access to that information, seeing who the detainees are and their alleged offences.
Sorry, I don't understand. Is that a question?
Yes, it was trying to be. It was really asking the same question about access in relation to the AXU list as I asked in relation to IJOP. Do you know who has access to that list?
As I said, I would imagine that the particular camp authorities have that list, and that the IJOP office, that is part of the Xinjiang police, have the information. The list is pooled.
Yani o'xshash bir savolim, xuddi IJOP'ga kimlarniki kiralaydiganligiga o'xshash. Aqsu tizimligiga kimlar ishlatalaydi?
I would not be able to know, but people are categorized, it seems to me, according to threat levels. And that threat level analysis appears to be available outside of Xinjiang, and there are Xinjiang offices responsible for monitoring people outside of Xinjiang region.
Aqsu tizimligi, yani nurg'unlagan uchurlarni to'plagandan keyin ro'yobga chiqqan bir tizimlik bo'lg'achqa, buni hamda Xinjiangdagi saqchilar buningga kiralaydi.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. One last question. We were listening this morning to evidence about the Caracas list, and one of the matters that was covered was the 3 circles and people's detention or monitoring on grounds not of what they may have done themselves, but actually what their friends, their family, or others may have done. Is there anything in the AXU list that shows you what the approach is to that kind of reason for detention through your neighbors, through your friends, through your family?
Yes, the AXU list very precisely describes exactly that people are being monitored for their relationships, and that they are detained for those relationships. So,
biz atiganda anlab chiqqan dokladda isbotda men Qaraqash tizimligida kişiler özününki bazı örf adetleri bilen ziyankeş kuchurganlar var. Mesela yani 3 çemberek deb bir narsa qo'yilgan. Aqsu tizimligidagi kishilarninki qaysi xil shaklda tutilganligi to'g'risida aniq uchurlarni bera olamsiz?
Focused on reverse engineering a police mass surveillance app. In that examination with experts, was there anything in the workings of that app that pointed to parallels in other?
Mesela Aqsu tizimligida esaq mesela chet-eldagi qarindishi telefonda qanchalik ardi, qancha qatim so'zlashdi deganga o'xshash nimalar bor. Albatta o qiz qarindishi bu telefonga javob bermadi. Agar javob bergan bo'lsa, bu qizni ham boshqalarga ko'tarib ketishi mumkin.
Excuse me for not remembering the full name. I think it's China Electronic. That is in our report. That is a state-owned enterprise. It's a conglomerate of many research institutes, and I believe CTC owned Hikvision, which is surveillance companies that manufactures. Well known for its surveillance camera manufacturing, as well as having footprint across the world. And I think Hikvision, according to and other researchers' work, Hikvision is responsible for much of the hardware that is part of the IJOP system. Yeah, so CTC, as I said, is owned by the state.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask, just continuing really with, I think part of my question has been answered, but not entirely. It's about the list. I just wonder now, really, we've got the list, and we found sort of various data there, and I suspect it wouldn't take the PRC long to find out who the source was, because only a few people would have access to that list. But what I really want to know is, having got the list and knowing what's going on.
Ben sizden tizimlik hakkında bir soru sorab baksam.
Going to Human Rights Watch going to do about it? What's your next step? And also corollary to that is, what has been the implications of the list on the relatives of the people whose names have been published? Thank you.
Mening bilmekçi boğunum.
We have not shared the list itself, but precisely the reason to
Bu Aksu tizimdeki kolonlarga düşkenden keyin keyingi qadamlar qaysi qadamlardan iborat?
information and also very poor at analyzing. So we continue to keep that document and share it with only very selected researchers.
Biz elbette bu tizimlikning o'zini ismlarni oshkorlamadik.
As to the families, there are only some that have identified their immediate family members, and because the information in there is not, it doesn't give information.
Biz faqat bu tizimlikni bir necha tanlangan mutaxassislar bilan, tadqiqotchilar bilan o'rtoqlashdik.
Little bit of extra information to the family members who, have seen the publication of the report.
Endi diasporadagi ba'zi Uyg'urlar o'zining balki yaqin qarindoshlariniki ismini toniy oldi. Faqatla bu tuqqanlarninki to'g'risida uchurlarni ta'minlayoldi bu tizimlik. Keyingi qadam bo'lsa, yana davomli bu bo'layotgan ahvolni to'g'ri tushunish, texim yaxshi tushunish uchun bir qancha mutaxassis tadqiqotchilar bilan bu tizimlikni o'rtoqlashish bizningki keyingi qadamdagi vazifamiz hisoblanadi.
On the question of genocide and other crimes arguably committed by the PRC against the Uyghur people, the three reports of MacDonald from Essex Court Chambers, of the Human Rights Bar Watch Committee, the Bar Human Rights Committee, and Amnesty have all been subject of requests that authors should present those reports, and in each case they have declined.
It's not exactly as you mentioned.
Declined, I wanted to use a neutral word.
We invited Ms. MacDonald to give evidence. She did not refuse, but she said, I cannot add anything more than my statement. And the others, we have not requested the sources.
Well, no, I'm afraid that's not correct, Mr. Sabi. One was certainly at one stage willing to attend, and in the event, neither of them has been willing to attend.
Ms. MacDonald said that because they haven't done any factual investigation, so the report is purely legal issue and can be read, and there is no need for her to give any further evidence.
Yes. As to the other two, they have both been requested to attend, and neither is going to do so.
Neither has accepted.
Thank you. Next witness, please.
Is a China File senior editor. She researches China's domestic and social affairs and served as the US State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research analyst for approximately 8 years prior to joining China File. In 2016, she was a visiting academic fellow at Merrick's in Berlin. She holds a BA degree in linguistics from Pitzer College in America and an MA in East Asian Studies.
Amdi guvalıq berdiğen kişi bolsa Jessica Batbey bu. Jessica China File'ın baş təhriri, o Xitayning dövlət içidagi siyosiy və ijtimoiy ishlarni tadqiq qiladi. Hamda Xitoy China File qo'shilishning 8 yilga yaqin vaqt ichida tashqi ishlar ministerligida axborot va tadqiqot analizchi bo'lib ishlagan.
And how the officials in charge are appointed. She states that she's not attempting to explain who exactly formulated or signed off on any specific policy, but rather how power flows through the PRC's governance apparatus, highlighting those official positions with oversight of and responsibility for the policies allegedly being implemented in Xinjiang today. Ms. Batke refers to and utilizes two organograms, one an abstract one of her own and another a de facto organogram produced under the auspices of the Uyghur Tribunal that relates to state, party and PRC structures. Ms. Batke, thank you for appearing today. I understand you'd like to make a short presentation, and we'd ask if you didn't mind trying to keep to 10 minutes, and I'll have some questions for you, after which the panel will have their own questions. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here today. As you said, I've been asked to address the role of CCP in governance and decision-making in the PRC generally, and I'm also trying to identify key decision-making positions within the Xinjiang.
There's a difficulty with hearing you. Now, there are maybe two reasons for that. One may be that you're
Ms. Batke, bizga 10 minut vaqt bera olamiz. Undan keyin savol-javob shaklida bo'ladi.
And the other may be that you're not addressing the microphone head-on or rather face-on. So have another, if you wouldn't mind going back and starting again.
Is this any better?
Yeah.
Great. The key ideas that I would like to leave you with today are, number one, that the CCP permeates all levels of governance, ensures key party and state positions are held by the same individuals, and that the CCP has an explicit guiding role in setting national and local policy. Secondly, even though the party state is notoriously opaque, which means it can be difficult for us
Bugun so'zmoqchi bo'lgan oshqushliq ideyalar bo'lsa,
still able to assess the likelihood of a department's or an individual's involvement in policy formulation or implementation by looking at the party state's intertwined bureaucratic structures. And thirdly, there are a number of bureaucratic players that bear responsibility for policy formulation and implementation in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, and that includes both party and state organizations at the central and local levels, and all major appointments in those organizations are made by the party. So first, let's look at the party's relationship to the PRC's governance structure. On paper, China's governance apparatus has a clear separation between the party and state and government structures. There's one exception to that rule, which we will set aside for right now. And even though there is this nominal separation, both the PRC Constitution and the CCP Constitution both mandate a leading or guiding role for the party with regard to the state. In practice, it's this leading and
aldı bilen demekçi oğlum, Xitoydagi hukumat apparatlari bir-biridan ayrılgan şekilde.
Party entities that set policy courses and issue directives, while state and government entities enact them. But even this formulation that I've just laid out for you, this divide, is somewhat of a false one. And that's because party cadres have key roles in every government organ, meaning that the party is deeply enmeshed in governance structures up and down the hierarchy. So I'd like to turn to illustration A, which is an abstract representation of the underlying architecture of CCP power. We can think of this as by looking at party committees, for example. There's party committees at every level of governments, from the central down to the local level, including the province, the county, and the town. These correspond with government bodies at those levels. And at each level, the party committee provides guidance to government organs at that level. It also transmits directives and guidance downward to parties at lower levels. And that happens at every single point in the hierarchy, which means that anywhere you are, there's always a party body on hand to ensure compliance and transmit directives. And yet, if anything, this still understates the degree of fusion between party and state bodies. And that's because party institutions and party personnel are even further intertwined with state and government institutions. So in addition to these party committees I just mentioned, there are also party committees embedded within government organs. So if we, for example, were talking about the Ministry of Education, that means that there is a party committee embedded in the Ministry of Education, and the person who is the head of the Ministry of Education is usually the deputy party secretary of the Ministry of Education's party committee. And if you look at governments, local people's governments, there's a similar crossover. So for example, if we were looking at a province, The governor of a province is almost always the deputy party secretary of that province. And this goes up and down, again, the line in the hierarchy. In addition to that, there's a number of party policy advisory bodies that just focus on one issue area. A good example of this, relevant to what's happening in the Uyghur region, is the Politics and Law Commission. This is at the central level, it's also at the local levels, and it advises on issues related to law enforcement and the justice system. There's also a system of leading small groups. The one relevant to us here would be the Xinjiang Work Coordination Small Group. That is a party policy advisory body. And it brings people together from all sorts of different state and party organs to formulate and advise what people should do with regard to policy in the region. But in all of these cases, the actual party members are often the exact same individuals that are manning the highest government posts. Now, this does not mean that the party is all powerful in all cases. It also doesn't mean that there's perfect coordination. But what it does mean is that the CCP is the guiding force behind all major policy initiatives, and that absolutely includes the current campaign against ethnic Turkic peoples in the Uyghur region. The scale, the scope, the cost, the duration of a campaign like this means that party officials at all levels are necessarily implicated. While we're able to explain what the general party state structure looks like, the Chinese system is really opaque. So we don't have a lot of information about who or when exactly formulated any particular policies. And in some cases, we honestly don't even know which individuals are holding really important party posts. But we don't need to know necessarily the precise procedural history of each policy in order to identify the officials or the offices that are likely involved in their creation or application. As I said before, intensive and expensive policy programs like the one that we're currently seeing in the Uyghur region do not happen without a high degree of bureaucratic compliance, and there are many party state officials up and down the hierarchy that are helping shape and realize the policies that we're seeing implemented in the region. So very quickly, I would like to turn to the second illustration, just to review some of the entities throughout the party state bureaucracy that have a hand in determining policy and implementation. And I won't have a chance to go through all of these, and this illustration is necessarily incomplete, but hopefully we can just review some of the key ones. So at the apex, at the top, is the Politburo Standing Committee. This is headed by...
I'm not sure whether... I'm sorry. I'm not sure whether the image is up on the big screen for the people in the room to see or on the slightly smaller screen for us. The answer is it isn't. So let's see if we can get it displayed. Now it is. And I can see that it's on the big screen. It's even so not entirely easy to see.
Right.
But it may be that, I'm not sure, somebody will be able to use the cursor of the computer screen, if she is here, to hover over the points that you are referring to.
Right.
Just hold on a minute, and you'll be credited with the time, don't worry. Your microphone, please.
Pointing at the relevant part.
Right. So if you could, thank you very much. If you could have in mind that everyone in the room, apart from us, is seeing this for the first time, that we can barely see it because it's such a complex diagram that we've seen it in different formats, but it's still quite a long way away. And somebody is going to be pointing to the bodies or individuals to which you refer with nothing more than the cursor. It might be a good idea to go at a reasonably cautious speed. So off you go.
Sure, and we don't have to, spend a long time on this. I actually think the point that you made about that it's very hard to view, it's so complex and large.
O ekrandaki diagramni biz hammamiz tunji qatim ko'rishimiz
of entities both at the party and state that have a role in this, and a lot of individuals that.
Yani bu diagramı sözlegen çağda sel astrak gap çöndürgen bolsanız.
Then that is, I'm happy with that. But I'll just very quickly point out a few entities and then turn it over to questions. So, as I was saying, at the very top in the middle is the policy.
Bu diagramda devlet ve partiyanınki nurgulluğun aparatlarını gösterip beren narsalar var.
There's no way that this could happen without the approval of the top leadership. And similarly, again, kind of reinforcing the idea that a lot of structures are echoed at the central levels and at the local levels. If you go
En üstündeki diagramdan en üstte oturukisi bolsa
CCP Standing Committee. So this is
bu partiya Politbürosu'nunki komiteti. Yani Xi Jinping baş reisi.
And it will have similar sort of oversight and responsibility for policies in the region. I don't want to point out too many because I know this is complicated to look at. But
eğer mesela diagram pes çıkarırsak, atanmış Şinjan Uyghur Abnum Rayı'nı Xitay Komünist Partisi'nin komiteti köşküdür.
This is up at the central level. This is a body that oversees
siyaset belgeleşki kişilerinki tertibimi asasiyatına okşap getiriyor.
Representing Ministry of Public Security, the court system, the procuratorate, the Justice Department, the people.
Mesela sol taraf qaragan bolsak, Siyaset ve Kanun Komisyonu göstürdü.
A lot of the state organs which are going to be implementing policy, and I think it's probably best to leave it there. I look forward to your questions.
My first question is that you've stated that the party state system in the PRC is opaque and it's difficult to ascertain who exactly makes decisions in respect of alleged repression and repressive policies in Xinjiang. Can I ask, with what degree of certainty could you say, if at all, that the Politburo or other central bodies would have formulated these specific repressive policies?
Oh, I would need a specific example of the policies. I would say on any specific policy. So, for example, let's take the quote-unquote re-education facilities. I cannot say with high confidence that that was formulated at the Politburo level. I can say with extremely high confidence that it was approved of and signed off by at that level. I cannot speak to where exactly that was formulated, whether that was at the provincial level or whether that was above.
To be a little bit more precise, could the Politburo have given broad policy direction or provided, for instance, approval, tacit or express, for the commission of crimes to fulfill those policy goals?
Absolutely. And the way that policy generally works in China is that higher level party organs will issue broad directives, broad policy goals, and at the local levels, it is up to leaders there to determine the best way to actually formulate on the ground policy that will lead to the realization of those goals. So that is exactly how power works in the PRC.
To what extent, if crimes were being committed in Xinjiang, would knowledge and information
Adette Xitayning siyasetida
back up the bureaucracy to the
yuqori darajalik amal organlar qonun buyruqi tushirdi keng jihatin, ondan uni tuyanki bo'lgan chog'larda o'xshamagan holatda ijro qiladi.
At a very granular level, what happens? There's a lot of incentives all the way up and down the chain to only transmit positive news back up. However, with a campaign of this magnitude and one that, again, as we just clarified, is obviously at the behest, at the approval of central leadership, there's no way that they wouldn't know the contours of what's happening.
The CCP is the guiding force behind all major policy initiatives, including the campaign against Uyghurs in Xinjiang, stating that, and I quote, the scale, scope, cost, and duration of which necessarily means party officials at all levels are necessarily deeply and directly implicated. I have 3 questions in respect of that. My first question, how possible is it for people lower down the hierarchy to resist or refuse policy direction from above? Each one in turn, if I may.
Sure, thanks. Again, I can't speak to any specific person or any specific level, again, because of the opacity, both of the Chinese state and in particular to what is happening in the region. But I think that it would be very, very hard for anybody, let's say at the provincial level or below, to
Mening 3 sualım var. Birinci sualım, tüven derecedeki rayonlardaki kişilerin, emeldarlarınki yukarının buyruqlarına karşı duruşu qaysı xil derecede?
And they were then also themselves sent to camps or to prisons. So it is not an easy task to openly defy such dictates.
And how possible is it for people lower down the hierarchy to take actions on their own initiative, such as the commission of crimes in pursuance of broad policy?
Again, it depends at what level of specificity we're saying. If we're talking about, let's say, a prison guard, I'm sure that there's some latitude in their day-to-day life to commit abuses against inmates in a prison. But in terms of larger policy campaigns or directives, so again, let's talk about the camp system. It's hard to imagine that that entire system was thought up and executed without higher level approval. So it really depends on how minor or micro we're talking about abuses. But large scale abuses that require planning and cooperation for execution will not have been completely independently generated, or maybe a better way to say it is they won't have occurred without higher level buy-in.
Is there any evidence of directions being given at any level of hierarchy to stop the commission of alleged crimes in Xinjiang?
I'm not aware of any, but I also, again, don't have access to all of the policy directives that the center is giving down to the regional level.
And my final question before I hand you over to the panel. Can you explain why Han Chinese cadres, rather than Uyghurs, serve in the highest level party positions in Xinjiang? And to what extent do Uyghurs themselves have autonomy to shape their own policies in Xinjiang?
That's a great question. As far as I know, this is not explicitly stated anywhere. We just know that this is what happens because people who track Chinese leadership have noticed over time that it is Han officials holding the high party level positions and Uyghurs that are
hükümet oralarda işleydiğen Xitaylar, yukarıda işleydiğen Xitaylar Uygurlardan köp.
It's actually a slight reversal on the Russian practice, which is how the Chinese government used the Russian system as the Soviet Union system as its model. So there is no explicit statement of why this is. My interpretation is that the Chinese government views these individuals as less trustworthy. They don't view them as the same as them.
Bu uzun zaman vakitten beri bu atkan bir hadise.
When they have quote unquote one of their own in the position. There was a second part to that question which I've now forgotten.
Bu doğrusu pek bir eniqlama yok. Lekin benim düşünümce Xitay hükümeti bu kişilerini, yani Uygurlarını işkence emas deb qaraydı. Özlerininki siyasi ko'rsatmalarning vaqtida ijro qilishni xohlaganligi uchun Xitoylarga bakrak ishonadi.
Once you are in the government system, particularly higher up, so like looking towards the top of the regional government, to
Xinjiangdagi Uyg'urlar qaysi darajada o'zining avtonomiya huquqidan foydalana oladi? Nihoyatda az darajada.
Local levels, but if we're talking about regional policy, it would be very, very difficult.
If I might hand you over to the members.
Before Professor Osler asks questions, Mr. Sabi, can you confirm two things, please? The larger document referred to by this witness was the document also referred to by Dr. Tobin this morning.
Yes, it's the same document.
And has this document yet been made available to the People's Republic of China's ambassador in...
If I might clarify, Dr. Tobin was referring to the... sorry, bear with me. He was referring to the de jure organogram.
Yes.
Ms. Batke is referring to the de facto organogram.
Well, thank you for that clarification. So that because Dr. Tobin didn't need the other document, that has yet to be displayed in public. Thank you. We better put that right at some stage and in some way, if not today, soon. Both documents could be provided to the People's Republic of China via their ambassador for verification or comment. Has that been done yet?
Not yet, sir.
But it can be done so that they can, if they choose to contribute to these proceedings, they can identify error or confirm accuracy in the time between the end of these proceedings and the time when judgment is delivered. Thank you.
Ms. Batke, thank you for your report on policy and power structures and power flow. I'd like to begin by asking you, in your opinion, has Xi Jinping's thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era and the linked cult of personality, has that impacted on policy in Xinjiang?
I would not attribute policies currently being enacted in the region directly to Xi Jinping's thought on Chinese socialism with Chinese characteristics, or to any sort of makings of a cult of personality. They're not completely separate. However, the issues that the Chinese...
Sizning sormoqchi bo'lgan sualim shuki, Xi Jinping'ninki Xitoycha alaylik, Jungo alaylik ega sotsializm shuari Xinjiangdagi siyosatga ta'siri bo'lindi.
Would view as more authoritative than the Chinese Communist Party. And in this case, they are very concerned that Uyghurs and other Turkic peoples' ethnic identity or their own sense of ethnicity or their religion constitute something that they believe in and has more authority than the Chinese Communist Party. And I think that is the root of what's happening, and not as much Xi Jinping's publicity campaign.
Okay, but can we assume then that President Xi has overview and oversight of policy as it's developed in the region?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And in relation, following from that, could you say a little bit, please, about what the specific contribution of Chen Quanguo as first political commissar is in relation to policy?
Chen Quanguo is the party secretary of the region, and he is also, as you said, the first political commissar of the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps, also known as the Bingtuan. He has a lot of leeway, I would say.
Onun sırtında Chen Quanguo'nun bu siyasetki bo'lgan ta'siri to'g'risida hozir so'zlab bersangiz bo'ladi.
To what extent he himself formulated any given policy in the region. A lot of what we're seeing implemented, or I shouldn't say a lot, some of what we're seeing implemented mimics what was happening when he was party secretary of Tibet from 2011 to 2016. So it is likely that he has had a large influence in the particular policies here.
Chen Quanguo'nun rayındaki küçük huquqiy nayeti cho'ng. O o'xshash vaqtda ishlab chiqarish diviziyasining komissari hisoblanadi.
You referred to dual-hatted individuals with both party and governance roles. And, for example,
Onun albatta siyosatga bo'lgan ta'siri cho'ng, chunki 2011-yildan 2016-yilgacha Tibet avtonom rayonida ishlagan. Lekin qanday bo'lishini qat'iy nazar uning rayonidagi huquqiy haqiqatan kuchli.
Detention center or other facility, in practice, would these roles be overlapping?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to whether individuals in charge of a given prison, camp, or school would have roles, particular roles in the party.
And if there were two individuals involved at any stage, does the party always, in practice, in your experience, take precedence?
In general, yes. I think it would depend on the individuals and what they're, if someone is very high up in the central government, they would probably trump a very low party official. But also that person that is high up in the central government would also likely be a party official. So it's hard to disentangle that question simply because the organization system is such that if you are important in the government, you're also important in the party.
Okay. I'd like to turn to the Xinjiang Work Coordination Group. And you refer to multiple organizations addressing counterterrorism and counter-extremism, and you remind us in the report that these terms cover everyday activities being labeled as extremist or as terrorist. In your judgment, is this the criminalization of Uyghur ethnicity in the region or wider in China?
Yes, it is the attempt to stigmatize and, in some cases, to criminalize behaviors which are seen as traditionally associated with the Uyghur ethnicity or other ethnic Turkic peoples, and that also includes some aspects of religious faith and practice.
And looking at the education, Xingtong, is this the body that is supplanting Uyghur language with Mandarin?
Yes.
And so the references that we find in documents to bilingual education policy, in your reading of policies, is this always a euphemism for actually ridding schools of the Uyghur language?
All the cases I am aware of, yes.
Okay. And with relation also to young people, you talk about boarding schools as designed to hold children whose parents both have been sent to re-education camps or prisons. Could you say something about how, because we know across China there are boarding schools and an emphasis on increasing boarding schools. So could you tell us how you understand these boarding schools in the region to differ from elsewhere in the country, first of all, and secondly, how they might differ from what are labeled orphanages?
Right. I'll first say that this is not my area of expertise, so I may not be able to address to your satisfaction, particularly the second part of your question. But from my understanding, these are different in as much as, first of all, these schools, these boarding schools are for children both of whose parents have been detained in this campaign. And as far as I am aware, there are not boarding schools elsewhere in China specifically set up for children both of whose parents have been swept up in a campaign in this manner. Secondly, again, from what I know, one of the explicit aims of these boarding schools is to break generational transmission of Uyghur language and culture, and instead inculcate a strong sense of identity with China, as opposed to with the Uyghur or other ethnicity, to ensure that the children speak Mandarin first, and that they have fully understood and enact the behaviors that the Chinese Communist Party believes make you a good citizen.
You refer also to the 2017 Xinjiang de-extremification with leading small groups. Is this the body with overall responsibility for the observation and monitoring of the population in Xinjiang?
I don't believe it is. I don't want to say anything with too much definitiveness because I'm not sure, but just based on where that sits in the hierarchy, it's a provincial level body. These small groups are usually policy advisory bodies. They're not usually sort of day-to-day implementation bodies. And perhaps as this incredibly complicated chart shows, there would be a number of different institutions that would have some hand in surveillance, although I believe the vast majority of surveillance is undertaken by public security officials. I'd be happy to have someone else tell me that's incorrect.
Thank you. And you refer to the mission to keep sufficient Han Chinese in Xinjiang relating to justice, prisons, re-education camps. So do you understand the re-education camps, the prisons, the justice system in the region to be part of this mission to move or change the ethnic balance in favor of Han Chinese? That is, to disperse the Uyghur population within the region and from the region.
I guess I'd like to ask a clarifying question. Do you mean the running of those institutions? I'm confused. Do you mean the appointment of individuals to those entities, or do you mean the way that they are being run encourages Han immigration?
Yeah, I mean that you're talking about policy, and that the policy, that the principle underpinning the policy, as you understand it, is more about the ethnic balance in favor of Han Chinese than it is about justice and prison in more general terms.
I don't know that I would say that. There are certainly campaigns and institutions which very much try to alter the population makeup, and one good example of that is the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps, the Bingtuan. They do definitely try to encourage Han settlers to move into the region. I wouldn't say that, for example, the Justice Department in the region is primarily trying to change the ethnic balance population of the region. It is formulating laws and regulations that, as was mentioned before, effectively criminalize some aspects of Uyghur culture, identity, and religious faith.
Okay. And the focus of policy implementation in the region, you say it's obscure to find the origins of certain policies, but do you perceive a colonial relationship between the region and Beijing, or do you see the region as having, the regional governance as having any direct say in that?
I would say it's much closer to a colonial relationship. I don't believe that, as was hinted at in a previous question, I don't believe that Turkic peoples or others living in this region have any effective say in how the government runs as a group.
Okay, so would you say that there's, I'd like to explore the extent to which there is space for regional interpretation of policies. You've talked quite a lot about that. You've talked about, one, the formulation of policy, and then secondly, the enactment. And I wonder if you could say the degree to which you think that there is space for interpretation at the highest level in the region.
That's a really good question. So you're talking about, for example, the party secretary of Xinjiang. Okay. I think at that level, any sort of quote-unquote interpretation that would be happening will likely not be in favor of greater inclusion or tolerance or respect for Turkic peoples. Any sort of innovation that's happening at that level is likely to make things harsher for people. And there's a number of different reasons for that, but one I believe our previous panelists sort of mentioned is that if you want to continue moving up the chain, you want to be seen as a voracious practitioner of the sort of policy guidance you're receiving from above. So to the extent that there is possibilities for innovation or leeway at the provincial level, it is most likely going to be to make it even harsher than perhaps what people at the central level might have envisioned.
And my final question really is, following on from Council, just to be sure that I've understood properly, you've talked about alleged crimes taking place at a low level that are possible without reference to Beijing, but could you estimate or say at what level alleged crimes can be committed without reference, or what amongst senior officials, how much reference would there be to Beijing?
I'm sorry, can you please reframe the question? I'm not sure I understand.
We've heard details of many alleged crimes in the region, and these alleged crimes can take place at a very low level by local police officers or prison guards and so on, and they can also potentially take place at a very senior level. I'm wondering at what level, at what high level that they could happen without reference to Beijing.
In terms of overall, again, large-scale policies such as opening up a camp or sending people to factories, I don't think that sort of high-level policy would happen at any level without reference to Beijing. But again, if you're talking about really specific implementation in terms of, okay, this village, we're going to round up X number of people and send them along, they may not be saying, Beijing told us we had to round up 20% of the township and send them to camps. But they would be saying, we're getting directives from above to make sure that we are, I think the quote is, locking up everyone who needs to be locked up, if that makes sense. It's a matter of specificity.
Okay, thank you.
A few questions, please, partly rooted in the second of the exhibits. We don't need to look at it again, but I need your assistance with it for our deliberations. Before I come to the document itself, would it be sensible for people assessing how things work in China to avoid altogether drawing comparisons with Western democracies? There is no comparison, nor need there be. No similarity, nor need there be.
I mean, it's hard to say that you can never draw any comparisons between any governments at all, but generally in terms of how the party is embedded in state organs, it doesn't have a parallel that I am aware of elsewhere in Western democracies.
Western democracies are often inheritors of states organized and led by omnipotent monarchs. And the democracies came from that, and they have linear lines of control from a president and a cabinet, or a prime minister and a cabinet, down through the lines of control. And to that extent, are relatively easy to imagine conceptually, visually, or however. And that simply doesn't apply in a communist state like this.
I'm not an expert, expert on the history of Western democracy, but no, I do not believe it applies.
And so, when that diagram, first of all, suggests there are three pillars: state, government, and party, you accept that there are three distinct pillars of that kind?
As specified in the PRC Constitution, yes, that is de jure how those institutions are set up.
And the diagram that does not show a conical or triangular line of management to the top and suggests a diffuse management pattern is, in your view, an accurate representation of reality?
I would not take the diffuse pattern, as you describe it, of this chart as the be-all and end-all for how power flows through the PRC. The real problem here is that, as you noted, already it's too complicated, and I was unable if I were to make it readable to any humans at all, I couldn't draw lines between all the different entities in all the ways that they interact with each other and between all the people that they share. So what this was trying to represent was the institutions and individuals that may have had some direct involvement and policy formulation and implementation in the region. This diagram, however, does not attempt to show how power flows.
I understand that it's drawn entirely from constitutional and formal documents of the PRC, and sorry, go on.
This document is not. So the de jure one that I believe you were mentioning from earlier today is drawn from the PRC Constitution and the CCP Constitution. This document is created from my best estimate of those organs of the party and the state and government that I think are most likely to be involved in policy. So this is not drawn from any formal constitution.
That's the first exhibit, and I'm talking a little bit about the second one still. The second one shows how people are common, or people have multiple functions in different parts of the three columns. And we've heard from several witnesses that even if there aren't clear lines that can be drawn in a diagram, the reality is that power concentrates and centralizes in the position of the president. Do you accept that?
In the position of the CCP General Secretary, not in the position of the president.
Completely my mistake, and I apologize. Yes. President Xi Jinping, yes.
General Secretary Xi Jinping, yes. His power derives from the fact that he is the head of the party. Because he is the head of the party, he's also made the president, but he does not derive his key power from that position.
My question betrays the danger of thinking of one culture in the terms of another. Thank you very much. I haven't any further questions I think are coming from my communist colleagues, probably stimulated by my failure to understand, but let's see what they are.
Can I just ask you one question about the Binh Tuan, which you use that formulation, a state within a state. We heard from another expert today who took the view that since the advent of President Xi, it's actually been much more formalized and institutionalized and clearly under the control of the party. And so
Sizga ishlab chiqish diviziyasi to'g'risida bir savol so'rasam bo'lamdi. Uning davlatlar bilan bo'lgan munosabati haqida.
Yes. And the second question is, Well, I'd welcome your description of fusion doctrine.
I am not an expert on the fusion doctrine, and I can't speak to that.
All right, thank you.
At this stage, to put back his start time, is he may well have got something to do after 10 o'clock. So, should I warn people?
It's Christian Tyler tomorrow morning.
Christian Tyler, same. What time is Mr. Dixon coming?
Mr. Dixon is due on Monday.
He's gone back to Monday?
Yes, it's in the afternoon on Monday.
As you can see, I'm well informed. It's my mistake for not having read the documents, I expect. So have we still got the risk of a gap in the morning?
Yes.
But is Christian Tyler coming in person?
Yes.
I think we're just going to have to live with the possibility of an extended break, unless anybody thinks otherwise. Risk of putting back the start time is, I think, probably slightly risky. Otherwise, the evidence tomorrow includes two fact witnesses, expert witnesses dealing with various matters, including quite a focus on children, I think, and education. Yeah. So for those viewing online and for those here, it's a 9 o'clock start. There is a possibility of an extended break starting at about 10 o'clock. See you tomorrow.
Assalamu alaikum ekran oldidagi Sharq Turkistonlik aziz qarindoshlar, aziz ko'ruvchilar, ko'rayotganlar Dunyo qurultiyi to'r televiziyasi. Aziz qarindoshlar, Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasininki bugun atgan London vaqti atgan soat 9 da boshlangan ikkinchi qatimliq sudning tunji kuni bugun nihoyatda muvaffaqiyatli boshlanib, hozir mana muvaffaqiyatli oxirlashgan bo'ldi aziz qarindoshlar. Sizlarga ma'lum, bu ikkinchi qatimliq sud bugundan e'tiboran 4 kun davom qiladi. Ya'ni 9-10, 11, 12, 13 kunlargacha davom qiladi. Biz har kuni Dunyo qurultiyi to'r televiziyasi bu sudningki amaliy ahvolini mushu sud zalidan naq maydondan taqdimiz. Erta yana sud atgan London vaqti atgan soat 9 da boshlanadi, ammo biz Dunyo qurultiyi to'r televiziyasi sotdan bir taxminan yarım saat burun yana sizlar bilan yuz ko'rishtirishimiz, bizning taqmaydan programmamiz taxminan 8:20 atrofida boshlanadi. Evet, ko'rishaylik aziz qarindoshlar, mushu ekran oldida zerikmay, tirikmay bizni qo'llab o'ltirib bergan, buni ko'rayotgan bütün qarindoshlarimizga tekrar minnatdorlik bildiraman. Shundaqla men Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyi vakolatan mushu Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasining qurilishiga yordam qilgan, Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasini moddiy va ma'naviy jihatdan yordam bergan, uni desteklegan ve onu qo'g'digan bütün qarindoshlarımızga tekrar minnatdorligimni, rahmatimni bildiraman aziz qarindoshlar. Erta atgan London vaqti taxminan 8:20 ko'rishaylik. Ko'rishgacha omon bo'linglar, xayr qo'sh.
Oxirlashtirishdan burun bu tercümanlarga bir rahmet etmesek de qo'yildi.
Aziz qarindoshlar, boyma rahmat aytgandim 3 nafar tercümanımızga. 3 nafar tercümanımız bugün mana 9 saatni ortiq davom qildi. Bugungi soat 9:20 saat davom qildi. Bu 9:20 saatgacha bizning 3 nafar tercümanımız Dunyo qurultiyi tarafidan taklif qilingan mushu naq maydon programmasida mushu bu qatimki bugungi sotda guvohlik bergan, doklad bergan chet ellik shohidlarninki, tadqiqotchilarning, olimlarninki bütün dokladlarini tercüme qilib Uyg'urchaga tarjim qilib berdi aziz qarindoshlar. Bularga tekrar men minnatdorligimni bildiraman. Ya'ni bulardan masalan Shvetsiyadagi atoydan bugun mushu sudga kelib tarjimonlik qilgan bizning Uyg'ur ziyolilaridan Qaysar Abdurrasul apanning bir rahmat aytaman. Shundaqla Amerika'daki yaş jangovar fidakar yaşlarımızdan Mustafa Aksu efendim bir rahmet eytimen. Yani şundakla özüge Yusufcan dep Uygurca isim koygan Germaniyalik bizninki dostumuz Şarkı Türkistan halkının suyumlik oğlanı değil Runa efendim gibi tekrar minnettarlığımı bildirmen. Etigen London vakti tahminen 8-20 köşeli görüş amam bulun.